Not sure why I'm bothering to type this all out. I guess I'm hoping that it'll help me make sense of things. That it may reveal details I hadn't noticed before, but I doubt it. I'm really starting to lose it. So is everybody else. I'll start at the beginning. I got to the university at around 10 this morning. I had an exam for intermediate philosophy, an elective course, just figured I'd get it out of the way during the summer. I don't remember seeing or hearing anything weird when I first walked into the building. Then again, I wasn't really paying attention. My eyes were glued to my notes, an attempt at some last-second cramming, although I distinctly recall first entering the building through a door that I'd gone through many times before. The weird shit started with the exam itself. The questions on the first page seemed relevant enough to the material that we'd been taught in class, but then I turned the page over, and I couldn't understand what I was looking at. It was a diagram of some bizarre, complex shape. Could have been a machine of sorts. The part that scared me was that it vaguely seemed similar. Not enough for me to be able to place where exactly I'd seen it before, but enough to invoke this distant recognition. It made my skin crawl. Whatever the memory was, it had most certainly been an unpleasant one. There was no question below it. Actually, the rest of the page was completely blank. I raised my hand while continuing to stare at the diagram, thinking that maybe they'd given me a misprinted copy. When no one came over to me, I looked around the room, seeing that it wasn't actually a proctor or supervisor present at all, just a bunch of confused-looking students. Thinking back, I was sure that I'd seen a person standing at the front of the room when I'd first entered. It was the same person who told us that we could begin writing, but it hadn't been the professor. It hadn't been anyone I'd ever seen before. I hadn't questioned it at the time. None of us really knew what to do. And eventually, someone got up, left the room, and then a few more followed. But most of us stayed seated. I guess we were still under the assumption that if we left, we'd be in big trouble. A product of years and years of academic conditioning. After a few minutes, one of the students came back. His eyes were wide. He told that there was something weird going on. That the doors at the main entrance were now missing. It was a difficult thing to believe, but the guy had said it with such fear and sincerity that it compelled us to stand up and leave the room in order to confirm. And he happened to be right. Where the doors should have been was just a blank, solid wall. Somebody suggested that it could have been construction. Everybody else argued that that was impossible. We were in the lecture hall for no more than 20 minutes. What kind of construction starts and ends so suddenly? Of course, the next step was to go and check the other exits, find out whether or not we'd actually been trapped there. I knew the layout of the building fairly well, not like the back of my hand, but I'd been here enough. It was reasonably large, 3 stories tall, probably a basement as well. I knew that there were 4 different exits, but it wouldn't have surprised me if there were more. After scouring every inch of the first floor, I could feel my heart dropping down into my stomach. Every exit that I clearly remembered existing before was gone. All replaced by a blank wall. Afterwards, I walked back to the main foyer where most everybody else had gathered, all of them with this stunned look on their faces. Somebody brought up the fact that all the windows were missing as well. We all looked at her. And then we looked around. She was right. It was something we hadn't noticed at first because the shock of the missing doors had overridden it. They were all gone. Even the large glass panes on the roof. People were shaking their heads, their expressions a mix of confusion and deep distress. Some paced around, muttering to themselves. A few of them were cursing out loud. I observed the group. There were maybe around 30 of us, and I only recognized a few faces, but that made sense given that I had barely shown up to any lectures and I only knew one of their names. Rachel. She was standing separate from everyone else, looking intently at her phone. I'd sat beside her during the first class of the semester, where they'd forced us to participate in a series of icebreakers. We'd exchanged numbers then, but neither of us had reached out afterwards. She noticed me and offered a tight smile. She walked over, asking if I had any cell reception. I checked and saw that I didn't, which wasn't normal. Not that I'd ever had good reception in this building, but there'd always been at least one or two bars. Now I had absolutely nothing, as if I were out in the middle of the woods or something. She then asked me if I had internet access. I could see that I was still connected to the university Wi-Fi, though. Everything seemed to be loading at a snail's pace. She said she was experiencing something similar. She tried sending out some emails to the administration asking what the hell was going on, but they hadn't been delivered. I have a friend, James, who was also supposed to be on campus that day to write a different exam. I tried calling him on Instagram, but the connection was too poor for it to go through. Then I tried sending him a message, asking him to walk over to the building, tell me what he saw from the outside. The message took a painfully long time to go through, but eventually it did. While we waited for a response, Rachel brought up the fact that there was a bridge on the second floor connecting this building to the Earth Sciences. With nothing better to do, we went up the stairs in order to check it out, but we weren't the first ones there. A group of 3 were already standing in front of it. They looked like they'd just seen a ghost, the blood drained from their faces. When we rounded the corner, we understood why. The bridge was there, but it was dark. Not dark as in the lights weren't working. I mean, there was just nothing there beyond it. The complete absence of everything, an outright void. We couldn't even see a few inches into it before the light was completely smothered. It wasn't even gradual, it just stopped. Staring at it was uncanny. I began to wonder if maybe it was actually just a black wall. I grabbed an empty water bottle out of my backpack, preparing to throw it in, when one of the other guys told me not to bother. "We tried that," he said. "It's not solid. It's not a wall." Rachel asked him if anybody tried to go in there. He shook his head. He told her fuck no. But that she could be their guest. She stared at it for a long while, and it almost looked like she was considering it, but she didn't move. Soon a few more people came up, and we caught them up to speed. By now, there were about 10 of us just standing in front of it, all waiting for somebody else to go in. A silent tension hung in the air, as if there was some kind of bizarre trap. Eventually, somebody volunteered to check it out. A guy I didn't recognize at all, tall, muscular, buzz cut, a tattoo of a chainsaw on his arm. Said his name was Arnold. He approached the darkness carefully and stopped a few feet in front of it. Then he just stared ahead. We asked him what he saw. He said, "Nothing at all." He tried using his phone's flashlight, but it couldn't pierce even an inch of the gloom. It was clear that he didn't want to go in, but that he nevertheless committed himself to it. Finally, he moved. He was in there for about 5 seconds before he came sprinting back out, and I mean sprinting like hell, all the way downstairs without sparing a moment to stop and explain what had happened. We kept looking into the dark, expecting something to come running out after him, but that didn't happen. Nothing moved, and nothing made a noise. We went back down to the first floor and found Arnold hauling chairs from the cafeteria into the foyer. Somebody ran up to stop him, but he pushed them away, told them to fuck off. He began launching chairs to the drywall, tossing multiple in rapid succession. Then he picked one up and began using it like a blunt tool and smashing away. He'd become absolutely feral. Before long, he'd excavated a human-sized hole. We ran up to him, tried to calm him down. He just went harder. Eventually, his body gave up and he was forced to rest, and that's when he finally told us what happened in the bridge. There were people up there, he said, in between long, labored breaths. We glanced at each other, and then we asked him to explain. He took another deep breath and told us that almost immediately after he'd walked in, he ran into something that was blocking the way. But it wasn't a wall or a random object, it was a person. A group of people, he realized. All standing perfectly still in the dark. He said he knew they were people because he could feel their skin. But now that he was thinking about it, he wasn't sure they were actually people at all because the skin was cold, clammy. The texture was strange. He said he could hear them breathing, but the exhales were too quick, as if they were panting. He said that their breath smelled like rotting gasoline, whatever that was supposed to be. He said that they were whispering terrible things to him, things about him that they shouldn't have known. Once he recovered enough energy, he was smashing the wall again. We could do nothing but stand in silence as we watched him. I didn't want to believe any of what he just said, but his fear seemed real. Something had definitely happened to him up there. Soon a few others picked up chairs and joined him, which led to more, and then Rachel and I had chairs in our hands as well. We spent about an hour smashing away until we realized something wasn't right. Because we should have been outside by now, but the wall just kept going, just endless drywall. We measured the distance between where we were now and where the wall started. Nearly 10 feet. Maybe our sense of distance had just been distorted. So we kept going for another hour. 18 feet. It was still the same story. As if they'd built an entirely new wall under 20 minutes. One that was inexplicably thick. A civil engineer major pointed out that the wall itself was impossible, that it wasn't structurally feasible because there was no metal frame. That there weren't even any pipes or insulation, that nobody would have signed off on this, especially not a university building. I didn't know what to think. But this seemed to be going nowhere, so I put my chair down, walked over to the cafeteria, and sat down in front of an empty coffee shop. Looked like it was still open. There's a half-filled pot of coffee in the back, pastries, sandwiches, displayed in the glass. All the lights still on, it was just devoid of any staff. Then I realized that the only people in the entire building seemed to be the people who'd been writing the exam. It was a fact that bothered me so much I forced myself not to dwell on it. I was tired, starving. So I went behind the counter and I poured myself some coffee, grabbed one of the sandwiches, A bit later, I was joined by Rachel and a few others. Others have gone off in different directions, likely still in search of another exit. Another group continues trying to break through the wall, and every now and then they'll walk out of the hole with their shirts drenched in sweat, holding broken chairs. They'll come over, grab more before going back in. Their expressions are trance-like. I can see that some of their hands are bleeding. As I was writing this, I got a text back from James. He says that he went to the building, he saw it surrounded by cops and police tape, said that he tried getting up close but was stopped, told it was a no-go zone, though they'd refused to give him any explanation. Said he saw all the entrances covered by what looked like large white tents, each one guarded by officers wearing body armor, holding rifles. I've been planning on asking him to contact the police. I was hoping that might help. But now I really don't know what to do. It's 10 p.m. here. We've been in this building for just over 12 hours. By now, we've searched the entire place about a dozen times over, checking every corner, every hallway, every room, coming to the same conclusion every time. On the third floor, we found a maintenance room and a ladder, presumably leading to the roof. We broke through the hatch and... you know what we found? A bunch of wet dirt. As if the building had somehow become buried underground. The dirt was at least soft enough that if we were really inclined to, we might be able to crawl up through it, but we're not desperate enough for that. Not yet. We're sitting in the library now. We moved away from the cafeteria because the group digging into the wall was starting to freak us out. They were looking worse for wear every time they came back out, faces dripping with sweat, the skin on their hands slowly tearing away. Cafeteria was running out of chairs. We tried convincing them to stop, told them that they must have excavated hundreds of feet of drywall, and yet they were still going nowhere. But they wouldn't listen. They almost seemed possessed, deathly intent on the idea that eventually they'd make it out. I got a message from James telling me that there's still police surrounding every inch of the building, that they've expanded the perimeter so that nobody can get a good look at it. Multiple SWAT teams have arrived. There's heard sporadic gunshots ringing through the air. I don't want to say that we've given up, but we really don't know what to do. There's 4 of us here: Rachel, Jason, Amira, and myself. We didn't know Jason or Amira. We just happened to end up together. Most people have split off into smaller groups, though. I've seen a few sitting or standing by themselves. We've been talking a lot, trying to figure it out, to rationalize things. Amira thinks we've ended up in hell, and that it explains why everyone else has disappeared. I told her that doesn't make any sense. I mean, because why us? Huh? Why a bunch of university students writing a philosophy exam? She looked at me, asked if I'd ever done anything terrible. I told her sure, but so is almost everybody else. So why were we singled out? She didn't respond to that. She then changed the topic, asked us what we'd seen on the second page of our exams. I thought about that strange-looking machine, about how it seemed so familiar, but I still couldn't place it. I guess it was some memory that'd been buried too deep. Amira told us that the only thing on her paper had been a sketch of a man's face. Middle-aged, disheveled hair, scars all across. She said she'd seen that man before, a long time ago. She'd been on a family vacation on a beach somewhere. It was nighttime. She'd snuck out of the hotel with a cousin. They were sitting on the sand in the dark, staring out at the ocean when they saw a figure ahead, sitting waist deep in the water. Each wave that rolled onto the beach was heavy enough to completely submerge the guy, but this didn't seem to bother him. He just sat there. This entire time they thought that he was facing towards the ocean, but then the clouds cleared and the moonlight revealed that he was actually looking straight at them, staring with eyes so wide he had to be forcing them open. She said that he stood up, and seconds later he was running towards them. Of course, they immediately began sprinting away, but by the time Amira got back to the hotel, her friend was no longer there. She told her parents and police were involved, and neither of them were ever found. Jason said that his paper contained only a phone number: 123-456-7890. The same number he'd gotten a call from the day that his former roommate had committed suicide. He was in his old apartment working on an assignment when he saw the number pop up on his screen. Bored and curious, he picked it up. He said that the voice on the other end was robotic, genderless. It sounded automated. And the only thing it said was that his roommate, Kyle, was about to die. He thought it was some fucked up prank until he heard a banging noise coming from Kyle's room. He rushed over there and swung open the door, and Kyle was standing on a chair in the middle of the room with a noose around his neck. There was a little girl sitting on the windowsill behind him, wearing a large hat that covered her eyes and nose. Kyle grinned at him before suddenly kicking the chair away. Jason tried to save him, but he wasn't able to. After Kyle went unconscious, the little girl started to laugh at him and then jumped out of the window. They were on the 17th floor, and then he remembered that Kyle never had a window in his room. The police were never able to trace the call. It came back as a dead number. This entire time, Rachel hadn't said anything at all. The blood had drained from her skin, and she was staring down at the floor. We assured her that she didn't have to talk about it if she wasn't comfortable talking about it. She took a deep breath and said that her exam had a Polaroid photo taped to it. A photo of herself in her childhood bedroom, taken from inside the closet. She said that she had a boyfriend in high school named Chris. One night, they were both sitting in her room, and for whatever reason, they began to argue. It turned ugly, and then Chris ran into her closet and shut the door. She thought that he was being immature and told him to come out, but he said nothing and just stayed in there. She then walked over and opened the door. But he wasn't there. And her closet was tiny. There was nowhere he could have been hiding. But then she heard a noise coming from above, coming from the ceiling. Something like somebody laughing, but not Chris's voice, like an elderly woman's. She closed the door and told her dad what had happened. He called the police and they searched the entire house, but they could neither find Chris nor the woman. Chris was never seen again. Then they all looked at me. I told them that I'd seen the diagram of some sort of machine, but that I genuinely couldn't remember what it was supposed to be. I'm not sure if they believed me, but none of them pressed me about it. Of course, it freaked me the fuck out, because if those things had happened to them, then what the fuck happened to me? What was my brain trying to erase? Amira suggested that we go back into the exam room so I could take a look at it, jog my memory. I told her absolutely the hell not. that I had no interest in finding out, but then Rachel said that she was pretty sure she'd left her phone charger in that room. So she was going to go over there anyway. We agreed to accompany her. When we got there, we found that somebody had turned the lights off. Problem was, we didn't know exactly where the lights were. Maybe somewhere on the rightmost wall. We walked inside and I was about to turn on my phone flashlight when Rachel stopped me. She told us to be quiet. So we did. And then we could hear it. The faint sound of several pencils scribbling against paper. As our eyes adjusted to the dark, we could make out the silhouettes of several figures sitting down hunched over the desks. We ran out of there and shut the door behind us, and then barricaded it with chairs. On our way back to the library, we passed by the hole in the wall and noticed that it had gone silent. It hadn't been silent for a while. Jason took this to mean that they'd finally tunneled their way back outside, that they just hadn't bothered coming back in to let us know. I wasn't so sure about that, but he'd already ran inside. We followed after him, doing our best to traverse through the crooked, uneven path. It was surprising just how long it stretched on for, but at some point, the air started to become so cold and crisp, and then we could see daylight. Gray and muted, but unmistakable against the darkness. Jason became ecstatic. He turned around with his huge smile on his face and said that we'd done it, that we were going to make it out. But something wasn't right about this because there shouldn't have been daylight. Because it was midnight. He began running faster, and we struggled to keep up, but soon the tunnel had reached its end. Soon we were outside, just not anywhere I recognized, not anywhere where we should have been. Somehow we were now out in the fucking ocean. Thick gray clouds rolled across the sky above, heavy thunder rumbling in the distance. Rain came down in a light drizzle. In front of us was what looked like a giant metal platform, like a vast, sprawling sewer grate hovering above the water. I was hesitant to step on it, but I tested it with my foot and it seemed to be sturdy. We walked out onto it and looked around, though it was hard to describe what we saw. It was like a floating city constructed entirely out of steel. The more I looked around, the more uncanny the architecture seemed. The buildings were too pointed, almost sword-like. They were also built in a way that seemed haphazard, nonsensical. There were vast stretches of empty space, but also areas where several buildings converged into one, forming a grotesque-looking metallic behemoth of a structure. They almost looked like giant metal tumors. Some buildings were tall enough to pierce the clouds, while others were no larger than a shed. Some of them were unorthodox shapes. There was a pyramid, a sphere, a pentagon. Some buildings seemed to be hovering in the air without any visible support. There were lights in some of the windows, though. There didn't seem to be anybody around. The air smelled like raw fish, smoke, gasoline. There was a constant grating noise in the background. It sounded like metal being sharpened. Every time lightning flashed above the clouds, we could see the outline of colossal figures in the sky. One of them looked like a human skull, another like a serpent with thousands of tendrils. Jason's expression took a sharp turn from hopeful to unbridled anguish. He knelt down, he buried his face in his hands. We tried to pull him to his feet, but he wouldn't budge. Rachel pointed out somebody in the distance, standing on top of one of the buildings. We thought it could have been Arnold because he was wearing the same red shirt. It looked like he was watching us. We debated whether or not we should try to call out to him, but we decided to stay silent. And after a while, He walked off the edge, plummeting what looked like hundreds of feet down to the platform. The fall should have been enough to turn his body into a pancake, but he landed. He landed perfectly on his feet, seeming no worse for wear. But then he got down on all fours and began crawling towards us. It was a shocking enough visual that it kind of paralyzed us for a moment before we were able to regain our bearings. We turned, we bolted back towards the tunnel, but we couldn't find Jason. We looked around until we saw him sitting on the rails at the edge of the platform. We called out to him, but he paid us no attention. And then he jumped. Before he could even hit the water, a gigantic pale hand shot up from the ocean, grabbed him, dragged him down. I looked at my feet through the openings in the platform. Hovering just below the surface of the water was what looked like a human face. Probably about a dozen feet wide. The best I can describe the expression on his face is that of enthusiastic malice. As if it just couldn't wait to hurt us. I looked back at Arnold, and now he was close enough for us to see that his head had been twisted all the way around. We ran back into the tunnel, crashing through the drywall until we made it back inside the building. We began barricading it with tables, chairs, whatever we could find, but nothing followed us back. We sat on the floor and we caught our breaths. We're still sitting here. There's been little discussion about what we just saw. Seems like we're all at a loss for words. So we've just seen a group of students walking out of the cafeteria, each one carrying a kitchen knife. We asked them what they were doing. When they turned to face us, we could see their forearms were all caked with blood. They told us they'd found a way out through the basement, that there was a hidden tunnel in one of the walls that would take us outside, but that first they needed to get rid of the people blocking the way. They asked us if we wanted to join, that there was a lot of people down there and that they could use our help. Rachel asked them what these people looked like. They told us, like statues. Large, pale, naked, stiff. But they knew that they weren't statues because they screamed and bled. And they could be killed. They asked us again if we wanted to join. And the most disturbing part was that they didn't seem to be crazed or delusional. Their expression was lucid. Their voices earnest. Maybe they were telling the truth. But we still couldn't do it. We continued sitting there. We were starting to hear strange things, muffled chanting coming from beneath us, heavy footsteps from directly above us, as if several people had started running around in circles. One of the doors next to us suddenly opened, but nobody came out. We all got up and walked away from it. We walked back into the library, but now we weren't alone. We found some more students in there, 3 of them, huddled tightly together near one of the desks. They glanced over at us as we walked in, but they just as quickly looked away. We sat down across from them, tried talking to them, asking how they were holding up. But they only gave us one-word answers before shrinking back into their group. They were now whispering to each other with these huge smiles on their faces, clearly trying to hold back laughter. Every now and then they'd glance towards us, and their laughter would go up a pitch, become more boisterous. Soon they were just openly cackling, tears coming out of their eyes, fists pounding the table. Finally, we snapped and screamed at them, asked them what the fuck was supposed to be so funny. It was like a switch had been flipped and they all went silent, their expressions frozen in this hateful glare. One of them stared directly at me and asked if I remembered what happened during that camping trip in Colorado. I asked them what the fuck they're talking about. "You don't remember the cabin," the guy responded. And that was enough for my brain to connect things. A rush of memories came flooding back, memories that had been repressed for a reason. Immediately, I stood up and stormed out of the library. Behind me, I could hear them starting to laugh again. Rachel and Amir followed me out, asking me what that was about. I told them that I now remembered where I'd seen that machine. I'm not sure exactly how old I was. Maybe my early teens. We were on our annual family camping trip in the mountains. It was my parents, my brother Derek, and myself. One night, Derek and I were walking through the woods while our parents were preparing dinner. It was evening, the sky above a brilliant orange-red as the sun prepared to set. We didn't wander too far from the camp. We knew the woods well, but not well enough. We weren't dumb. Which is why we were surprised to find a cabin sitting in the middle of a clearing. We'd surveyed the area so thoroughly before settling on a place to pitch our tents that there's almost no chance we wouldn't have come across it in the process, but there it was. What we found strange was how well maintained it seemed to be. The wood had yet to start rotting, the paint was immaculate, and the windows were clean. There were even flowers growing out of several colorful pots placed around the entrance. If it had looked like something out of a horror movie instead of some grandma's retirement home, I'm sure we would have ran back to our parents and told them about it, but instead, we became curious. We took the bait. We walked up to the door and prepared to knock on it, only to find that it was already slightly open. At that moment, I remember feeling a cool wind coming out from the crack. I didn't like it. It frightened me. I told Derek that we should leave, but he waved me off and pushed the door open the rest of the way. The interior of the place didn't match what we'd seen outside. It was completely empty. I mean, it was just one large room, no doors, no stairs leading to a second floor despite there being a balcony above, peeling walls, dust covering every surface, a heavy smell of mothballs. Everything about it was just a big fuck no. The only thing inside was the machine. It was just sitting there a few feet away from the entrance, about the size of a basketball. Once again, I implored Derek to get the hell out of there, but he wasn't listening. He seemed transfixed by the thing, his eyes glued to it as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. It almost looked like he was in a trance or something. It freaked me the fuck out. I tried physically dragging him away, but it was like his feet were glued to the floor. I had to shake him for well over a minute to finally snap him out of it. We went back to our campsite. And remembering the next part filled me with guilt and regret. We never ended up telling our parents about the cabin. There had been nobody inside, so no danger, right? We forgot about it. We ate dinner and went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw that Derek was no longer in his sleeping bag. I looked around for him, eventually spotting him disappearing into the trees. I grabbed my flashlight and followed after him, but he was moving fast. I started sprinting and calling out to him, asking him where the hell he was going. I chased him all the way towards the cabin, but he had already gone inside by the time I had reached the clearing. The door was wide open, and there was a dim light emanating from inside. I slowed my pace. I really didn't want to follow him inside, but I continued to inch my way closer. I was only a few feet away when a man appeared inside the doorway, nearly giving me a heart attack. He looked to be in his 70s, extremely tall, sickly thin. thick black veins bulging across his hands and arms, wearing a tattered suit, bearing this forced smile, his mouth filled with large, fake-looking teeth. He waved once at me before suddenly slamming the door shut. I ran back to our campsite. I told my parents what had happened. My dad grabbed his gun while my mom started packing everything up. I led him over to the clearing, and he told me to go back and wait with my mom before storming up to the house and kicking down the door. We waited for about 15 minutes before he came back, carrying Derek in his arms. He continued carrying him as we hiked down the mountain in the darkness. I remember him looking over his shoulder every few seconds. Nobody said a word. Not even as we made it back to the parking lot, got inside of our car, and began driving away. I tried talking to Derek, but he was unresponsive. He was completely out of it. His eyes glazed over in a way that terrified me. Of course, my mom and I both pleaded my dad for answers, but he didn't offer one. He stayed completely silent until we made it back home. He dropped my mom and I off before telling us that he was taking Derek to the hospital. He didn't explain what for. Derek never came back home. He stayed in the hospital for a few months until he was transferred to a different facility, put under the care of specialists, as I'd been told. I didn't know what it meant back then. I still have no idea. I never saw my brother again. My dad never explained what he saw in that cabin. As you can guess, it kind of drove me mad over the years. I wanted answers so bad to the point where I tried going back up the mountain myself several years later. I never found that cabin again. And when my dad found out what I'd done, he sent me to a psychiatrist named John. I think he was a psychiatrist. I don't really remember his title, but I guess he did a great job because I ended up repressing the entire thing, replacing it with a false sequence of memories. My brother had fallen ill shortly after our trip. He never recovered from it. This is the story my brain had run with all these years. And quite frankly, I think I was better off for it. This was a horrible fucking thing to suddenly remember. I guess I must have looked pretty mortified because Rachel came over and tried to comfort me, telling me the same things that John had. How it wasn't my fault. How there's nothing I could have done. I didn't believe John then. I didn't believe Rachel now. But I still appreciated the effort. The past was the past. Effort was wasted dwelling on it. Amira, on the other hand, hadn't said anything. She was just staring at me with this confused expression. After a while, she asked me something. Are you sure that's what happened? I asked her why she was asking me that. Because we're in hell, she responded. They'd want you to think that. They'd want you to think every horrible thing imaginable. Rachel rolled her eyes, asked her to quit it. That's not productive, she explained. Just stop. I was never at that beach, Amira continued, ignoring her. There was no man. I had no cousin. None of it happened. I asked her why she had suddenly changed her mind, because earlier she had seemed so convinced that this was something that had actually happened to her. Because the devil's here, she responded. Rachel asked her if that was supposed to be a metaphor or something. No, the devil's here right now. I can see him. She pointed to somewhere behind us. Rachel and I turned around. We couldn't see anything at first. It was just a dark hallway. But then our eyes adjusted and we could discern a head peeking out from one of the open lockers. I asked Amir how she knew that was the devil. She said that it spoke to her. But not through words, that it was trying to taunt her, trying to drive fear into her heart. "If that's the devil, then why are you smiling?" Rachel asked. "Shouldn't we get the fuck away from him?" "We won't escape him. But we don't have to be scared of him either. Because that's what he wants." Her smile grew wider. "Just don't give him what he wants. Then we'll all be fine." Rachel shook her head. "What the fuck are you talking about?" She grabbed Amir's hand, tried to pull her away from the hallway, but she wouldn't budge. Suddenly all the locker doors swung open at once. We froze, staring into the dark. "Please," Rachel whispered, now a quiver in her voice. "Don't do this. Let's go." Amir kept smiling. "I'm not afraid." Rachel shook her head, looked at me. "Run," she said. So we did. We didn't hear any footsteps behind us, but we could hear Amir continuing to shout at the top of her lungs for the devil to come get her, that she wasn't afraid. It lasted only a few seconds before she went quiet. We didn't really know where to go, and nowhere felt particularly safe. There was another library on the second floor, but we'd have to move past the bridge to get to it. So we avoided that. We decided to head towards the food court, which was also on the second floor, but all the way on the other end. The closer we got to it, the more we could smell something. Like burning meat in the air. Something getting exponentially stronger with every step we took. Soon the air had become dark with rancid smoke. We pulled our shirts up over our noses and peeked out from around the corner leading to the court. We could see 5 or 6 of our fellow students sitting in a circle in front of the subway. Laid in between them was what looked like a charred, burning corpse. They were just staring at it. Sitting close enough to the flames, they should have been suffocated by it. The students were rocking slowly back and forth, heads tilted slightly to the ceiling. They were making these weird twitching motions with their hands. Their fingers were all horrifically bent and twisted. Then we blinked and the fire disappeared. No water dumped on it, nothing to suffocate it. It was just gone in an instant, inexplicably deleted from the universe. The students stopped, and we stood there in pin-drop silence until the burnt, smoking figure sat up on its own. And that's when we realized how big it was. Its shoulders rising well past their heads. We turned around, backed away as silently as we could. Currently, we're taking refuge in some random classroom. And it seems safe in here. But whatever else that's happened, who knows when that'll change. We can't stay here forever. We need to figure something out. We decided to go up to the 3rd floor. Not sure what we were hoping to find, but where else could we go? The 3rd floor consisted mostly of smaller classrooms, an administrative office, a small student pub tucked away in one of the corners. We headed for the pub, breathing simultaneous sighs of relief once we found it empty. I sat at the bar while Rachel went behind it and began pouring up 2 rum and cokes, both with more rum than coke. She sat next to me, finished the drink in one gulp, and then buried her face in her hands. She asked me if I thought Amira was right. If we really were in hell. I sipped my drink and told her that I didn't, but that I also didn't have an explanation for what this could have been, if not hell. That I couldn't even really believe it was happening. That it all felt so surreal. That I wasn't fully convinced that this wasn't a dream. Rachel said that this couldn't have been a dream, so I asked her what she thought it was. After some thinking, she said that maybe all of us had just gotten extremely unlucky, marked to suffer at the hands of some unknowable cosmic force for reasons we were never meant to understand. I nodded and made myself another drink. She looked at me. "Do you think we still have a chance of getting out of here?" she asked. I told her that even if I didn't, I wouldn't have admitted it. That it was better to be optimistically delusional than to give up. She smiled and said that she liked that answer, and that I better not go insane on her or else she'll kill me. I told her likewise, and we grabbed some knives from the cabinet behind the bar and then ventured back out. As we were walking, Rachel asked me if it seemed darker now. I considered this carefully. It was just barely noticeable, but I could tell that it was. And in a strange way, it wasn't as if the lights themselves had dimmed, more so that it was being smothered by something. The air just seemed thicker, heavier, weighed down by some intangible element. We discovered the source of it when we walked over to the atrium and looked down over the railings at the lower floors. At first it was hard to understand what we were seeing. It looked like the first floor had been completely submerged by a void, just a blanket of sheer gloom extending nearly halfway up to the second floor. Thick, dark spirals drifting up from it like smoke, gradually spreading through the air. But unlike smoke, it felt cold. Slowly, it was becoming harder to breathe, the air growing saturated by this inscrutable stench. Something sharp, pungent, metallic, as if an old medicine cabinet had been doused with blood and then lit on fire. We then noticed that it was rising, getting closer to us, not just the smoke, but the actual darkness itself, as if it were being pumped in from somewhere. It wasn't moving fast, but eventually it would reach us. We backed away from the railing and then stared at each other, as if the other person might have an answer. Which, of course, neither of us did. The panic hits much harder when time becomes your enemy, when the threat is so ominous but still yet to be defined. But what happened when it reached us? We were determined not to find out. We took some deep breaths and then settled on a purely logical approach. The darkness was moving up towards us, so how could we escape it? By moving up ourselves, Rachel said. I was about to ask her how until I realized where she was going with this. The maintenance room. The hatch. The dirt. Theoretically, it could be a way out, maybe the only way out. I just didn't like it. I wasn't a fan. She asked if I had any other suggestions. I told her I didn't. I tried to come up with something, but my brain was firing blanks. I looked back over the railing. The darkness was still climbing, getting closer, and now I could see something poking up from it. It was a gigantic head connected to a thick, dark, slimy stalk which was connected to God knows what. It hovered in place for a while before turning up to look at us. It was Jason's head, bloated up to about 10 times the size it should have been. His skin had become a painful-looking dark purple, his eyes bloodshot and nearly bulging out of their sockets. His mouth was hanging open, his jaw slack to the point of appearing dislocated. He released this loud and awful croaking noise, something so inhuman that mere exposure to it induced a type of dread I had never felt before. There was something inside his mouth. It looked like a pale spider with the head of a wrinkled old man. He was just crawling around on his tongue, sporadically looking up and grinning. Suddenly the idea of crawling through dirt didn't seem so bad. I backed away and told Rachel that we needed to get to the maintenance room ASAP. I must have looked pretty terrified because she asked me what I'd seen down there. I told her. She didn't want to know. She decided to look away. Seconds later, we were both running. The maintenance room was all the way on the other end of the building, but if we moved fast, we could get there in just a few minutes. Problem was, we couldn't move very fast. The air had become so thick that we nearly drowned in it. We had to inhale several large mouthfuls just to get enough oxygen to move forward a few steps. And that was another problem. The air itself was so extremely bitter that it was burning our throats and nostrils. The smoke was so heavy that it was hard to keep our eyes open for more than a few seconds before they started to sting like hell. And if all that wasn't enough, the light had been reduced to a fraction of its original brightness. It was hard to tell where we were going at all. But desperation's a pretty powerful force. We were convinced that all we needed to do was reach the maintenance room and we'd be free from this nightmare, and we didn't need to rationalize it. The fear of turning into one of those grotesque, bloated heads was visceral enough to drive us ahead. Of course, it wasn't easy. In fact, I never thought something could be so excruciating. When I fell to my knees with a sharp stinging in my chest, Rachel helped me up. And when it happened to her, I did the same. Before we cleared the atrium, I took one last look over the railing to find that Jason's head had been joined by about a dozen more, all vaguely familiar faces that had been swollen and mutated into some horrendous version of the people they once were. Now the darkness had reached the second floor. By the time that we rounded the corner leading to the maintenance room, we were too compromised to stand. Unable to do much more than crawl, still, we pulled ourselves forward, our lungs aching and eyes burning. We could just barely see the outline of the door. We were so close. And then we could see nothing at all. Not that it mattered, because we could no longer open our eyes without it feeling like they were being pierced by several hundred needles at once. Now every breath we tried to take seemed to get stuck in our throats, as if the air had turned into concrete. We were forced to hold it. We couldn't have been more than a few feet away, so we just kept crawling, feeling along the wall until we found the door. As we searched for the handle, we could hear that croaking noise echoing off the walls, much louder now, like several voices in unison, ones that sounded dangerously close. My head was flooded with images of those bloated heads floating towards us with their mouths wide open, the spider creatures ready to jump out at us and do who knows the fuck what. We managed to open the door before any of them could reach us, and once we were in, we wasted no time slamming it shut. It was pitch black inside. But now we could breathe. Now we could actually open our eyes. I took my phone and turned the flashlight on, half expecting to find some monstrosity staring down in the darkness. But there was nothing. We were alone. We gave ourselves a breather before looking for the light switch and then flipping it on. There were still traces of the smoke floating around from when we'd opened the door, but not enough for it to be suffocating. It was safe in here, for the time being. We could still hear the croaking through the walls, still getting louder, as if those things knew exactly where we were and had honed in on us. We barricaded the door with whatever miscellaneous shit we could find. A desk, some chairs, some buckets. I'm not sure why we were convinced it would help, but I guess it provided a modicum of comfort. We both took a deep breath and then opened up the hatch. Some clumps of dirt fell through. Now the croaking had turned into a roar. It sounded like it was right outside the door. There was a loud bang, and the room shook. One of the walls cracked. We looked at each other. Last chance to back out, but where the hell would we go? We climbed up the ladder and into the dirt. Never in my life had I imagined what crawling through sheer dirt might feel like, but it's hard to understate just how miserable of an experience it was. The weight of the earth crushing you from every angle, cold, damp soil clinging to your skin, your hair, soaking into your clothes, catching mouthfuls of soil as you struggle desperately to climb upwards. Every inch demanding almost every ounce of strength you have to offer. And the entire time we could still hear the croaking from below, feeling the rhythmic force of something pounding up against the ceiling like a drum beat through the dirt. At some point it sounded like something had managed to tear the ceiling apart. We just kept climbing. I lost track of exactly where Rachel was, but I could hear her struggling somewhere close by. I'm not sure how long we crawled for. It must have been a few minutes, but it also could have been an hour. My arms had never felt so heavy. I'd never felt so much strain on my lungs. The stench, the taste of metal, minerals, and earth was overwhelming that I was forced to swallow back puke. Sometimes I'd feel something biting my skin and I'd thrash my limbs until it stopped. But as bad as it got, I never stopped. It wasn't an option. I died from exhaustion before accepting whatever fate awaited us below. It was like ecstasy when I finally saw light. The smell of fresh air was sweet, warm enough to feel like a nice, dry blanket against my cold, wet skin. I pulled the rest of my body up to the surface just as my muscles surrendered for good. I flopped onto the ground, catching my breath, savoring the relief. After a while, I found the energy to sit up. I was in a forest. A strange one. The trees were like skyscrapers. Extremely thick trunks, extremely tall, standing to the sky. The branches were all a zigzag shape, interlacing with each other to form a bizarre but kind of beautiful pattern above. The plants around me were odd but stunning at the same time. Gigantic mushrooms that pulsed with neon light, colorful bushes with gelatinous orbs stuck into them, flowers over 6 feet tall, with tentacle-like protrusions that moved with the breeze. All around me were alien noises coming from hidden creatures. I got the sense that they all were aware of my presence. They just didn't want to be seen. But the place didn't feel dangerous. If anything, it was peaceful. I was too busy being blown away by it all that I'd forgotten about Rachel. She still hadn't made it up. I considered that maybe she'd become disoriented, started crawling in the wrong direction. I tried calling out to her. When I got no response, I began to dig back down. I didn't go far. Soon her head popped up from the dirt. Her face was covered by mud in a few areas where it wasn't. I could see that her skin had become beet red. She was coughing, gagging violently. I crawled over and helped pull her out the rest of the way. She knelt down and violently dry heaved before puking up a mouthful of dirt and vomit. She wiped the dirt away from her face as she gasped for air. I could see tears rolling down her cheeks. Happy tears. She was smiling. But we didn't linger. There was no guarantee that those things wouldn't eventually follow us up, so as soon as we'd recovered enough strength, we chose a direction at random, and we began walking. The soft dirt floor soon gave way to firmer grass, and after a while, we found a man-made path. There was a tree in front of it with what looked like a huge red arrow spray-painted across the trunk, pointing left. We debated with each other about whether or not to follow it. Rachel argued that it could have been a trap. I argued that it was a breadcrumb left by somebody who had been in a similar position to ourselves. We argued for a long time, switching positions every so often until we ultimately decided that our best option was just to follow it. It turned out to be a good decision. It first led us to a creek with water so unadulterated, so crystal clear, that we almost felt bad about using it to wash the dirt from our skin and clothes. There was another message spray-painted into the grass in front of it. Drinkable. The water was cold, smooth going down our throats. It tasted vaguely like honey. Then we continued on the path. Whenever it forked into multiple paths, there was always an arrow painted somewhere to guide us. As we walked, we encountered various different creatures. All of them bore some degree of resemblance to animals and insects we'd seen before, but not fully. Their colors were bright. Their skin and fur far more luminous. Their anatomy more beautifully intricate than anything we were familiar with. A stark contrast from whatever the hell we'd just escaped. We counted 22 arrows before we finally arrived at a small cabin in a clearing. I suppose the best way to describe it was rustic. Small structure, somewhat haphazard in appearance, but strangely inviting at the same time. We walked up to the front door, still somewhat wary about entering. We looked at each other, came to a silent agreement that we may as well. that we've already come so far. We knocked. When nobody answered, we tried the handle. Inside, it smelled like wood, coffee, cigarettes. The place was bare bones save for a small desk. There was somebody sitting up in the chair behind it, sleeping with his face pointed to the ceiling and his mouth wide open. A young man with messy blonde hair wearing a jacket and jeans. A rifle was laid across his lap, one of his fingers still firm on the trigger. One of his hands was bandaged up. On the desk was a collection of paper, pens, notebooks, knives, box of ammunition, steaming cup. We didn't immediately try to wake him, at the risk of startling the guy and having him pump us full of lead. We didn't have to. Soon an alarm clock went off and he jostled awake. When he saw us, he shrieked, began fumbling around with the rifle for long enough that we could have run over and snatched it away if we really wanted to. But we didn't. Once he'd gotten it steady in his hands, he stood up and pointed at us. We put our hands up. He just stared at us for a while before lowering it, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank God," he said. "I'm so sorry, it's just nobody's come through for a long fucking time. Wasn't expecting it." And he smiled. "Glad to see you," he said. "I mean, I'm not glad that you're here, but it just gets so lonely sometimes. Nice to talk to somebody." We asked him where the hell we were. He shook his head, took a long exhale. "I'd be lying if I told you that I understood any of this," he said. "But I'll fill you in on what I can. Just be prepared to listen. It'll take a while." He walked over to a counter at the back of the room, upon which sat a pot of steaming black liquid. He poured out 2 cups of it, and then walked back over, handing one to each of us. "Black coffee with honey, pure grain alcohol," he told us, before sitting back down. "So, first things first, I gotta know. Where were you guys?" I asked him what he meant. I mean, where were you when you became trapped? Where all the crazy shit started. I was in a parking garage, getting ready to leave work. We told him that we were in a university, which seemed to disappoint him. He said that was boring, that somebody named Hansen had been in an abandoned insane asylum on a remote Arctic island, a journalist trying to uncover evidence of clandestine government experiments. To imagine what kind of shit he went through. We asked him who Hansen was. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an ancient-looking carton of cigarettes. He struck a match, lit one of them, took a few drags before answering. Well, he's a survivor. We all are. And now, so are you two. He was dying. The freezing water sapping his strength. He pounded his fist against the freezing ice, his lungs beginning to burn. Somewhere a siren was singing like a harbinger of his fast approaching death. He opened his mouth to scream, the siren pounding through his panic-stricken mind. Ice fluid filled his mouth, burning his lungs as he was ejected unceremoniously onto the cold steel floor, coughing and hacking as the hypersleep fluid drained away through the steel grating. The dream hadn't been real, but sirens still blurred all about him. Slowly he climbed to his feet, wiping the noxious fluid from his arms and chest as he learned to breathe once again. Still shaking, he didn't bother to dress. but staggered naked into the crew corridor, heading for the flight deck. Suddenly a woman appeared before him, a light blue aura surrounding her body. "Sorry to wake you, sir, but I have a high level 5 emergency."
"Where's the captain?"
"Regulations state," she droned, "that the captain should not be awakened for anything less than a level 3 emergency per Drake Corps regulations."
"Fucking Drake Corps," he muttered.
"Your objection has been noted and sent to the Drake Corps administration," she announced.
"Remind me to deprogram you at some point," he said, walking straight through her.
"Any interference with Drake Corporation technology," she droned, following on behind him, "will be classed as espionage and will be dealt with to the full extent of the law."
"Like I give a tin shit,"
he muttered, hitting the button to the vacuum door that led to the bridge, before dropping himself down unceremoniously before the nearest console.
"Turn off the sirens, for Christ's sake. Let's see what's going on here."
The ship's AI did as she was bid, and the ship fell into blessed silence while he checked the sensors for any kind of disturbance or unusual anomaly. There was a sudden blip on the screen, and his eyes narrowed. He checked all interstellar band waves, and there it was. A distress beacon. Life Pod 6350-2, point of origin G11226, ice planet, Eurydius.
"Jenna,"
he turned to the still flickering ship's AI.
"How far are we out from our destination?"
"We are 1 Earth week away from G11226, designated Eurydius ice planet mining colony. Harvested minerals include—"
Okay, he cut her off. "Didn't ask for a goddamn lecture on the place. Just deploy the grappling hooks, drag that life pod on board. Begin decontamination process."
"Negative," she replied. "Authorization for such procedures must come from Captain Mercer or Lieutenant Harrigan."
"Fine," he growled. "Wake up the captain, then."
For once, she didn't argue. "Cryosleep procedures for awakening Captain Mercer are now in place."
"Peachy,"
he muttered, climbing to his feet and heading for the door. Mercifully, the ship's AI turned its human masquerade off, but Trayton could almost feel its eyes dogging his every step. After popping into the crew deck, he threw on a flight suit and headed down to the cryotubes. Captain Mercer was already up and dressed, shaking off the hypersleep like the seasoned professional he was.
"Flight Officer Trayton," he nodded to the other man's approach. "Jenna's already informed me of the situation. I've instructed her to start waking the rest of the crew. Go to the bridge, you have my authorization to use a grappling hook, and bring the life pod on board. Put it in dock in Bay 3. I'll meet you there once the rest of the crew is orientated." "Sure thing, Captain,"
Trayton said, resisting the urge to salute. This wasn't a military vessel, although Drake Corps had added a last-minute consignment of 20 security personnel to the Intrepid after communication with the mining colony on Eurydius had gone dark. 30 minutes later, after a smooth retrieval, Trayton stood in Cargo Bay 3. The bay was a small one of its kind. The Intrepid herself was no more than an interstellar scout ship, military class C, bought and refurbished by Drake Corps to visit their off-world colonies. Not for the executives, of course. The big boys traveled in style. This kind of vessel was for grunt work, repairs and parts all the way. In this case, the boys back on Earth had decided there was a serious malfunction in communications, probably caused by solar winds or geomatic storms. But after 2 weeks with no communication from Eurydius, the company had been forced to send an appraisal vessel to see what the hell was going on. The journey with current tech had been around 3 years, a marvel only made possible by technology given to the human race by the Kentorian Empire in exchange for nothing more than water. Not gold or silver, but simple water, of which the planet had in abundance. This exchange had, in a matter of months, advanced human technology to heights only dreamed of in works of science fiction. So what if a few million people died of famine and thirst? The big corporations had got what they wanted. And who do you think was at the forefront of developing these new technological marvels? Who else but Drake Corps, leading the world in interstellar exploration.
"More like exploitation,"
Trayton muttered, where he stood next to the captain, lost in thought.
"You say something, Trey?"
the captain said, standing patiently as Jenna scanned the life pod for any signs of damage. "She's intact, Captain." The blue hologram flickered into life in front of them. "One passenger aboard critically injured but stable. The lifeboat's autodock is working on the passenger, one Joseph Hyland.
rank minor engineer, and marine diver 2nd class. Injuries consist of 4 shattered ribs, 1 punctured lung, multiple cuts and abrasions, scalp lacerations, cracked skull, 1 broken ankle. Current state, medically induced coma. Holy shit. The hell happened to him? Drayton said, shifting uncomfortably. I don't know, a meat grinder or something? The captain ignored him. How long until he's conscious, Jenna? Estimation with current ongoing procedures, 1 standard earthquake, she replied. And if we move him to sickbay? Not recommended, she replied. Any movement at this stage could kill the patient. Recommend we let the autodoc continue treatment until the patient is more stable. Understood, the captain nodded before turning to Drayton. Lieutenant, go get the food recycler online. The crew will be hungry after their journey. Go take a shower, Trey. You smell like a cryo tube. You got it, Captain. Oh, and good work, Lieutenant, Mercer called after him, but he was already gone, happy to offload the heavy work to the higher-ups. Trey probably stayed in the hydro shower longer than he should have, but today's shower water was tomorrow's coffee, so who cares? Besides, dried-on cryo jelly was a bitch to remove. By the time he left the steaming bathroom, his skin felt tender and raw. He shrugged into a fresh flight suit and strapped on his boots. Luckily, his officer rank had given him the privilege of a private room. It wasn't very big or comfortable, not on a rig like this, but it was better than sharing 4 to a room like the rest of the crew. Giving himself a cursory glance at the mirror, he headed down to Deck 2 in the mess hall. Like everything else on the ship, the mess hall wasn't very large. All white walls, metal bench-like tables, and the humming recyclers. Most of the 10-man crew sat at the dining table, whilst the Drake Corps security unit sat a little apart. All except for their sergeant major, who seemed to be in some kind of heated discussion with Captain Mercer. The sergeant was a big man, wide at the shoulders and narrow at the hips. The guy looked like he could drink boiling water and piss out ice cubes. Still, if Mercer was intimidated by the bigger man, it didn't show. He shook his head for the 3rd time and walked over to Trey, who was now standing by the recyc machine, leaving the sergeant red-faced and sweating. What you having, Drayton? The captain said, drawing closer. The meat-tasting goo or the fruit-flavored goo? I thought I'd mix them together, Trey laughed. You're a sick fuck, Drayton. The captain smiled, but to Trey that smile seemed strained around the edges. You mind me asking what all that was about? Trey asked, nodding towards the furious sergeant, who had now sat back down and was talking to his men in hushed, conspiratory tones. He didn't agree with my decision to not approach the planet until we can revive the newest member of our crew. Son of a bitch told me to open the auto dock, fill the poor bastard with stems, force him to talk. And when I tell him that would probably kill the guy, he shrugged and called it collateral damage. What'd you expect? Trey shrugged. Compassion from Drake Corps? You know who we work for. Like we have a choice, the captain said, pouring himself a cup of brown sludge that passed for coffee. All their competitors been driven under, consumed by the company. You want to work in this business, you work for the corporation. Yeah, Drayton said, following Mercer back to the crew table. Drake Corps is building a brighter future for the off-world colonies. Talking of a brighter future, Mercer said, grimacing at the taste of his coffee. You've just been promoted to my second in command. Trey looked at him, his fork halfway to his mouth. What? Why? What about Lieutenant Harrigan? Cryotube failure. She isn't... What? No, the captain replied. She's stuck in stasis. Cryotubes reporting medical difficulties, whatever that means. So the damn thing won't open till we get back to Earth. That means you get a field promotion, pal. Congratulations. Trey grinned. Those talking heads at the corporation will be foaming at the mouth when they realize they still have to pay her salary, plus she takes a nice little nap. Not to mention your own pay increase, of course. The captain grinned back at him. I'll drink to that. Drayton laughed, raising his cup. Mercer looked despairingly at the black grunge in his coffee cup. With balls like that, Drayton, looks like I chose the right man for the job. The next week was a flurry of activities, under mounting pressure from the execs back home, and, of course, the ever-present Sergeant Major. The captain was forced to slowly approach the still silent colony until they lay in orbit just above the planet's surface. The live pod, which had been removed from Cargo Bay 3, was now in the medical bay waiting for the autodock to finish its work. Standing by was Chief Medical Officer Michelle Bryans, Captain Mercer, and of course now second-in-command, First Lieutenant Michael Trayton. Also, the ever-watchful Sergeant Major Dennings. "Okay, Doc," Captain Mercer sighed. "Autodoc says the worst of his injuries has been repaired and he's unstable. Open her up." "I must protest." Bryans shook her head angrily. "It's not recommended to interrupt a procedure until the patient is entirely healed." "I know," the captain sighed, giving the waving Sergeant Major a long, hard look. "But we are under a certain amount of pressure here. Your objections will go into the ship's log along with my own. But for now, just open up the goddamn thing, okay?" Still seriously pissed, Bryans unhooked the umbilical cord from the PDA on her wrist and jacked into the life pod. Seconds later, there was a whooshing as green-smelling antiseptic gas erupted from the chamber. Instantly, the Sergeant Major moved forward, leaning over the open pod. "Highland," he whispered into the pod. "Engineer Highland?" Suddenly, a blood-streaked hand shot out from the dispersing mist, grabbing Dennings by the throat. This was followed by an inhuman scream of madness as the man sat up, swinging his free arm at the Sergeant Major's head. Trey noticed a flash of green as he moved forward to restrain the wild-eyed engineer, but it was too late. Whatever Highland held in his hand, it connected hard to the side of the Sergeant Major's head before clattering away across the room. Dennings was down hard, his face bloody as, even dazed and injured, he scrambled for his sidearm, but the captain, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, came forward, pinned the Sergeant Major's flailing arm in place with one heavy-booted foot. "Give him a sedative or something!" Trayton yelled at the medical officer, who immediately grabbed up a gleaming needle and rammed it into the still-screaming man's neck. Whatever was in that needle hit him hard, and he immediately sank back into unconsciousness from behind Trey. The commotion was still going on as Dennings had now managed to regain his feet and stood nose to nose with Captain Mercer. "Don't you ever put your hands on me again!" Dennings screamed in the captain's face. "And don't you try to draw your weapon on my fucking medical bay!" Mercer shot back just as angry. "What were you planning to do? Shoot our patient? Lose the information you've been busting my ass to get?" Trayton, who had been desperately searching the corner of the room, suddenly found what he was looking for and used it to bang on the ship's hull loudly. Both men span about, their argument put on hold as Trayton tossed the green rock to Dennings, who snatched it nimbly from the air. "You know what that is, Dennings?" Trayton asked. He didn't wait for a reply. "It's jadeite. It goes for roughly 3 million converted US dollars per carat. It actually grows just like a pearl in those crazy clam-like creatures down on the planet's surface. Of course, that's not all the corporation's interested in." He was waffling now, trying to give both men time to cool off. "There's also lithium down there, and of course, the big-time rhodium itself, which of course we use to help us with interstellar travel." "No," the Sergeant Major said, holding the jadeite up to the light. "Real question is, what the hell are these markings?" Everyone in the room followed his gaze. Inscribed upon the jadeite were a number of strange markings that almost seemed to shift and undulate in the stark whiteness of the overhead lights. After some convincing, Dennings gave up the stone to Captain Mercer, but only after Mercer had promised to report the findings to Drake Corp immediately. "The message has been sent," he nodded to Dennings, "but it'll take some time to receive a reply. Some kind of interference coming from the planet's surface." This seemed to mollify the Sergeant Major somewhat, who stood up immediately after the last stitch was sutured into place. "I want that man awake and coherent," he said to Bryans, who was now clearing away her bloody instruments. She ignored the looming man, but turned questioningly to the captain, who nodded thoughtfully. "Do it, Bryans, but keep him under sedative." "There's a good chance we won't be learning anything. He could be in a severe state of shock, or his mind could be completely broken." "I understand," Mercer replied, "and I will take full responsibility and I'll wake him up." Bryans nodded and began mixing a cocktail of drugs before gently injecting the sleeping man. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then the man's eyes started to flutter and his breathing evened out. Slowly, he opened his eyes, letting out a long, painful groan. Dennings tried to move forward, but the captain was already there. "Highland. Joseph Highland, can you hear me?" Again, the man groaned. "Can you hear me, Joseph? What happened down there?" "In the deep the man muttered. In the dark. What, Joseph? The captain asked eagerly. What happened down there in the deep? The man muttered again, drool spilling over his slack lips. In the temple. Temple? Mercer asked, looking at the others. The hell's he talking about? Maybe we should show him the stone, Trayton interjected. I mean, he had it with him. Maybe it could jog his memory or something. Worth a shot, I suppose, Mercer said, not taking his eyes from the semi-conscious man. It's in my quarters. Go fetch it, Lieutenant. Trey did as he was bid, quickly heading to the captain's quarters and scooping up the strange stone and hurrying back. Still, his eyes were drawn to the markings as he handed the stone back to his captain. You see this, Joseph? You recognize it? Mercer said, holding it up before the other man's face. Suddenly his swimming eyes came into terrible focus, and he began to pour forth scream after nerve-shattering scream, twisting his head back and forth. Blood began to gush from his nose, spattering the captain's startled face. He drew back with a cry. Brian's came forward, needle in hand, but it was already too late. Highland, his face now spattered with his own blood, issued one last desperate scream, his eyes bulging before he lay still. Head slumped to one side, bloody froth seeping from between his lifeless lips. Brian's dropped the needle, shattering it upon the floor as she rushed over, feeling for a pulse. There was nothing. Dead, she whispered. Do something! Dennings roared. Look! She shot back at him angrily, pointing at the blood trickling from the dead man's ears. Something's ruptured inside. There's nothing more we can do for him. Perform an autopsy, Brians, the captain said, wiping the blood from his face. Start an autopsy immediately. I want the results on my desk first thing in the morning. Sure thing, Captain, she replied. And where are you going? The captain said to Dennings, who was already leaving the room. I'm going to make my report, the sergeant major replied. We're going in, Mercer. I can guarantee you that. After this clusterfuck, we are going in. Two hours later, while the rest of the crew was sleeping, Trey was down in the tech lab running an analysis on the strange markings found upon the stone. So far, the database had come back with 0 results of any kind of known language or hieroglyphic markings, both on-world and off. If only he had access to the Cantorian Empire's database. The Cantorians had hinted at other sentient life out there in the Big Black, but as soon as their dealings with mankind were finished, they had disappeared back to their homeworld, of which they had not bothered to divulge, with promises to one day return. Since then, there had been no more communication with this seemingly secretive alien empire. Frustrated and tired, Trayton closed off the diagnostic machines and headed for his bunk, but sleep was a long time in the coming. Early the next morning, Trey was summoned to a crew meeting in the mess hall. Everyone on board was present, except for the Drape Corporation security team, who was notably absent. Okay, here's a lowdown, Captain said, standing to address his crew. As for 6 a.m. this morning, I was personally informed by the bigwigs back that Sergeant Major Dennings has been given a field promotion and now holds the rank of commander. Furthermore, although I am still technically in charge of the ship, Commander Dennings has now been placed in charge of this operation. Can they do that? One of the crew spoke up. They can do what they please, Trey interjected. It's their ship. We're on their payroll. Okay, settle down. The captain raised a supplicating hand to silence the angry murmuring. Like the lieutenant said, it's their fairground. You just operate the rides. I expect this crew to do its duty, but remember, when it comes to the safety of this ship and its crew, I'm still in charge. It sounded good in his own ears, but even he doubted the viability of that statement. Okay. Now listen up, people. I want 2 engineers down in the hangar bay, 1 to prepare 2 drop ships. You have 2 hours for the departure. The rest of you prepare the ship for a long, sustained orbit above the planet. Move it. They ain't paying us by the hour. You stay with me, he barked at Trey, who was getting up to file out of the rest of the crew. Take a seat, he told Trey, who sat back down just as the last of the crew filed out. What's on your mind, Captain? You remember checking the ship's manifest before we left Earth? Yeah, sure, Captain. You, me, and Harrigan all checked the cargo listing before taking off, as dictated by the company policy. Yeah. Did you happen to see a rather large stash of weapons on that listing? The captain continued. Hell no, Trayton replied. Just standard sidearms for the officers, a couple light SMGs in the armory in case of emergencies. So tell me, Trayton, why, when I went down to the cargo bay, did I find Denning's security team kitted up like they were about to enter a fucking war zone? You're shitting me, Trayton said, his mouth hanging open. Not at all, good buddy, not at all. They have military carbines, full body armor, respirators, whole shebang. And when I dared to question the new commander on the whole shit show, you know what he said to me? He continued, not waiting for a reply. He told me to mind my own business and prepare to land on the planet. Hell, I think he's about 2 steps away from having a couple of his goons drag me out of there. So what the hell are we going to do about this? Trey asked angrily. The captain shrugged. Not much we can do. Happy asshole is now in charge, so we're going to take him down to the planet and let him sort this whole debacle. Then once we leave and we get back home, I give those Drake Corporation assholes my stripes. Get off this merry-go-round once and for all. Two hours later, both men were stood in the hangar bay, waiting for the pilots of 2 dropships to run over their final checks. Dennings' now heavily armored security team had already entered the ships and were strapped in place, waiting to dust off. What do you mean, a representative of the ship? Captain Mercer spat into the now smiling face of Commander Dennings. I think it's something to do with an insurance issue, Dennings continued to smile. Either way, the company says an officer from the ship must accompany us down to the planet's surface. Obviously, you being the captain and your second Lieutenant Harrigan being indisposed for the foreseeable future, neither of you can accompany us. This leaves Second Lieutenant Trayton here, he said, his smile growing broader. The captain sighed, his shoulders slumping. Looks like you're it, Trayton. I don't like it, but it seems like we ain't being left with much of a choice. That's right, Captain. You really don't, Dennings replied. If you please, Lieutenant, he said, waving Trayton towards the waiting ship. Oh, and I will be taking that, he said, pointing towards Trayton's sidearm, which he had strapped on this morning for some reason. In the light of recent events, it gave him a kind of cold comfort. There was no way he was giving it up to these corporate thugs without a fight. I don't think so, he said, taking a step back from Dennings' reaching hand. You guys are packing enough firepower to overrun a small city, and from what we saw in the medical lab, I think we can count out a little communication error or faulty wiring down there. So if you want me to come with you quietly and my full cooperation down there on the surface, then I stay armed. Dennings thought it over. You at least proficient with that thing? Trayton grinned. Won't you stand up against the wall, Commander? Put an apple on your head. We can see what happens. You threatening a commanding officer, Trayton? Not at all, Trey replied. Just a little humor, Commander. Just a little humor. Get on board, Lieutenant. Take a seat. Still smiling, Trayton boarded the ship. We'll be in constant communication from the planet's surface. Dennings turned back to the captain. I want constant surveillance on my squad from the bridge. I intend to have this issue resolved with the utmost haste, but until then, you watch your ass, Captain. You understand? Absolutely, Mercer replied, his face carefully neutral. Dennings staring into the other man's face for a second or two longer, then turned and boarded the ship. From the bridge, Captain Mercer watched the 2 dropships dust off and approach the swirling atmosphere of Eurydius. For some reason, he had a sudden urge of foreboding, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body as the 2 ships disappeared into Eurydius's frozen heart. The 2 dropships entered Eurydius's atmosphere with a jarring thud. To Trey, it seemed that the entire ship's hull began to vibrate and rattle, causing him to grab a tight hold of the straps that kept him firmly secured in his seat. One of the Drake Corp's agents noticed his discomfort and smirked, whispering to the guy by his side. Both burst out laughing, not bothering to hide their amusement at Trey's obvious discomfort. It's okay, Trey thought. Let him laugh. Fucking numbnuts. Drake Corps thugs don't know shit about the planet they're about to land on. Just the usual briefing pack, grab your rifle, and away you go. Trey, however, had done extensive research on Eurydius. Not that the planet was unknown to him before the mission. Hell, everyone knew about Eurydius and its fabulous wealth. The big corpos back on Earth had spent billions trying to secure the mining rights once the probe's survey of the Outer Rim had returned. But it had been Drake Corporation that had won out. Funny, when the heads of other corporations suddenly start to go missing or choke on their Caesar salads, how quickly your rival loses interest. Just then, the implant secured deep in Trey's auditory canal suddenly squawked into life, and Captain Mercer's voice filled his mind. "Trey, what the hell's going on down there? Both dropships are way off course." "What do you mean off course?" Trey whispered back, hardly moving his lips, aware of the other men around him. "Those assholes are not heading for the mining colonies. They're heading towards the southern pole of the planet. Drake Corps HQ there on Eurydius." "Sons of bitches," Drayton hissed back. "They're gonna pull out any Drake Corps executives before they check in on the main facility." Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing shriek deep in Trey's head, and he cried out, pawing at his ear as Commander Dennings loomed above him, an evil grin on his face. "Sorry, Lieutenant. Did I interrupt something?" he said, drawing closer until both men's noses were nearly touching. Trey could swear he could feel the anger seeping from the commander's pores. "My pilot's been monitoring your comms for the minute we dusted off. He's currently blocking your personal transmitter." "You have no goddamn right," Trey growled. "Actually, I have every right. I'm in command here, not you or your captain, me. And I will decide what I want you to know and when I want you to know it. You're only here because Drake Corps insists. You're nothing more than a get-out-of-jail-free card should the shit hit the fan, Trayton. Insurance. Nothing more." He straightened up. "When we get down on the planet, you stay behind my men. Keep your mouth shut. Stay the hell out of our way." That said, he went back to the cockpit and strapped himself back down. Drake could feel the other man's hostile looks drilling into him, but he closed his eyes and ignored them. Moments later, the two dropships landed hard on the frozen heart of Eurydius. No matter what Trey thought of the commander and his men, there was no doubting they were seasoned professionals. The minute the two dropships touched down, the men were instantly on their feet, grabbing up their packs, stored weapons, and making final adjustments to their survival suits. Just before the doors opened, the commander addressed his men. "Okay, listen up. The priority here is to extract any Drake Corporation executives, get them safely into Dropship 2. From there, they'll dust off immediately, and we'll carry on to Extraction Site 2, the mining colony. Right now, we don't know what we're up against, but life pods don't jettison from a planet for no good reason. You have all read my report about the state of the survivor we encountered. Still, we are pretty much in the dark here, especially with the facility comms down. So we're going to take it nice and easy. Now lock and load, people," he said, hitting the switch and lowering the door. Instantly, the cabin was filled with swirling snow, and Trey quickly snapped his goggles into place. Even with the survival suit clinging to his body like a second skin, and pumping warm air, he could feel the cold atmosphere of Eurydius pressing against him, the wind howling like some terrible banshee outside. "Okay," Dennings yelled over the wind. "They ain't paying us by the hour. Move, move, move!" Instantly, the men disembarked, forming a fan shape outside the door, weapons at their ready. As Dennings casually strolled down the metal ramp, Trey close behind him, trying not to slip on the thin layer of ice that had already begun to form against the ship's hull. Through the swirling mist, he could just make out the dark shape of the facility that was home to the corporate suits that managed the day-to-day operations of the mining facility. "Okay, single file, gentlemen," Dennings said, leading the way. "Keep your heads on a swivel." Trey fell in line, bringing up the rear and feeling very, very exposed with no one at his back. The hike wasn't long, but it felt like the wind took an almost gleeful joy at hampering their efforts. But at least the planet had been terraformed. Having to wade through this shit wearing a respirator and breathing pack would have made it all the more worse. Trey even managed a slight grin. Always best to look on the bright side when one's hiking through a freezing snowstorm on a frozen planet towards some unknown danger. As they drew closer, he noticed that most of the facility's lights were still on, although some flickered, casting weird dancing shadows on the facility, which loomed above them, tower-like and imperious. Emblazoned above the door, in pure gold, were the words Drake Corporation, building a better tomorrow for the people of today. Right, Trey muttered. Only if you're the right kind of people. Facility's on lockdown, Commander, one of the men yelled above the howling wind. Doors locked and the blast shelters are in place. Lee, Dang signaled to one of the men. Patch into the mainframe, get that door open ASAP. Yes, sir. The man huddled into the doorway, typing furiously at a PDA on his wrist. Moments later, the doors sprang open, revealing a plush-covered foyer within. Quickly, the men sprang into action, weapons at the ready, their snow-covered boots defiling the thick crimson carpet, their breath steaming against the white veined marble that hid the coarse steel beneath. Body! One of the men yelled, running over to a heavily carved reception desk where a man lay slumped face down. A large exit wound had shattered the back of his skull, and a blood spatter covered the walls behind him like some terrible mosaic. Trey hurled across, noticing the gun in the dead man's hand. Suicide, he whispered. No shit, Lieutenant. Dennings turned on him. How observant of you. Not that it matters, we aren't here for him. We can only pray that Drake Corporation's assets are still safe and in one piece. Jesus, I guess the little people don't mean shit to you, do they, Dennings? The commander turned back to him. That's right, they don't. Maybe something you should keep in mind, Lieutenant. Before Trey could form a reply, Dennings was already addressing his men. Okay, listen up. We're going to search this facility floor by floor. I know for a fact there's a built-in safe room on the top floor with enough provisions to keep 10 or more people alive for months. That's if the replicators and recyc have gone down. Lee, he said, turning to the technician, try and get comms back online. I want computer access. I need to know what the fuck's going on here. The tech came forward and unceremoniously shoved the dead man's head from the chair, who landed on the carpet floor with a kind of squishing thud that made Trey feel a little green around the gills. Not that Lee seemed to mind. He was already jacking his PDA into the computer, unmindful of the congealed blood, skull, and bits of brain matter scattered all about him. Okay, we're splitting into 2 teams. 5 of you search the rest of this floor, he said, grouping up the men. Rest of you with me. Come along, Lieutenant. He snapped at Trey over his shoulder. We don't have time to admire the scenery. Trey quickly caught up as they headed up a narrow staircase that led to the 2nd floor. They hit the landing together, 2 of the men pushing through a pair of rosewood-colored doors. What Trey saw there stopped him dead in his tracks. Lying upon the floor, surrounded by shattered glass, were 2 bodies locked in a deadly embrace. Nearby was an overturned snack machine. Chocolate bars and snack cakes lay scattered all about like silent witnesses to whatever atrocity had happened here in this darkened hallway. Silently, the men moved forward, their weapons trained on the 2 bodies. Trey moved with them, his own sidearm drawn at the ready. Holy shit, one of the men gasped as Trey took in the carnage. The 2 men had obviously attacked one another in some kind of maddened frenzy. Both were covered in blood. The man below had torn out his attacker's throat with his teeth, who had died with his thumbs jammed all the way up to the 2nd knuckle into the other man's now gaping sockets. One of the men reached down, feeling for a pulse. Then the body suddenly shifted, and Trey let out a cry and jumped back as the body of the man on top slumped to one side. Something that had been crushed between them now came into view, and Trey drew down on the creature. But before he could pull the trigger, one of the men closest to him pushed him back and snatched his gun away. Stay, he said, pushing Trey again. But Trey ignored him. He only had eyes for the withered creature that lay thankfully dead between the 2 men. In some ways, it looked like a common starfish found in the oceans back on Earth. But that's where all resemblance ceased. The thing had legs, 8 of them, multi-jointed, that ended in sharp-pointed spikes. Dennings barked an order, and one of the men flipped the thing over with the barrel of his rifle. The underside of the creature was a strange mixture of suckers and armored hooks, seemingly covered in dried blood. The entire thing was no bigger than the palms of a large man's hand, yet seemed endowed with some kind of deadly purpose. You think that thing killed these men, Commander? One of the men questioned. No, they killed each other, obviously, Dennings mused. That's when Trey noticed a small welt revealed by the dead man's shirt that had ridden up as the body had shifted. Kneeling quickly down before anyone could object, Trey snatched up the man's bloody shirt, revealing the fish-white belly beneath that was now branded with the bloody shape of the dead creature on the floor. "Get back!" Dennings roared, kicking Trey hard in the shoulder, sending the man sprawling away with a hiss of pain. "Put that son of a bitch in cuffs," Dennings ordered. One of the nearby men shouldered his rifle and came towards Trey, who waited until the man was right on top of him before punching upwards, hitting the man hard in the crotch, who went down with a hiss of pain. "Son of a bitch," Dennings growled. "Do I have to do everything myself?" Just then, there was a roar of gunfire from downstairs, and panicked voices filled the airways. Dennings looked over at Trey, and for just a moment, Trey was sure he saw fear in the other man's eyes. Then, they were moving towards the stair, the screams of the dying echoing like the souls of the lost from below. Trey and Dennings hit the stairs at roughly the same time, weapons drawn. Trey had trouble believing the chaos that was unfolding before him. Several of Dennings' men were already down. The rest were locked in a frantic firefight with each other. One man landed close to Trey's feet, and as he looked on with horror, the man clawed at his leg, hissing with hate. A starfish-like parasite attached to the side of his bleeding face. It all fell into place now. The two dead men locked upstairs in eternal combat. "They're infected!" he screamed into Dennings' ear. "They're infected with a parasite!" To Dennings' credit, he did not hesitate, but barked orders to the men at Dennings' back, who quickly joined the firefight, turning the tide, cutting down their former comrades with brutal efficiency. At last, the roar of gunfire subsided, the air heavy with the smell of blood and sulfur. Corporal Lee came forward, a nasty gash across his forehead. "Jesus, Commander," he pawed at Dennings' survival suit. "There was something in the shadows, some kind of hunched wet thing. I only caught a glimpse of it before it threw those things into the room. At first I thought they were some kind of starfish, then they began to scuttle across the room. Jesus, they were so fast. They clamped onto some of the men. That's when they turned on us," he said, his voice tapering off to a whimper. Dennings, disgusted, grabbed the other man by the shoulder and shook him roughly. "What the fuck did you see? A wet hunched thing? Report!" he screamed into the other man's face. "What did you see?" And then, the big burly sergeant rushed over. "5 of the men are down, Commander. 2 severely injured." Dennings ignored him, taking a deep breath. He never took his eyes off the trembling corporal before him. "Report!" he said again. "Tell me, what did you see, Corporal?" The other man, remembering his training, calmed his breathing and began to speak in a firmer tone. "I only caught a glimpse, Commander. It was as if the damn thing was wrapped in shadows." He closed his eyes now, perhaps searching his inner eye. "It was tall," he sighed, and hunched over in his eyes. He shuddered. "They weren't human. It wasn't human, Commander. I could feel the hate emanating from it. Then it drew those things into the room. Its hand..." His eyes suddenly shot open. "Its hand was webbed. I swear it, Commander. Its hand was webbed." "Okay, son," Dennings said, patting the man on the shoulder. "Go up the sergeant here with the wounded." "Sergeant," he said, turning to the big man by his side. "Form a secure perimeter. Lock down the entrance. We still have a job to do. Lieutenant," he turned to Trey, "we're heading upstairs to check the safe room." "You're shitting me," Trayton replied. "You think if anyone was still alive, they wouldn't have heard all that commotion?" "That's not the point," Dennings growled. "We have a mission to secure those executives, and I'm not leaving here until I know what happened to them, one way or another. Now get moving," he said, taking hold of his rifle. He didn't quite point it at Trey, but the implied threat was obvious. Still, Trayton held his ground. "If you want me up there with you, I want a rifle. Seems like you have some spares now." "Fine," Dennings replied. "Go grab yourself one if it makes you feel better." Trey did not have to be asked twice, but knelt down by one of the dead men, The man had been shot in the face. Blood, bone, and teeth lay scattered all around the body, and Trey tried not to look too hard as he grabbed up the rifle and slung it around his neck. "Happy now?" Dennings smirked at him. "Now get going, ladies first," he said, motioning to the stairs with his rifle barrel. Quickly moving as silently as possible, their heads on a swivel, the two men headed down the second-floor corridor, stepping over the two dead men. Their boots crunched on broken glass as they came to the second-floor stairwell. Dennings took Trey to one side. "Okay, this is it. The safe room is at the end of the third-floor corridor. I'm going in first. You watch my back, weapons free. You see one of them scuttling monstrosities, you fucking will blow it away. One of those things attaches itself to me. You don't hesitate. You put me down. You got that, Lieutenant?" "Shouldn't be a problem, Commander." Trey smiled at him. Dennings nodded. "Yeah, you keep that hate, Drayton. If it gets you through. You may not like me. I ain't too fond of you either, but I still have your back. What I need to know is, do you have mine?" Drayton thought it over for a second. "Yeah," he nodded. "I have your back. You may be a corporate asshole, but at least you're human." "Well, that'll have to be enough for now," Dennings replied. "Now get behind me. Try not to shoot me in the back. You ready?" Trey nodded. "Okay." Dennings said, taking in a deep breath. "Let's do this." Turning towards the door, he gave it a hard kick, making Trey wince before rushing into the corridor, his rifle raised high before him. Trey followed him in, taking the opposite side of the corridor. There were bodies sprawled across the floor. Dried and congealed blood seemed to be everywhere, streaked across the walls, splashed all over the low ceilings. As for the bodies themselves, they had been torn open, most from the rear, and Trey noted the large metal door wide open. His best guess was that these were the executives Dennings had been so desperate to find. They had made their play for the safe room and been cut down in their mad panic. "Fuck," Dennings whispered, hand over his mouth and nose as he signaled to Trey forward. "Look at this," Dennings said, kneeling down by a woman in a torn business suit. "These parasites didn't do this. Her back was shredded right down to the spine. You see the claw marks?" "Yeah," Trey swallowed hard. "But who is she?" Dennings shook himself as if coming out of a trance before removing a small device from his combats. Gently, he raised the woman's bloody blonde hair, revealing a small barcode on the back of her graying neck, which he quickly scanned. The device beeped, and Dennings read the name out in the display. "Rebecca Porter, Drake Executive Level, Rank 1. Slowly, he continued on down the corridors. Stooping down, his machine beeping, he read out more names that Trey tried desperately not to remember. Still, he knew they would come back to haunt his dreams, perhaps begging for his help from their poor torn and shattered bodies. Finally, they came to the open door. "Mr. Drake!" Dennings called out. "Mr. Drake!" he called again. Entering the room, his voice growing desperate. "Drake!" Drayton hissed. "What are you saying? He's here?" "Of course not. He sent his nephew, Marcus, to oversee the operations, but he isn't amongst the dead, and he certainly isn't here," he said, scanning around the small room. "I was hoping, when he came across that life pod, he'd be inside. That was just another grunt." "Touching," Trevor murmured. "So what now?" "Now we head over to the refinery and check it out to see if there are any survivors." "You mean look for that Drake asshole?" Drayton spat back at him, but Dennings only shrugged unapologetically. "It's the only place he could survive, this frozen hellhole. So that's where we're heading. Now let's roll." They headed back to the dropship through the driving snow. One of the injured men had passed away from his grievous wounds, the other man laying groaning on the stretcher. They were down to only 4 able-bodied men now, not including Trey and Commander Dennings, who now led the diminished column back towards the dropship. Its dark shadow, a stain against all that surrounding whiteness. Suddenly there came an angry chattering and a cry of alarm as gunfire erupted. Trey span around just in time to see a shadow vanish into the maelstrom. The injured man was gone. An empty stretcher stained with blood lay on the snow. "Get on the fucking ship!" Dennings roared. "Get on the motherfucking ship!" The remaining men ran as fast as they could, lumbering through the calf-high snow. Something moved just on the edge of Trey's vision, and without hesitation, he fired a hit stream of explosive lead, laying down suppressing fire as the men breathlessly clambered on board, before Dennings hit the switch, closing the ramp and sealing them safely inside. "Dust off!" he screamed to the pilot. "Get us out of here now!" The pilot didn't need to be told twice, and within moments, the bedraggled survivors were in the air, buffeted by the strong winds of Eurydius's atmosphere. "Take us over to the refinery," Dennings ordered. Hearing this, the remaining men began to grumble, and the large sergeant who had reported earlier climbed to his feet. "Sir, with all due respect, we are hurting bad here. Whatever's going on, we need to report it immediately. Get back to the ship and await reinforcements." "I don't need your opinion, Sergeant Cooper." Dennings turned on him. "You want to go back to Drake Corporation and explain how we left one of their executives to die out here? Oh, and a family member to boot. May as well slit your own throat." Now he laughed, and it disturbed Trayton to hear the edge of hysteria in his voice. "Sir," the sergeant continued, "for all we know, he may already be dead. I mean, we don't know what we're even dealing with here. You," he said, pointing at Trey, "you ever heard of these things here on Eurydius?" Trey shook his head. "From what I read and researched before we left, Eurydius does have some indigenous life, but nothing like this. Mostly it consists of small fish-like creatures and crustaceans living in the ocean beneath the ice. No intelligent life." "Intelligent life?" Dennings scoffed. "You think those things out there are intelligent?" Trey shrugged. "That attack seemed pretty coordinated to me. And the use of those parasites against us? Yeah, I think there is some level of intelligence to be sure." "There you go," Cooper said, feeling validated. "Fine," Dennings said, looking slyly at the other man. "You want to go back? Fine. Then I will relinquish my command over to you as the next senior rank and let you make that decision." "No, wait a goddamn minute," a sergeant flustered. "I never said—" "That's right," Dennings hissed at him. "You have nothing more to say. Now sit the fuck back down. We're heading over to the refinery, even if it's just a quick sweep of the area. That way we can go back and say we gave it our best shot, and then we are out of here." That seemed to placate the men somewhat, and the big sergeant sat back down, his eyes downcast. Trayton, meanwhile, had stood up and gone over to sit by the tech corporal Lee. "Hey, do you think you can patch me into the personal record files?" he said, booting up the PDA on his wrist. "Maybe this Marcus Drake could help us find out what the hell's going on here." Lee licked his lips nervously. "That would be in direct violation of Drake Corporation policy. They could have me up on charges of espionage. You know the sentence for that? I mean, those assholes even have their own prisons. They fucking own everything back on Earth." Trey nodded. "Yeah, don't I know it. You can't even get a candy bar without their name plastered all over it, but we need this, man. I don't think the commander over there," he said, nodding towards Dennings, "has any intention of just having a quick look around and then bolting back to the ship. He catches me as a do-or-die kind of guy. He knows damn well if he doesn't return with at least a body or some damn good answers, he's royally fucked. At least if we can get some answers, we may stand a chance. After all, knowledge is power." Lee gave a strange smile. "I think we are fucked. Either way, guess this is no harm in it at this point." "Okay, my man," Trey smiled, laying a hand on the other man's shoulder. "Now jack me in." Lee began to type furiously on his PDA. "Damn firewall," he murmured, a small sweat breaking across his brow. "Got you, asshole," he finally murmured, before syncing his own PDA with Trey's. Sitting back, Trayton hit receive and closed his eyes, a small screen appearing across his vision. He didn't like using his Neuralink like this, but sometimes it was the fastest way to get things done. And there it was. Marcus Drake's personal logs. The first one dated back 2 months ago. At first, it was all mandatory stuff. The mining facility had already been up and running when he had taken over, tapping into the vast wealth of Eurydius, making Drake Corporation trillions in new dollars every year, and funding their latest round of space exploration. Next was a report of communications issues, solar storms with high magnetic particles that had taken the comm systems offline. They were attempting repairs, but so far no dice. Still, Mining operations were not affected, and even better news, the survey teams had discovered a new cluster of jadeite pearls in a so far undiscovered trench in the depths of Iridius's oceans, only a few miles from the portable's submersible base. Goddamn two-tier operation, Trayton murmured. Sow the land for the lithium, harvest the oceans for the jadeite. The rest of the logs were more of the same until the last entry, dated 2 weeks ago. The portable harvesters and submersibles have been moved across the ice to the new location. Massive holes had been punched through, and the submersible bays and habitats had been sunk to the ocean floor on the edge of the Great Chasm. For the next few weeks, the submersibles and harvesters would gather the jadeite pearls, then return to the surface with the treasure, ready for the processing. After that, there was only one other short entry consisting of only 4 words. Cries from the deep. Then there was nothing. No more entries, no more files. Nothing. Sighing, fighting a headache, Trayton disconnected and opened his eyes, rubbing at his temples. He was suddenly afraid. More afraid than he had ever been. The shock of the last few hours that had covered him like a Novocaine blanket suddenly fell away, leaving a deep-seated dread that stole his breath away. Putting his head between his legs, he tried to level out his breathing as the dropship finally dusted down with a jarring thud. The dropship dusted down with a hard thud, half buried in the deep snow of Eurydice's surface. Trey immediately headed towards the open cockpit, ignoring the few men that remained who warily began to strap on their gear. Through the hardened cockpit windows, he could clearly make out the refinery, a black, hulking shape in contrast to the surrounding whiteness. "Okay, listen up," Dennings addressed his men. "I know we're in ragged shape. Enemies unknown. We still have a job to do. We're heading inside. Objective, find Marcus Drake dead or alive. We need confirmation, or at the very least a body. There's no point in lying or trying to whitewash the situation. If we return to Earth empty-handed, it'd be wiser not to return at all." The men grumbled their agreement. "Okay," Dennings barked, hitting the switch to release the ramp. A blast of frigid air dancing amongst the huddled men. "Let's move out!" "You," he called over to Troy. "Stick close to me. Guess you're my second in command now." Trayton, who would rather have been torn apart by wild dogs than be under Dennings' command, didn't argue, but only nodded solemnly. As far as he was concerned, this was nothing more than a suicide mission. The parasite was bad enough, but whatever had carried off those injured men in the storm had been silent, deadly, and unbelievably fast. Not to mention the Drake Corp executives, their bodies shredded and torn to pieces. What kind of beast could have done such a thing? Whatever manner of creature haunted this white hell, he was very much afraid its snarling face would be the last thing he would ever see. Taking his position in the vanguard beside Dennings, they waded through the freezing snow, their ragtag group of men bringing up the rear. Trayton's head on a swivel, his breathing heavy, as he anticipated an attack that never came. After what felt like an age, they finally reached the looming refinery. "Whole place is in lockdown," Corporal Lee said, jacking into the blinking door panel. "Over here," another man shouted over the driving wind. "Looks like the small arms fire," he said, running a rough hand over the metal shutters. Dennings barely acknowledged the man, turning his attention back to the tech. "Come on, Corporal, we're fucking exposed out here. Do your job and get us inside." "Like that'll be any safer," the tech muttered, his words thankfully lost to the wind. A few seconds later, the whole facility hummed into life, emergency lights flooding the night as metal shutters began to rise. The massive metal doors grinding open along their tracks. Quickly, the men moved inside, their weapons at the ready. "Mother of God, what is that?" Dennings said, his eyes widening as the surrounding men huddled together. "It's dirgeweed," Trayton gasped, unable to take his eyes off the blue jelly-like substance that seemed to cover every inch of the loading bay, even dripping from the ceiling in long, slimy ropes. "It's harmless, but Lives deep below the ice in the frigid oceans beneath the surface. Yeah, but what is it? Denning growled, trying hard not to breathe in the peroxide-like aroma. Trey shrugged. Closest thing I could compare it to would be like seaweed back on Earth. That doesn't really sum it up. Like, everything on Eurydius is alien to us. But why is it here? Dennings turned to Trey. Trayton took a step back at the anger and frustration in the other man's eyes. I don't know, he said, trying to keep his voice as neutral as possible. Maybe they were harvesting it, like everything else on this damn planet. Dennings looked hard at Trey. Now why the fuck would they want that mess? Trayton could only shrug. Maybe we'll find more answers inside. All right then, Dennings said, straightening his shoulders. Let's get to it. But first, Lee, lock this place back down. I don't want to be constantly looking over my shoulder. Yes, sir, Tex said, jacking back into the door. The cold snow swirled all around him as the door began to rattle back into place. It was about halfway down when a claw-tipped hand shot out of the swirling whiteness and tore out Lee's throat in a welter of blood and gristle. The man went down, clutching at the ruins of his throat, his dying eyes filled with pain and terror. The door was almost closed when one of the creatures dived inside, grabbing up one of the men as if he weighed nothing. It tore him clean in half. His smoking guts and entrails splashed across the floor. The remaining two men opened fire, but the thing leapt high in the air, almost cat-like, and came down hard on one of the terrified men, clamping its jaws onto his face and biting down hard. There was a horrifying crunch as the man's face and the lower part of his skull were torn away. The other man fired off a couple of rounds, both missed the snarling creature, and he turned to run, but was suddenly cut down as Dennings opened fire, spraying the entire room in his deranged and panicked terror. Still, he managed to hit the hulking thing as it looped forward, sending it staggering backwards. Trey, who up to this point had stood frozen, unable to comprehend such a sudden turn of events, now drew down on the creature. But unlike Dennings, Trey took his time and drew a bead on the hulking thing, which, although wounded, seemed still intent on its terrible purpose to destroy the invaders. "Fuck!" Dennings screamed as his rifle clicked empty. The creature seemed to almost grin just before Trayton emptied a full magazine into its massive chest, sending it flying backwards, its loathsome blood misting the air as it finally went down with a screech of cheated hate. Ignoring Dennings, who sat down heavily trying to get his rapid breathing under control, Trey quickly reloaded his rifle and slowly approached the downed creature, looking for any signs of life. But the thing lay completely still. "The fuck are you?" he said, his eyes searching. To Trey, the creature looked almost frog-like. Its white, slimy skin, huge saucer eyes, and open mouth. It was definitely aquatic in nature, with large webbed hands and spade-like feet, both equipped with razor-tipped claws, and yet there was something almost humanoid about it. Trey simply couldn't place it. Perhaps it was that it moved on two legs, or the intelligence Trey had seen in its black eyes when Dennings' rifle had clicked empty. A hand fell on his shoulder, and he let out a cry, spinning around and shoving Dennings away before hitting him hard in the belly with the barrel of his rifle. The other man let out a whoosh of air and doubled over, clutching at his bruised stomach. "Son of a bitch!" Trey growled, resisting the urge to hit the commander again, knowing if he started in, he might never stop. "You killed that man, Dennings! You lost it and tore up one of your own men. Why don't you just waste us both now and save those things the fucking job?" "Jackson," Dennings winced, straightening up. "His name was Jackson." "You're right. I killed him. We're in deep trouble here, Trey. No way Drake's still alive, and if I go back to Drake Corp empty-handed, I'm finished. There's no way out, not for me, and I won't be torn apart by one of those things." Smiling broadly, his eyes far away, he quickly pulled his sidearm. "Hey!" was all that Trey managed before Dennings put the gun to his head and blew out his own brains. His body sliding down the wall before finally coming to a rest at Trayton's feet. smoking gun still clutched in hand. For a moment, the room seemed to tilt. The black spots appeared before Trey's eyes. Quickly, he slapped himself hard across the face and started to breathe long and slow, knowing if he passed out now, he might never wake up again. There came a sudden rattling as something outside threw itself against the shuttered door. That got Trey moving, as he quickly gathered up a couple of spare magazines from Denning's body, stuffed them quickly into his jacket. "Fuck you, Dennings," he spat at the other man before heading up the metal steps and deeper into the darkened complex. The complex itself seemed to be a maze of winding corridors that opened up now and again to large manufacturing rooms. It was in one of those rooms that he came across another dead body. The man was dressed in overalls and sat behind a desk filled with papers covered in coffee stains, pencil shavings. But unlike the other victims, this man hadn't been torn apart. Instead, his gaping mouth had been wrenched open and throat stuffed with jadeite pearls. His eyes had been torn from their sockets, and much larger pearls forced in their place. And Trey was forcefully reminded of a story he once heard about a Roman general who had been murdered by having molten gold poured down his screaming throat. And now, more than ever, Trey believed these creatures to be of higher intelligence, that their brutish form gave credence to. But why had they attacked the facility? Did they see humans as invaders? Perhaps the pearls had some kind of significance to them, or maybe they were just royally pissed at any kind of interference with their ecosystem. It didn't really matter. The only thing Trey wanted to do was survive. He had already tried to contact the ship, but the storms outside had interfered with the comms. The only alternative was to try to make it back outside to the dropship, but it was doubtful the pilot had survived. All those things roaming around out there. The only thing Trey could think of was to get down to the underwater habitats, grab a submersible, make his way back to the Drake Corp admin facility. Once there, he could burst through the ice and maybe see if he can get himself locked into the Drake Corp safe room and wait out the storm to contact the ship. It was a thin plan. Very thin. But what was the other alternative? Wait up here for those things to break back in? Or pull his gun? Take the coward's way out like Dennings? No way, Trey muttered. If I'm going out swinging. Knowing he was probably putting his head into the jaws of the beast, Trey started to head back into the corridors, looking for any signs that pointed towards the submersible bays. It took him less than a minute to find a metal sign attached to the wall, pointing him in the right direction. The signs had been there all along, but his tired, frightened mind had just refused to see them. But now he had a plan again. He felt more alert. The dreamlike qualities of the last few hours were starting to slip away. There was very little hope his plan would succeed, but some hope was better than none at all. Keeping his back hard-pressed against the cold metal, Trey inched his way along, following the signs. The emergency lighting illuminated the whole facility with a deep, shadowy red that flickered on and off, causing shadows to seemingly move just at the edge of Trey's vision. All he could hear was his own labored breathing and the dull thud of his heart as it pounded in his chest. He felt both hot and cold at the same time, convinced that at any moment a shadow would detach itself and tear him apart. After what seemed like a decade to his tired mind, he turned a sharp corner and let out a whoosh of breath. The lighting was better here, and the room a little warmer. This was the moon pool that led down to the rest of the facility below the water. Not wasting any time, he rushed over to one of the pods and jumped inside, pulling the heavy steel door down in place and sealing himself in. Luckily, he didn't need to worry about driving the damn thing. There were only 2 buttons, descend and ascend. Sitting in the seat, Trey strapped in, not knowing if he was co-signing himself to death. He hit the descend button and winced, expecting to be hurtled downward. But the pod released gently and started a controlled descent. Right now it seemed to Trey that the pod was on autopilot, probably programmed to head towards the harvesting plant below. But Trey had no interest in the facility, rightly believing that he could only find more death and terror there. He turned to the control panel and, almost distracted by the beauty illuminated by the pod's intense lighting system, Unlike the barren surface, the oceans of Eurydius were teeming with life. Everywhere here in the shallows, a manner of creature existed, from small fish-like creatures to great formations of corals that seemed to radiate heat, causing the surrounding waters to take on a dreamlike shimmer. Dragging his eyes away, Trade disabled the autopilot, meaning to take over the control system, but just then, the pod's computer system came to life and overrode his previous command. The viewing screen flickered once, and then the beauty of the outside was suddenly gone, replaced by a large, looming face that filled the screen, smiling broadly before the camera zoomed back out, revealing a scarlet-colored room. The Drake insignia stamped across the wall. Behind an ornate wooden desk sat Joseph Drake, his hands steepled together, his onyx eyes twinkling as he grinned at the confused look stamped onto Trey's contorted features. "Hello, Lieutenant," Drake said, his smile growing wider. "Greetings from planet Earth." "Drake?" Trayton gasped. "How? Am I communicating with you?" Drake interrupted smoothly. "The storms... communication," Trey said, sitting up straighter, trying to get his swirling thoughts in order. Drake laughed. "You really think a few solar storms could stop the might of the Drake Corporation?" "As for communications, they are, and should I say were, down because I chose to keep it that way. I can see by your face you have questions, Lieutenant. And normally I wouldn't waste my time talking to one such as yourself, but when a man is asking another man to make the ultimate sacrifice, it seems only fitting to converse. Wouldn't you agree?" "Sacrifice?" Trey said, leaning aggressively forward, his anger building. "What kind of sacrifice?" Drake let out a sigh and checked the expensive-looking watch on his wrist. "All right, let's get things along, shall we? Time's money, after all. Let's start with this." The view screen flickered once again, and now Trey could see the Intrepid, waiting just outside Eurydius's frozen orbit. "Oh, still there, thank God." Trey let out a sigh of relief just as the vessel was suddenly rocked by a huge explosion, and he swore he could feel a violent tremor through the sea pod's thick hull as the doomed ship was blown into a million pieces. "No!" Trey screamed, sliding from his chair, shaking his head in disbelief, as if trying to rid himself of the terrible image. Just then, the view screen flickered back into place. Drake's smiling face peering down at him. "Oh, come on now, Lieutenant. No need for such amateur dramatics. Pull yourself together, man. All part of a much bigger plan. A plan you played a pivotal role in." Trayton was suddenly on his feet, spitting curses. He launched himself at the view screen, his fists pummeling the hardened glass until they were raw and bloody. But his futile fury had no effect, and he slumped back in his chair, breathing heavily, his body covered in sweat. All the while, Drake had sat there smiling, lighting up a huge cigar even in the face of Trey's futile rage. Again, that maddening glance at the watch. "Now, if you're quite finished, Lieutenant, may I continue?" "Fuck you." Trey spat at him, his eyes filled with hate. "Fucking murderer. You killed all those men aboard that ship. You'd have killed me too." Drake nodded his agreement. "I would have killed 1,000,000 more for the wealth of Eurydius." "Fuck are you talking about?" Trey barked a harsh laugh. "You already own Eurydius. I mean, hell, you happy asshole, you own everything." Drake sighed. "If only that were so. But you're right about one thing. I do own Eurydius. I tend to keep it that way." Trayton shook his head wearily. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." "Well, not surprising," Drake retorted, taking a smooth pull of his cigar. "So let me enlighten you. Tell me, how long do you think those bleeding heart liberals in Congress and interplanetary affairs would let me keep the mining rights to Eurydius once they found out there was intelligent, indigenous life on the planet?" "About 2.4 milliseconds, Trey conceded. "Exactly." Drake's smile widened, becoming almost shark-like. "But what if that intelligent life was hostile? What if the intelligent life wiped out an entire mining colony? Not only that, what if the brave souls of a heroic team of men sent on the Intrepid to rescue him, not to mention killing the beloved nephew of the CEO of Drake Corporation himself?" Then there would be a war. Trey sat up quickly. Now you're beginning to see it, Drake said, crushing out his cigar ruthlessly. And what if, say, Drake Corporation had a weapon, chemical weapon, one that could wipe out these ruthless, murderous creatures and leave their riches and Iridius still intact? How could you already have a weapon? But that's when the penny dropped. Son of a bitch. You already knew, didn't you? Before we even were sent here, you already knew. Drake clapped his hands gleefully, almost childlike. Yeah, I did. That's why I sent my nephew when the reports from the miners started coming in. If you had bothered to venture further into the facility, you would have found our science wing. We've been studying those bastards things for months, looking for a weakness in their physiology, he said, opening a drawer and presenting a small glass vial that swam with noxious-looking crimson fluid. And now we have it. A couple drops of this in their ocean. Every one of those motherless things would be dead. Why? Why us? Trey angrily interrupted. Why send us all? Drake sighed, rubbing at his brow in frustration. Because, dear boy, it's all about showmanship. I got communications, so nobody could spill the proverbial beans before the weapon was ready. All it would have taken was one overly enthusiastic employee to send a message back to Earth. The whole thing would have been plastered all over the evening news. I own most of the networks, dear boy, but unfortunately not all. Not yet, anyway. The second reason was a stone-brained nephew of mine. He thought he wasn't going to make it out. He wouldn't have continued his great work on this, he said, shaking the vial gently. Besides, like I said, it's all about show and narrative. My narrative. What do you think the people would think when they see the brave heroes sent to rescue those innocent men so viciously slaughtered? See it. See it how? Trey interrupted again. Drake shook his head sadly. You really are dullard, aren't you, boy? Your ocular implant. What do you think makes them? Drake Corporation. Drayton hissed. Exactly! Drake laughed. It couldn't have worked out better if I sent a news team up there myself. But to be honest, I never expected you to get this far. But the images from you and those other poor dead souls have been transferred, downloaded into our mainframe. And now I can spin the narrative any way I please. My narrative, he said hungrily. But the show isn't over yet. I'll leave you now, Mr. Drayton. Seems like you've arrived at your final destination, so enjoy the view. And like that, he was gone. And the view screen slammed back into place, revealing the outside once again. What Trace saw then took his breath away. He was deep below the surface of Iridius now. What should have been in total darkness was lit up by thousands of lights, emanating from a huge coral city. Everywhere the creatures that had attacked them, with such ruthlessness, on the surface swam with practiced ease, completely at one with their own environment. Noticing the pod, the creatures came forward in multitudes, not attacking, but grabbing onto the metal hull, dragging it down deeper still, down into the black, stringent depths. Drayton could hear something now, but not with his ears, but echoing like a beating drum, like a living heart, through the deep recesses of his mind. Suddenly a great monolith appeared out of the gloom. At its base, hundreds, thousands of the creatures crawled and scurried over millions of rough, slime-covered eggs, surrounded by the jadeite pearls that gave heat and light to their clutch. Amongst the warm, bubbling water, something stirred, and Trey let out a scream of horror as the huge mass unfurled itself from the ancient stone monolith. A massive yellow eye filled the view screen, and a cold, icy hate washed over him as the pod was drawn inward. Its sides began to crumple like paper under the relentless, crushing onslaught. The last thing that Lieutenant Second-Class Drayton of the Intrepid heard before the deep took him was one rasped word in his own language. Intruder. Back on Earth, Joseph Drake sat back in his office chair smiling. Smoke from a freshly lit cigar swirled around his head, and a multitude of worlds danced at his fingertips. Hey there, kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know about tonight's author. Tonight's author is T.W. Grimm. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen him before because you guys have probably listened to more episodes of Bonesaw Vic's Cryptozoological Gardens. Well, good news if you have listened to those, because you can always learn about more and find out more about Cryptozoological Gardens from Bonesaw Vic and from T.W. Grimm himself. Bonesaw Vic's Cryptozoological Gardens is available now on Amazon. It's available on digital and paperback, so if you guys like keeping physical copies of Creepypasta books like I do, it's great news for you guys. Take a look in the description down below, and you can find a link to the Amazon purchase page. Get yourself a copy, and listen along. And now, on to tonight's story. True crime has always been a hot topic across a wide variety of media. People are morbidly fascinated by the dark side of human nature, to the point where real-life accounts of murder and mayhem have become their very own genre. It's not hard to see why people are captivated by the grim stories recounted in this ever-widening sprawl of books, documentaries, and podcasts. In my opinion, this brand of horror is easily the most frightening kind because these heinous events and deeds actually occurred. They can happen, do happen, all the time, every single day. And the victims are most often regular, everyday people, just like you and me. True crime is, by turns, shocking, lurid, and tantalizing entertainment. However, I can assure you it's a lot different when you become personally involved in one of these unsavory tales of madness and death. Let me start from the beginning. Kaz and I were on the midnight shift at the time, which meant that we were working in the other wing. In my opinion, the other wing was hands down the scariest place to work in the whole zoo. No doubt about it. It housed a vampire, a succubus, which is a demonic entity that... it's kind of like a vampire, but much, much worse. A putrid zombie, and an 800-year-old skinwalker who was completely off his rocker on psychedelics most of the time. But to me, the most tragically frightening entity in that wing was the poltergeist. Now, her name was Catherine. When she was just 7 years old, Catherine was murdered in the drawing room of her own home. She was decapitated and left to bleed on the floor by an unknown assailant. Catherine's murder was never solved, and she became yet another obscure footnote in the big book of human misery. Tragedy struck yet again after her death. Through the fault of her own, her grief and fury doomed the poor thing to an eternal existence as a poltergeist. This particular brand of spiritual entity has the ability to manipulate physical objects, and they're notorious for their tendency to violently lash out against the living. For the most part, they lack the psychic energy to do more than just open the cupboard doors and knock over a few dishes. Catherine, however, was a rather extreme exception. Her spirit was right full of piss and vinegar. By the time I started working for Vic at the zoo, she was officially responsible for 3 grisly deaths, 4 mental breakdowns, and dozens of physical injuries. These ranged in severity from scratches and slight bruising to crippling compound fractures and internal bleeding. Long story short, Catherine was no joke. She could kill you, and she would kill you, and most important of all, she actively wanted to kill you. The only way to ensure your safety was to watch her every movement in the reflection of a silver-backed mirror. As long as you could see her in the mirror, she would be rendered unable to attack. The second you lost track of her in the mirror, you were in very deep shit. Needless to say, the caretakers only entered her habitat if it was absolutely necessary. Seeing as how she was a ghost, there wasn't much you could do for her anyway. One of us would pop in to do some quick vacuuming and dusting every few weeks. That was about it. Poor, angry little Catherine absolutely did not want any interaction with the living. Until I came along. All prior attempts at communication had been unsuccessful. Catherine would just stand there and hold her severed head in the air, silently glaring at the interloper, with murder in her eyes. That all changed in the wee hours of a Tuesday night shift. For the first time in 8 years that she'd been at the zoo, Catherine spoke to someone. And the person she chose to speak to was none other than yours truly, Billy Whitebread, the caretaker's assistant. This is the story of how Casimir and I teamed up to solve the mystery of Catherine's murder. Pull up a chair, make yourself a drink. You're probably going to need it. The whole thing started because I was volunteered, against my will, to clean up her habitat by Kaz, who was in a particularly bad mood that night. He peered through the observation window and grunted, "Go fetch a feather duster and the vacuum from the supply closet. Her habitat is filthy. I can barely even see through the glass." I snapped, "Oh, fuck that shit," and started whining about how it wasn't fair. It was obvious no one had bothered to do it since the last time Kaz and I had been on the midnight shift. All the horizontal surfaces were covered in a noticeable layer of furry-looking dust. "Many things in life are not fair," Kaz said, in a condescending tone. "It is not fair that certain people are obscenely rich, while many others are very poor. It is not fair that good people die young, and so many bad people live to see their golden years. And yes, it is not fair that it must be you who cleans the poltergeist's habitat once again. However, I am in a foul mood tonight, and I do not give a shit. Go get the damn feather duster." I growled, "Fuck you too, Rasputin." But I stomped over to a supply closet and did as I was told. It was our second week of a particularly grueling block of midnight shifts, and we were both grumpy and tired. However, one of us was a former Special Forces agent, and it certainly wasn't me. He was also technically my immediate superior, but neither of us cared about that anymore. At that point, we were both just trying to remain unseen in an increasingly volatile environment. As I recall, that week was a rough one in general. It started with 2 people getting killed by Salvatore the vampire. The incident was done and over before anyone could even begin to react. The film crew were working with Sal in his habitat that night. One of the caretakers, who were acting as zoo ambassadors that week, had gotten distracted by the filming process. It was only a few brief moments, but that was long enough for Sal to capture the mind of the boom operator. The assistant turned around just in time to see the boom operator throw his silver chain onto the floor, and then all hell broke loose. The starving vampire slammed into him like a freight train, and the poor guy's blood was splashed across the wall in a hot spray of crimson. The assistant panicked and jumped on Sal from behind, making him scream in agony as the silver chain pressed into the vampire's back. Salvatore flung the would-be rescuer across the entire length of the room, and he slammed into the opposite wall with brutal force. All of his internal organs disintegrated on impact, along with the majority of his bones. The best thing you could say about the entire mess was that both victims died almost instantly. When the security team made their entry, 70 seconds later, they could barely identify the bodies as being human. The boom operator's body was in the worst shape of the 2 dead men. His remains had been completely torn apart. He was literally rendered limb from limb during the attack. Salvatore was standing nearby, dripping with blood from head to toe. According to the other caretaker, who was present in the room, as the rescue team backed him into a corner with their squirt guns, Sal kept moaning, "Al is so fucking good. So fucking good." All the other crew members who were present that night immediately quit, and they stormed out into the parking lot. One of Victor's security goons made them go back inside at gunpoint. During the ensuing uproar, Phone calls were made to both Victor and Nick McKnight, the film's director. Nick and Victor arrived at the zoo at almost the same time. They got into a heated argument in the lobby, which rapidly turned into a furious screaming match. Vic ended up pinning the director to a wall by his throat. It took 4 people to pry him off. Vic and Nick continued to shout at each other as Victor was dragged away by 2 of his own men, who he repeatedly referred to as a couple of dime store cocksuckers, as he disappeared from view. 2 minutes later, they were having a drink together in Vic's office, talking and laughing like a couple of old friends. I guess Victor had finally met someone who was as narcissistic and self-centered as himself. They came out to the lobby together and announced that work would continue on as scheduled. The crew started to yell at them both, and Victor silenced them by brandishing a pistol. He bellowed, "Yeah, I don't want to hear any more about it. You people better shut the hell up and quit your fucking belly aching, you got it? Get your bitch asses back in there right now. Get back in there, make my fucking movie, dipshits, right now." Everyone scrambled to obey, Casimir and myself included. The atmosphere on the zoo was thick with fear and paranoia for the next few days. Victor didn't come back, but Nick made a point to stop in every night and hang around for a while. Outwardly, he seemed cool, worldly, sophisticated. But Nick McKnight emanated a sleazeball vibe that I quickly decided I wouldn't trust that guy as far as I could throw him. He was a golden snake in the grass, a silver-tongued son of a bitch with zero empathy for his fellow human beings. Long story short, everyone was in a bad mood that week, including Casimir. This state of affairs was pretty much normal for Kaz, though. He was in dour humor more often than not, regardless of what was happening around him. And tonight, he was also being something of a bossy fuckhead to boot. Not a good combo, to say the least. I came back from the supply room with a feather duster under my arm and the vacuum dragging along behind me. I steeled myself for a crusty response, and I sighed. "Hey, Kaz, can I borrow your mirror? Mine was in my utility belt when I came in tonight. Seems to have gone missing." Kaz rolled his eyes at me. He shoved his mirror into my hands and rumbled, "It is not my responsibility to ensure you are properly equipped. Where did it go?" I snorted. "If I knew where it went, it wouldn't be missing, would it? Not being such a dick. Do you want to volunteer to go in yourself? And you wouldn't have to part with your precious mirror." "I am tired," Kaz muttered. "I am tired of monsters, tired of Victor, tired of the film crew, and I am also growing tired of Billy Whitebread. I'm tired of everything." I snapped, "You know what, man? I'm also tired. That's right, it isn't just you, my man. I'm tired. I'm stressed out like a motherfucker, and I've really been regretting some of my recent life choices. So let's play nice and just, try to get through another night of babysitting the fucking ghouls." Kaz stepped back and said, "I think you should resume your habit of smoking marijuana. You seem very tense." I pointedly ignored him and punched in the door code. The pneumatic bolts drew back with a high-pitched whirring sound, followed by a series of dull clunks as they slid back in sequence. I gave myself a moment to prepare for what was waiting on the other side of the door. Try as I might, I couldn't seem to get used to Catherine and her... Well, it was mostly the fact that she carried her own head around like a basketball. I guess it was bad enough that her neck ended in a stump, but poor Catherine's head wasn't missing. She carried the fucking thing around in her arms, and that was somehow far worse. I saw her favorite rocking chair creaking back and forth on the far side of the room, but I checked in the mirror to make sure she was there just in case. It was her, all right. Sitting in her child-sized rocking chair with her head in her lap. I hastily dusted the furniture and vacuumed the carpet, keeping a close eye on Catherine in the mirror the entire time. She watched my every movement from her vantage point on her own lap, her face contorted with murderous rage. It was seriously disturbing, and I didn't like it one bit. I just got done vacuuming when Catherine decided it was time to break her silence. As I was unplugging the power cord from the wall outlet, Catherine hopped out of her chair and walked over to the vacuum. She pulled out the bag, and much to my dismay, she tore it open. dumping the contents all over the bare floorboards beside the carpet. I groaned. What the fuck is that all about? Come on, give me a break over here. Cradling her head under one wispy arm, Catherine knelt down and traced something in the dust with her free hand. When she was finished, she backed away from the dirt pile and beckoned me with a curled finger. I turned to the speaker on the wall and called out, "Are you seeing this, Kaz? She ripped open the vacuum bag and wrote something in the dust. I think she wants me to look at it." Kaz's voice cracked over the speaker. "Go see what it is." I looked at the dead girl's message in the dust, and I felt the prickle of sudden goose flesh popping up on the back of my neck. In straggling lines of printed block letters, Catherine had written, "The person cut my neck." Beneath this, the dead girl had scrawled two small and completely devastating words with her ghostly fingertips. "It hurts." I stared at those two words with mounting horror. I whispered, "Fucking hell." I made eye contact with Catherine in the mirror, and I asked her, "Who did this to you? Which person are you talking about?" Her lips moved, but no sound came out. She drifted closer, and I backed away to give her plenty of room. As I stood there and watched, 3 more words appeared in the dust. "The Bookman." I didn't understand what that meant, but I was chilled to the bone. Catherine's pallid little face was giving me a pleading look from between her hands. I shook my head and murmured, I don't know who that is." Her face scrunched up in frustration. She suddenly whirled around and threw a wooden chair across the room and burst against the wall with a loud bang and a shower of splinters. She let out a silent scream, and then she crumpled onto the floor and faded away. Kaz hit the intercom button and asked, "What does it say?" I muttered, "The person cut my neck." Then she wrote, "It hurts." When I asked her who the person was, she wrote, "The Bookman." Kaz took a few seconds to absorb the information. He clicked the switch again and said, "I wonder who this Bookman is. I wonder if he faced justice when he was still alive." I croaked, I don't know, but I kind of doubt it. I have a feeling that's the reason Catherine's still stomping around on this side of the horizon. I mean, the thing is, too much time's passed between then and now. It's too late." At the end of the shift, I suddenly realized that maybe it wasn't too late. I thought about it as I drifted off to sleep in the morning. And when I came back in for my shift that evening, I had a plan. I knew how I could release Catherine from her suffering. With the help of Falling Sky, I could solve her murder. Kaz was unimpressed by my plan. He bluntly told me, "This is a fool's errand. Even if you identify her killer, what will happen then? Are you going to have him arrested? He is long in his grave. The police cannot put handcuffs on a spirit. What do you hope to achieve?" I ran my hands through my hair and sighed. Well, I hope it'll put her at peace. I think she needs someone from the land of the living to recognize these awful things that happened to her, and she needs someone to name this sick fuck who did it. Even the Bookman can't be punished. I mean, someone needs to know his name, you know? Do you get what I mean? She deserves that much, doesn't she? So does he, even if they're both already gone. Kaz had a sour expression on his face, but I could see that my large Russian friend had understood me just fine. He crossed his arms over his chest and said, "If you feel you must do this thing, I will not stop you. Only one of us can enter the habitat at a time, so I will keep watch from the window. Do as you like, but I will never set foot in the spirit world again. Not until my last breath passes my lips." I nodded and said, "Fair enough, big fella. The film crew is supposed to be over in the aviary wing tonight, so we shouldn't have any interruptions. If someone does come around, just act like you're an angry Soviet bastard and glare at them until they go away. You know, just be yourself." I found Falling Sky over on the far side of his habitat. He was beating the shit out of a cactus with a war club. He grinned at me, sweat rolling down his chest from exertion, and he waved the club in the air. He panted, "I like to keep my skills sharp." He took a few swings at the cactus, which had been left in a broken state from the onslaught of his club. The skinwalker dropped the club in the sand and asked, "What brings you here tonight, little brother? You have a troubled look on your face. I mean, you always look troubled, but you look even more troubled tonight than usual." I asked him, "Do you know about Catherine? Her habitat's just like a few doors down from yours." Falling Sky gave me a somber nod. "Yes, of course. She's an angry soul who cannot find her way to the spirit world. It's very tragic. Life is often cruel. So is death." I let out a deep sigh and said, "Well, she kind of asked me to solve her murder last night. I mean, in a roundabout way. I don't think she can talk. Anyway, this is definitely a cold case situation, but I got this crazy idea how it might be possible to figure it out. So, her killer is definitely dead by now, right? I mean, as long as this guy didn't become a restless spirit himself, he's probably kicking around somewhere in the spirit world. Technically, it could be possible to go there and find him." Falling Sky raised an eyebrow at this, and he chuckled. "The spirit world is bigger than you can imagine. It contains everyone and everything that's ever lived beneath the sky. You could wander for 200 years and never find this man. Don't even know his name." I scoffed at his negativity and countered, "Well, I know Catherine's name for him. She called him the Bookman. I mean, it's a start, right?" The skinwalker gave me a patronizing smile. He patted my shoulder and said, "That depends heavily on two things. One, if you can fully open your mind, and two, if the universe deems you worthy of a helping hand. There are many billions of spirits on the other side. It would be like searching for a single leaf in a vast forest." I rubbed my temples and grunted. She told me it still hurts. 100 and some odd years later, and it still hurts. Every day, every night, every single second. For over a century. That really got under my skin, you know? I can't stop thinking about it. This guy, he needs to be brought to justice. However it may play out in the end, it doesn't matter. We have to try. "Sounds like you're speaking for the both of us," Falling Sky noted in a dry tone. "I think perhaps you can only speak for yourself." I closed my eyes and massaged my temples again. I was getting a headache. I muttered, "What else are you doing right now? You gonna go smack the shit out of another cactus with your war club?" "I'm willing to drink another mug of that horrible tea if it could possibly help this girl. Just thinking about it makes my stomach turn. But I'm willing to do it. What's your excuse?" A slow grin spread across his face. Falling Sky clapped me on the shoulder again and boomed, "You have a pure soul, Billy Whitebread. I can't let such a brave warrior face this evil alone. Well, eagle or bear? Which do you choose?" I grimaced at him and snapped, "Look, you can come along or stay here, but I'm not going to take on the form of an animal. It's a bunch of pseudo-spiritual horse shit. Don't be such a corny douchebag. This isn't a movie. Going to the spirit world is serious business, isn't it?" Falling Sky smirked at me and said, You don't even know what to do when you get there, but now you're suddenly an expert. How can anything be serious when your name is Billy Wheatbread? I gave him the side eye and grumbled, the name's Billy Whitebread, okay? I don't call you Sinking Clouds or something, do I? Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? I could kill you in a heartbeat. The skinwalker muttered, and he started stomping over to his Hogan. Don't forget that. I could turn into a mountain lion and rip your face off. I gave my new friend a strange smile and said, stop grumbling and make the tea. You've got a murder to solve. The tea was just as awful as the first time. I squirmed and gagged and wiped tears from my eyes. But in the end, I managed to keep it down. The habitat fell away into a thick rolling mist. We had arrived. I gave Falling Sky an annoyed look and asked, can you please change back into a human being? You don't need to be a bear right now, do you? It's not helpful. Falling Sky shot back a quavering falsetto. Oh, can you please change back into a human being? It's not helpful. I rolled my eyes and said, quit being a tool. It's just kind of weird and unnecessary, that's all. He snapped, mind your own business, Billy Cornbread. I'd rather be a bear than a pasty white cry monkey. Okie dokie, dickhead. Real mature. Fine, go ahead, be a stupid bear. Hell, turn into a frickin' pelican. If it makes you happy. Fuck, you're so weird. The skinwalker gave me a baleful look and said, better to be weird than normal. Normal people will never know the joy of taking a shit when you're flapping your wings at 4,000 feet. Just sticking your backside into the abyss, letting it rain down. Now, that is freedom. He started to amble away in some random direction. I called out, where are you going? Falling Sky looked over his shoulder and yelled back, how the heck should I know? This is your adventure, not mine. All I know is if you're trying to find something, you have to look for it. So that's what I'm doing. I muttered, fair enough, and I followed him into the roiling mist. As we plodded along through the dull and featureless landscape, I found myself having second thoughts about the viability of this plan. Was I wrong? Was this actually a stupid fucking idea? For some unknown reason, I had imagined I'd be stumbling across a series of clues and a cast of zany characters, encountering danger and intrigue as I navigated through a fantasy landscape. This, however, was the exact opposite. There were no clues, no zany characters, no fantasy landscape. It was just a whole lot of thick, gray fog everywhere I looked. It was excruciatingly boring, and it sucked. It was the polar opposite of an adventure. I tapped Falling Sky on his fluffy hindquarters and muttered, I think you're right, man. How are we supposed to find anything in this fog? The skinwalker looked back at me with a shocked expression. He growled, did you just touch my ass? I sputtered, what? No, I mean, yeah, but I did. Oh, don't you look at me like that. I wasn't thinking of it as your ass. It's like, you know, it's a big round bear butt, not a human butt. It's different. His eyes narrowed and he rumbled, not to me, it isn't. Hands off my bear butt, Billy. Who's the weird one now? I threw my hands up and yelled, fine, I won't touch your ass anymore. Happy? Look, I'm starting to think that maybe you were right. Okay, this was a waste of time. There's nothing for miles except for this shitty fog and, like, nothing else at all. This is bullshit. Falling Sky gave me a pitying look, which was a very strange expression to see on the face of a bear. He snorted, what fog? I see the sun, the blue sky, a grassy plain that stretches for days in every direction. I think you're seeing the fog of your own clouded mind, little brother. You have to let go of reality, throw it aside, fall into the abyss. I closed my eyes, and I imagined I was clinging to a rope. The world of normal things loomed above, and the world of the fantastic lurked below. I imagined the coarse texture of the rope against my palms, and the strain in my arms from suspending my body weight above the abyss, and then I imagined letting go of the rope, and plummeting into thin air, tumbling headlong into a place where space and time were meaningless. It was frightening, but it was also exhilarating. When I opened my eyes, the fog was gone. I was standing on a street corner somewhere in the distant past. I watched as milling crowds of men wearing dark suits rushed into their various destinations, interspersed with women shuffling along in their tight corsets and bustle skirts. A shoe shine stand was set up nearby, and a tiny scrap of a kid who was maybe 8 years old was buffing a man's shoes as he read the newspaper. No one seemed to notice the long-haired young man in the Kevlar suit. And they also failed to notice the bear standing beside him. I whispered, "Can't they see us? Are we invisible?" Falling Sky murmured back, "They aren't really here. They're asking the universe to help you, and this is how it responded. It's like watching a movie, but you aren't sitting in the audience." I gave him a surprised look and said, I didn't think you'd know about movies. Aren't you, like, 800 years old?" The skinwalker grunted. "I wasn't captured until 1988. I saw a lot of movies. I saw RoboCop in the theater." I wandered over to the shoe shine stand and peered at the headlines in the man's newspaper. It was an article about the new president, a former governor of New York named Grover Cleveland. The date on the first page of the newspaper was June 27th, 1885. I looked back at Falling Sky, and he shouted to be heard over the clamor of an approaching streetcar. I hollered, "I'm pretty sure this is my city, but it's over 100 years in the past. I think I recognize that building down the street. Still standing there now in the present time." The man sitting in the shoe shine chair lowered his newspaper, revealing a sunken-eyed man sporting a top hat and a heavy mustache. His eyes were watery and bloodshot. He folded the paper in his lap and said, "I would originally wish you a good day, sir, but I'm afraid I have no good wishes to give on this horrible day. I put my only child into the ground this morning. She now lies in the cemetery down at St. Michael's Church." I stood there and gawked at him until the horse-powered streetcar squealed its way past. When it was gone, I stammered, "Are you Catherine's father?" "I am," he replied in a weary tone. "She was murdered in my home. Now they suspect it was I who carried out this terrible deed. I'm innocent. My heart can take no more. These are my last moments on this earth." The shoeshine boy chirped, "All done, mister," and Catherine's father handed him a few coins. He slowly rose to his feet and turned to look at me, his face drawn into a grimace of unbearable heartache. He murmured, "Must find the fiend who killed her, and must put him to justice, I beg you, sir. Release my angel from her suffering." I gripped his arm and gently asked, "Do you have any idea who could have done this? Do you remember anything that could help me find this guy?" He leaned closer and whispered, "Mark my words, sir. Beware any man who believes he is pure." Catherine's father abruptly shuffled across the street, a broken human being with no desire to continue. I watched as he started talking to a beat cop who was standing on the opposite corner. His voice was drowned out by the approach of another oncoming streetcar, but the cop started to look alarmed by his words. Just before the streetcar passed between us, the grieving man pulled a revolver out of his coat, and he put the barrel against his temple. I screamed, "Don't do it!" But I was over 100 years too late. I was witnessing an event from the forgotten past, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I heard the shot, followed by a volley of horrified shrieks from the witnesses. When the streetcar passed out of view, Catherine's dad was lying in a pool of blood. The cop was looking down at him with a shocked expression on his broad, ruddy face. I jogged across the street and waved my hands to get his attention. I asked him, "What did he say before he pulled the trigger?" A very strange thing happened as soon as I spoke to the beat cop. As soon as he heard my voice, he appeared to step out of the scene, for lack of a better description, and his facial expression turned neutral. It was pretty jarring. At a family Christmas gathering many years ago, I sat down with the kids and tried to play one of these newfangled modern video games. My interactions with the non-playable characters reminded me strongly of the Beat Cop. The way the characters just stopped what they were doing and focused on me was unnervingly similar. The cop answered in a neutral tone. "He said he was innocent, sir. And then he said something about a wolf who dressed as a shepherd. I didn't catch it all because of the streetcar." I mumbled, "Thank you." "Okay," and started to turn away. I paused, and then I turned back to the cop and asked, Hey, this might sound really strange, but are you real? Like, is everyone here a ghost? Or is it me who's the ghost?" He softly answered, "We are all destined to become ghosts, sir. The prophecy begins the moment we're born. It's only a question of how quickly we'll get there." I gave him an awkward nod and said, "Okay, yeah, good point. Thanks." He immediately fell back into the horrifying scene around him, as if I no longer existed. I ran across the street to join Falling Sky, who was hunkered down on his haunches, impatiently waiting my return. I ran my hands through my hair and gasped, "See that? Holy shit, man, I didn't see that coming, like, at all. Well, I guess that rules out her dad. Perhaps he did it to escape the misery of his guilt," the skinwalker pondered. "But maybe not. That remains to be seen." I looked around us and grumbled, "Now what? Where do we go to next?" Falling Sky stood on his hind legs and lifted his paws skyward. He said, "Ask the universe. If she's feeling kind, maybe she'll give you a sign." I shrugged and said, "Well, it can't hurt, I guess." "Hey, universe! I'm trying to do a good deed over here, but I'm a little stuck at the moment, you know? I don't know what to do next. I need a sign." As the last words exited my mouth, the town clock began to toll in the distance. I pointed in the direction it was coming from and exclaimed, "Bells! So, what has a bell? Churches have bells." He said they buried her in the cemetery at St. Michael's Church. It's probably right there on the church grounds. I think the universe is telling us to go nose around at the church. I don't know, maybe I'm just being stupid right now, but I feel like I'm on the right track. What do you think? Falling Sky's muzzle cracked open a wide yawn. He treated himself to a big stretch and then said, "I have no opinion. I already told you, this is not my adventure. I'll follow, but it's up to you to lead the way." I grudgingly said, "Fine. I mean, you're the ancient witch doctor who regularly visits the other side, and I'm just some naive kid who's never even left my home state, but sure, I'll lead the way." He gave me a snarky look and muttered, "Then start leading, Billy Whitebread. Go ask someone where we can find this church." I shot him a sullen look, then stepped into the flow of foot traffic at the side of the street. I chose some random lady in her stupidly bulky dress and elaborate bonnet, and I stepped in front of her as she was shuffling past. She stopped cold in her tracks, staring at me with the same disturbingly smooth, neutral expression as the beat cop. I said, "Sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but me and my talking bear are looking for St. Michael's Church. Can you tell me where it is?" She didn't even give me a second look. She just replied, "Yes, of course." She pointed with a daintily gloved hand. "Just head that way until you hit Elgin Street. Turn left, and it'll be another 5 minutes or so down the street." I performed a deep bow and said, "Thank you very kindly, madam." Her face went blank, and she serenely continued on her way as if she hadn't just been accosted by a strange young man and a bear. I watched her go with a bemused look, and I shook my head. I said to Falling Sky, "I don't know, man, I just can't see things the same way I did before I knew about skinwalkers and the water nymphs and, like, all this other weird shit. They say truth is stranger than fiction, but I'm starting to think they're the same thing." I surprised us both with the bitterness in my voice. Falling Sky asked, "Are you feeling okay over there, Billy? You shouldn't be tripping in the spirit world with a heavy heart. It could be dangerous." I rubbed my temples and snapped, "I'm fine, don't worry about it. Let's go find this church and, I guess we'll see what happens." Falling Sky didn't look convinced, but he chose to let it go. He said, "And lead the way, Billy Whitebread. As long as you understand that something's waiting for us at the end of our journey. Can you feel it? Someone knows we're here, and they're not very happy about it. The skinwalker was right. I could feel an oppressive force gathering in the air. A malignant presence was waiting somewhere down the line. And it was fucking furious that we were there. I murmured, "It's the bookman. He doesn't want anyone to know his real identity. I think he's scared too. He's scared to face the justice he avoided when he was still alive." Falling Sky nodded his shaggy head in agreement. He growled, "I hope we'll be able to deliver that justice, Billy Whitebread. I hope for it very much." We could see the spire of the church reaching into the sky as soon as we turned the corner. It gave me a murky tingle of foreboding in the pit of my stomach. St. Michael's Church was a large, vaguely menacing structure that covered most of a city block. It featured a tower with a clock, a steeple, and a belfry. The steeple was capped with a roof lantern, which in turn had been outfitted with a lightning rod in the shape of a crucifix. It looked like a weapon of war, thrusting with murderous intent into the underbelly of the clouds. The longer I looked at the old church, the more off-kilter details seemed to jump out at me. None of it was particularly jarring on its own, but it all added up to create an unsettling atmosphere. Among other things, I spotted a toddler-sized pair of short pants lying in a clump of weeds, and someone had balanced the skull of a large dog on top of a tombstone. One of the empty eye sockets had been filled with a chunk of quartz, giving it a bizarre twinkle in the muted sunlight. "This is a bizarre place," Falling Sky said quietly. He wrinkled his muzzle back from his teeth and added, "I'm not very fond of the man in the black robes. He never did my people any favors, that's for sure." I gave him a sympathetic nod and murmured, "My dad always used to say that having a religion is like having a penis. Keep it to yourself. Don't shove it down anyone else's throat." I think that about sums it up. Falling Sky chuckled. "Your father's a wise man. Well, we're here. Let's go have a look around." We entered the church grounds and made our way to the main entrance, the skinwalker sniffing at the cobblestone path behind me as we approached the front steps. He lifted his head and grumbled, "No one has a scent. None of this is real. Nothing is alive in this place, but they aren't spirits either. They're more like projections on a screen." I replied, "It's probably good that nothing has a scent, because people didn't wear deodorant back then. Pretty sure they didn't have to bathe that often either. Probably still smelled better than you, though." "What do you mean?" he demanded in an offended tone. "Are you saying I smell bad?" "Well, you are a bear, aren't you? Do the math." "You're just jealous," he huffed indignantly. "I could be anything I want. You can only be yourself. You must be so boring. I pity you." I grudgingly answered, "I'll give you that one, man. Pretty much stuck with being myself. Thanks for reminding me." The interior of the church was draped in shadows. We slunk along the main aisle towards the altar, moving with furtive footsteps in the silent gloom. As we drew closer, I saw a woman in a headscarf polishing the prayer desk with a rag. I whispered to Falling Sky, "Should I talk to her?" "I don't see anyone else you can talk to," he whispered back. "And why are we being quiet? None of this is real. You could piss all over the floor. She wouldn't even notice." I hissed, "Don't pee on anything, for fuck's sake. Here, just hang back for a minute and behave yourself." Falling Sky snorted, "Here's some behaving for you," and squeezed out a horrible fart. I gave him a disgusted look and lifted my shirt over my nose. I choked. "Did something crawl up your ass and die? I thought there weren't any smells in this world. Fucking hell, man." He giggled at me and said, "Yes, but we aren't part of the world, and you shouldn't scold me for my bodily functions. I'm 800 years old, Billy Whitebread. Have some sympathy for an old man." The woman straightened up as I approached, and she exclaimed, "We don't get many visitors here on a Saturday afternoon. My name's Constance. The Reverend isn't here, I'm afraid, but perhaps I can be of service to you?" I sighed. "Well, Constance, I sure hope so. Did you have a funeral for a member of your congregation this morning? A little girl named Catherine." She folded her hands together and murmured, "Yeah, it was a tragic affair. Only 7 years old, and she was murdered in her own parlor. They say it was her own father who did it, but I don't believe that to be true." "It wasn't him," I agreed. "I don't suppose you have any idea who did it, do you? Because, that would be, pretty fucking awesome." "Oh, I had my suspicions," Constance said quietly, "but I can't prove them. I just had a feeling, that was all. And you can't very well go to the authorities because you have a vague feeling of someone's guilt, can you? So I kept it to myself. It wasn't long before I was murdered, too." I did a double take and said, What? Who killed you?" "I don't know," Constance said quietly. "I would suspect it was the same person who killed poor Catherine. I kept my suspicions to myself, but it was probably written all over my face whenever I saw them. I was out for an evening stroll beside the river when they chose to strike. The fiend must have been lurking in the shadows as they followed me to my doom. When the footpath passed beneath the bridge, the horrible beast rushed up behind me and pushed me into the river. I clutched at his sleeve as I fell in, but it tore beneath my grasp, and I came away with only a bit of cloth in my hands. It was very dark beneath the bridge. I never saw who attacked me. The current carried me away into the night, and, well, no one ever knew what became of me." I gawked at her with my mouth hanging open. She stared back with no expression. My mind was racing. Slowly, I asked, "You wouldn't have any idea where your body ended up, would you?" Constance nodded, and my heart leapt into my throat. She said, "It was where the river bends as it passes Orville Haskins' farmstead. I was still alive when the water spat me up on the riverbank. I didn't drown, as my murderer had intended. I was too battered and exhausted to climb up the bank, and so I died of exposure." I winced and said, "Oof, that's a cheerful little fact, isn't it?" "Man, that's rough. For what it's worth, I'm sorry that happened to you." Gently, she said, "I was sorry too. Is there anything else I can help you with?" I let out a deep, shaky breath. I asked, "Can you maybe give me the name of the person you think committed the murder? Well, the murderers, I guess. Hers, yours, God knows who else." She shook her head, and in a grave tone she said, "The heavens may know their identity, but I do not. If I can't say it's the truth, then it can't pass my lips." I grumbled, "Fair enough, I suppose. Okay, thank you for your help." Constance looked at me in the eye and said, "Friends always hide in the darkness. Expose the beast to the light, then bring judgment upon him. We all wish you the best." With that said, Constance abruptly disengaged from the conversation and went back to polishing the prayer desk. I stood there and watched her for a few moments, then I called out, "Come on, big guy. Let's see if we can flag down one of those taxi carriage things. I think we're taking a trip out to the countryside." Falling Sky could barely fit on the bench seat of the handsome cab. He gave me a sour look and said, "This is undignified." I smiled and made a sweeping gesture at his big, round, bare body. You could always turn yourself into something smaller, right? Honestly, I'm not sure how far this horse can pull a fully grown bear. He rumbled. "It could haul an infinite number of fully grown bears. This is a vision quest, Billy Whitebread. There's no here or there in this place. We are nowhere." He clambered up into the cab, and in a decidedly snarky tone, he added, "It is my sacred right To live and breathe as whatever animal I choose. I thought we already talked about this. Respect my culture. I muttered, whatever you say, weirdo. And I went to the back of the carriage to speak with the driver. The driver smiled down at me from his lofty perch at the back of the carriage, showing off about 14 yellow teeth. He exclaimed, "Good afternoon, lad. Needing a lift, are you?" I said, "Yes, sir, I sure do. Can you take us out to Orville Haskins' farm? Do you know where that is?" "I do indeed," he replied cheerfully. "Just a short trot beyond the town limits. Have a seat beside your friend, young man. We'll be off presently." I shook my head and replied, "This fat ass taking up the whole seat. Can I sit up there beside you?" I heard Falling Sky mutter in the background. Pretty mouthy for someone I could eat alive. Wouldn't be the first time. The driver shrugged and said, "Whatever pleases you, sir. Watch your step on the way up." We jounced and bumped our way to our destination, and I watched our surroundings slowly roll past with wide-eyed wonder. It was a world just like my own, but it was also completely different. In the heart of the city, in 1996, we had chain restaurants and shopping centers, pizza parlors, video stores. But in the 1880s, there were mercantile shops and general stores, blacksmiths, cobblers. Back in my present-day reality, blacksmiths and cobblers hardly even existed anymore. It was like watching a big-budget historical film with all the glamour scrubbed away, revealing the fresh piles of horse shit all over the road. I looked over at the burly apparition steering the carriage beside me, and I asked, "I don't suppose you've ever heard of someone called the Bookman, have you? Or something? I'm just assuming it's a person, not a place." The driver darted an amused glance over at me and said, No, sir, not me. I don't know too much about books, I'm afraid. I must confess, I can barely read or write. I didn't get much school when I was a lad. Had to work, help support the family." I gave him a sympathetic look and said, "It sucks, man. Every kid deserves an education. Do you ever wish you can go back and learn?" The driver's lips curled into a sad smile. He replied, "Yes, sir, I do. When common people like myself can't read too good, well, that's a problem. You make sure the bookmen of this world aren't lying to you about what's in them books. If you ask me, a lot of folks put too much faith in them sneaky sons of bitches, pardon my French. That's how I feel in my heart." I turned his words over in my mind, and for a brief second I almost had a spark of an idea, but then it was gone, replaced with the clip-clopping of horse hooves and the monotonous squeaking of the axle. I asked, "How much longer?" And the driver abruptly halted his horse. The teeming city streets were suddenly gone, replaced by a dirt road and a ramshackle farmhouse. There was a barn drunkenly leaning against the horizon in the background. The property line was bordered by an ancient fence. It was slowly collapsing and rotting into mulch where it stood. In the distance, a handful of scrawny cattle were attempting to graze in a field of weeds and thistle. The driver boomed, "Here it is! Farmstead of Mr. Orville Haskins. Truth be told, I have no idea why anyone would go out their way to visit that old man. He's got bats in the belfry, old Orville does. He's a lunatic." I started to explain the situation, but the blank look on his face reminded me he wasn't a real person who I'd actually give a shit. I stepped down and muttered to myself, "Lunatic. Oh, it should be interesting." Falling Sky struggled out of the carriage and lumbered over to stand beside me. He cracked his jaws in a huge yawn, let out a sneeze, and then he gave his head a vigorous shake. His skinwalker saw me staring at him. He demanded, "What are you looking at? Feels good, okay? You wouldn't understand unless you had fur." I looked up at the driver and said, "Hey man, I don't really have any money on me right now, and even if I did, it'd be from the wrong time period. Is it okay if no charge for you two fine gentlemen?" The driver interrupted. He gave me a meaningful look and added, "Be mindful of what he says to you. A lot of it'll be nonsense, but not all of it. You have to pay attention. He speaks in riddles." Falling Sky rolled his eyes and snorted, "All you people speak in riddles. I wish the universe could just pass us a note or something. It's taking too long." "If only it could be that easy," the driver agreed. "Good luck, gentlemen. I truly hope for the best." He pulled his carriage around in a tight U-turn, and he headed off back towards town. They got maybe 100 feet away before the driver, his cab, and his horse all disappeared into a shimmer of light. And then it was just me and the bear, standing in the middle of nowhere as a cloud of dust settled back to the parched earth beneath our feet. I looked over at the creepy little farmhouse and I murmured, "This place reminds me of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. How about you lead the way this time, bear guy? I mean, you're all big and bear-like, so, you know." Falling Sky grunted. "I saw that movie too. It scared the crap out of me. You go ahead." With great reluctance, I started up the heavily rutted laneway, and the skinwalker trailed behind me. I already knew this part of our journey was going to degenerate into an ordeal. I could just about taste it in the air. Catherine's killer knew we were sniffing at his trail. Unlike the rest of the characters in this interactive murder mystery, the bookman was a real spirit, not just a projection of the past. He wouldn't stand idle as we sought to uncover his identity. One way or another, he would try to silence us. The driver wasn't exaggerating. Orville Haskins was very intense, to say the least. He came shambling out onto his sagging porch to greet us. Orville could have been anywhere between 30 and 70 years old. He was a hollow-eyed corpse of a man with a wild, feral stare. He was barefoot and shirtless beneath the grimiest pair of denim pants I'd ever seen. His scrawny torso was dingy with dirt, and his feet were crusted up to the ankle with months of accumulated filth. I was glad you couldn't smell the inhabitants of this world, because Orville definitely stank like a corpse. Orville peeled back his cracked lips and gave me an off-kilter grin, revealing a set of chompers that made the cab driver's teeth look like a set of Da Vinci veneers. He lifted his ragged hat in a cordial greeting, and I noticed his hands were just as filthy as his bare feet. I thought to myself, this guy ate with those hands. Ugh. Orville plopped his hat back over his greasy helmet of hair, and he squawked, "Good afternoon, sir. It's a fine day for absolution. Yes, sir, I reckon you fellers here to see a gal out by the river. She was murdered by the Shadow Man, poor thing. I was told about it in a dream. I go to see the angels, and they tell me things." Falling Sky slinked a little closer, his eyes bright with curiosity. He whispered, "I've heard of such things from the spirits. There are those who can travel to the spirit world while they sleep. They're called dreamers. Some of them are oracles, some of them are madmen." Orville nodded his head vigorously in agreement. A thin line of drool slipped from a gap between two of his baked bean teeth, and it ran into his whiskers. He said, "The Shadow Man's a bad feller. He has two faces. I went into town and told them all about the Shadow Man. They didn't believe me. Well, the angels said they wouldn't believe me, but I tried anyhow." I cast a quick glance over at Falling Sky, and was startled to see he was no longer a bear. He was now a lean and limber mountain lion. He saw my puzzled expression and whispered, "Just in case we have to run away. I know none of this is real, but this guy scares me." I waved my hand to secure Orville's wandering attention, and I asked, "Can you show us where to find her?" A glassy, haunted expression crept across Orville's dirt-smeared features. A fresh string of drool rolled over his scabby lower lip, and it oozed into his whiskers. "Well, she's nothing but bones now, nothing but bones and rags. Even bones can tell a story, yes, sir. Come on along, fella. I'll show you where she lay." We followed Orville across his barnyard, keeping a discreet distance as he rambled a steady flow of nonsense under his breath. The lawn was a thigh-high meadow of weeds and wildflowers, and the barn itself looked like it was ready to collapse at any given moment. Likewise, none of his fields had been tiled or planted in a very long time. The entire farm was gradually returning to the wilderness from which it came. He led us on a winding journey that ended up at the back of his property. It was bordered by a river, a winding and sluggish body of water that was more of a glorified creek at this time of year. We stood back and watched Orville stomp through the undergrowth, to the edge of the embankment, and still muttering a stream of gibberish under his breath, he stopped and said, "Yes, sir, this is the place right here." We climbed back down the crumbling embankment, and there was a heap of bones and a faded rag of a dress. I knelt down and examined the remains, wincing at its mangled condition. She'd been cruelly battered and broken by the ferocious current. Her skull was cracked, her ribs were shattered, her limbs were twisted and splintered. "It would have been better if she had drowned," Falling Sky murmured in a somber tone. "Terrible death. But now she's safe with her ancestors." "What's that stuff here in her hand? Looks like a patch of cloth. It's a different color than the dress." I carefully pulled the rotting material away from her broken fingers. It was indeed a thin strip of black cloth. I showed it to Falling Sky. This came from the bookman. I bet she ripped it off his shirt or something as she fell into the water. Falling Sky examined it closely, his tail lashing around in agitation. He said, "It seems too thick to come from a shirt. Maybe he was wearing a coat, a dark cloak." I nodded thoughtfully and tucked the scrap of cloth into my pocket. I mumbled, Yeah, I think you're onto something there. A cloak, a long coat, something like that. Some of these guys ran around in extra long suit jackets, especially at night. It was a style of evening wear. I think that's why Orville calls him the Shadow Man. The skinwalker settled down on his haunches. His eyes narrowed in thought. He mused, "A man in a long, dark coat. Dead girl called him the Bookman. What do you think of when you put these two things together?" I muttered, Victorian-era library, maybe? An accountant. Help me out here, man. What do you think? I hunkered down to get a closer look at the skeletal remains, but I had no idea what I was looking for. I mean, I wasn't a forensic specialist of any kind, was I? I was just a young fellow who'd bitten off more than he could chew. I looked up and called out, Hey, Orville, can I ask you a question?" Seconds went by without a response. I looked up just in time to catch a brief impression of a shadowy figure at the edge of the embankment. There was a swirl of black, and then the figure was gone. I gasped. Did you see that?" The Falling Sky was already scrambling up the slope. He paused at the top of the embankment, his tail lashing around, and he said, "You better come see this." I struggled my way to the top, and I inhaled sharply at what was waiting for me in the overgrown weeds. Orville had been quietly murdered as we were playing detective down below. His throat had been slashed open from ear to ear. I hissed, "What the fuck? This isn't how he died like in the real world. I thought none of this was real, man. That looks pretty real to me." Falling Sky frowned at the body. His eyes were troubled. "Everyone and everything we see here, it's all just a projection. It shouldn't be possible to harm them in any way. It'd be like stepping into a movie and interfering with the actors. It simply shouldn't be possible." I rubbed my eyes and groaned. Well, what happened anyway? I think we both know who did it, but how? Falling Sky mused to himself. "You and I should be trapped in the world of the living, but we found a way to step over that barrier. Likewise, the Bookman must have found a way around the veil that lies between the spirits and the great beyond. If this is true, the natural laws of what can and what can never be, they no longer apply to him." I nervously cleared my throat and croaked, "That sounds bad. I mean, if he can, straight up murder these astral projections, or whatever the fuck you call them, could he kill us too?" Falling Sky gave me a grim look. He said, "I don't know, and I don't wish to find out." I made an unhappy noise and cast a quick glance over both shoulders. I murmured, I'd love to expose the dickhead's identity and help Catherine. don't want to die trying. I hate to say it, but I think we should maybe give up and go home. I'm not too keen on joining Catherine as a restless spirit. The skinwalker stretched up his hind legs and dropped a heavy paw on my shoulder. He said, "If he can break the boundaries between the spirit world and the greater beyond, he can also transcend the barrier between the dead and the living. It will not be safe from him there." I absorbed this information with a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I groaned. Oh, fuck me. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? I mean, look what he did to this fucking guy. Okay. I'll just, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what to do. Falling Guy dropped onto all four legs and started pushing his way through the weeds. He called back, "There's only one course of action as of right now. I am officially relieving you of your leadership. Follow me." I hurried after him and gasped, "Hey, wait up! Where are we going?" Falling Sky looked back at me with wide, feral eyes. He licked his chops and growled, "We must go finish what we started. Prepare yourself, Billy Whitebread. We're going to war." We found another carriage waiting for us in front of Orville's ramshackle house. This one was a fully enclosed coach model with an elevated seat for the driver. The seat in question was occupied by a smartly dressed chap in a black top hat. A curtain was drawn back from a window as we approached, and a slender hand in a velvet glove waved us over. The door popped open. The skinwalker and I shared a questioning look. He said, "After you, Billy." I snorted. Hey, wasn't I just relieved of my leadership a few minutes ago? Why am I climbing in first? Falling Sky hopped up on two legs and gave me a push towards the carriage. He chuckled, "Because I'm the leader. The follower does what the leader says." I poked my head through the open window and gasped in surprise. The owner of the veiled glove was the actress Sharon Stone. She was wearing a Victorian-era dress, but her hair was cropped short and swept back, the same hairstyle she had in the movie Basic Instinct. She smiled at me and said, "Hello, duckling. It's been a while, hasn't it? You look good. Looks like you're putting some meat on those bones. How about a quickie for old time's sake?" I looked back at Falling Sky and groaned. "It's a succubus. Should we get in?" He waved at the endless stretch of dirt roads with his paw, and he sighed. "It's better than walking, I suppose." I sat on the bench on the opposite side of the succubus, and Falling Sky sat on the floor. As the carriage started jouncing back to town, the succubus gave me a sly grin and purred, "I hope you're pleased with the form I chose today. I thought you'd probably like it. After all, I know what you did when you rented that movie from the video store. As I recall, you did it at least 6 times, you wicked little beast." I looked down at the floor and muttered, "Yeah, thanks for the ride back and everything, but why are you here?" She gave me a shrug and said, "I think your little mission here is very honorable. It's very brave for a little snack like yourself to take on a nasty piece of work like him. Even the likes of a skinwalker is afraid of him. That's saying something." I gave her a sharp look and leaned forward. My hands knotted together in my lap. "You know who's responsible? Like his real name?" The succubus giggled. "Of course." She looked out the window. I waited for her to say more, but she just kept staring out the window with a vague smile. I snapped, "Well, you could save us a whole lot of time if you said it out loud. We could go back to the world of the living right now, bingo bango, at once and done." She gave me a smarmy grin and said, "Oh, I'm afraid I'm not allowed to do that. The greater beyond works in mysterious ways. You have to figure it out on your own. I'm just here to give you a ride, but... oh, I don't know. Maybe I could give you a hint." I gripped her hand in both of mine and hissed, "Yes, please, anything at all." The succubus murmured, "Well, I'm going to need a little something in return. Quid pro quo, my sweetness. Lay with me again. You could have me in my current form. Would you like that? You could act out all those fantasies you had while you watched the movie. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat and shot a glance over at the skinwalker, who was looking on with an amused glint in his eye. He said, "Don't look over here, Billy Whitebread. She prefers beings that still have their souls intact. I traded mine to become a witch." I gave him a sour grimace and croaked, "How convenient." Okay, weird timing, but okay. But we don't do it in front of the mountain lion. That's just weird. You can't drink any of my blood either. That fucking hurt. No way. And my soul is definitely off limits. The succubus pouted. "Not even a mouthful of blood? You're being stingy. Honestly, this is barely even worth my time, but I suppose I'll accept your terms." Oh, she put her head out the window and bellowed, "Driver, stop the carriage." There was no answer to the demon's command. A look of alarm spread across her face. She leaned closer and urgently whispered, "I hold thrall over all entities who exist in the greater beyond, real or otherwise. This isn't right." A whip cracked across the horse's right flank, and the stallion veered off the road. The carriage jounced across a shallow ditch and started careening through an overgrown meadow. We all screamed in unison as we were bounced around inside the carriage like a palmful of dice. The wheels hit a deep rut in the soil, and the entire thing rolled upside down. The horse dragged the carriage through the tall weeds for a few seconds, and then it managed to break free of its reins. It disappeared from sight with a rapid thundering of hooves, and then all went silent. In the aftermath, I found myself tangled up with the Victorian Sharon Stone on the roof of the carriage, which was now the floor. Falling Sky was lying heavily across both of us, growling and panting hot lion breath into my face. I groaned, "Get off me, you big galoot," and struggled my way through the window. I felt a hand slide up the back of my leg as I was wriggling to freedom and yelled, "Not right now, lady! The hell!" The succubus yelled back, "Fine, be like that. It's your loss, not mine." When we were all standing beside the carriage, I turned to the succubus and grunted, "How'd you choose your driver? Did he kind of just appear with the carriage?" She nodded thoughtfully and said, "I didn't really put much thought into it at the time, but yes, he just came with the coach. I dismissed him as part of the scenery, but I was wrong. Very unusual. I hold domain over all things in the void, so I can only presume the driver was him. You know, that piece of shit I'm not allowed to mention my name. I'd love to have a word with him, if you know what I mean." She held up her hand and flexed her fingers, which grew into wickedly long talons before my eyes. She wiggled them and breathed, "Scratchy, scratchy. There goes his innards. Unfortunately, I can't touch him. When he died, everyone thought he was a good man, so now he has the protection of fond thoughts and good intentions. It's a very powerful force." I stammered, Hey, wait up a second. Are you saying that, like, if everyone thinks you're a good person when you die, you're immune to the consequences of the spirit world?" "Exactly," she replied in a sour tone. "Not fair, is it?" "Nothing's fair in this universe, if you ask me. But that's just how it is. That's why it's so important that you attach his evil deeds to his name, so he can be held accountable for his crimes. It's not too late." I nodded in reluctant agreement and said, "Yeah, that sucks. Then it is what it is. Hey, listen, I don't think I'm in the mood to do the thing right now. Can you please, maybe just..." She waved off my pathetic begging and shushed me with a finger to my lips. She said, "In your day and age, Catherine's death has long since been forgotten. Trail's gone cold. But this is a different where and a different when. If you want to play detective, you should investigate the scene of the crime. That's probably more than I should say, but frankly, the universe can mind its own damn business." I threw my hands up in the sky and exclaimed, Thank you so much. I never thought I'd say this to a literal demon, but you were the best." The succubus flared her eyes an unearthly neon red. She rumbled, "I consider this a debt." and the debt must be repaid in full. Do you understand this, my duckling? I suppressed the urge to take a step or two away from her. I cleared my throat and quivered. Yeah, of course. Can you look like Sharon Stone when it happens? I mean, is that still, is that still okay? She bared a mouthful of bristling fangs at me, and my blood froze. Falling Sky sprang back a good 10 feet and crouched low, his own snout wrinkled back to expose his teeth. The demon growled, "This is a debt, not a deal. I'll appear before you as I wish, you pathetic little bug." The succubus smiled to herself and added, "Perhaps I'll be in a foul mood that day, and I'll show you my true form. You won't be much of use to anyone after that, believe me. You'll be a broken shell that screams whenever it feels someone's touch." I stared at it with my mouth gaping open. Slowly I muttered, "Holy shit, lady. You sure don't take rejection well." "Oh, go fuck yourself," she snapped back briskly. "You're no Casanova, my boy. Just remember, it's a debt, not a deal. When I come to collect, you'll give me what's mine." She gave me the finger, and then vanished into thin air. There was a loud crack that sounded like thunder. She was gone. From behind me, Falling Sky suppressed a snicker. He shook his head at me and said, "Oh boy, you're in for some trouble now." I whirled around and shouted, "Oh, fuck you, man! This isn't funny!" No, not you," the skinwalker chuckled. "But the ancestors would think it's hilarious. I can't wait to tell them. No, let's start walking back to town, I guess. They'll have to find Catherine's old address somehow." I crossed my arms and said, "No, I have a better idea. Change into a horse." He gave me a puzzled look. Slowly he asked, "How is that going to get us there faster? You can't run as fast as..." "What? No! Oh, look, there's no way that's happening. Nope." I stormed closer to him and said in a strangled whisper, "Fuck you. I have a literal demon that wants to eat my face and devour my fucking soul, so fuck you. You're gonna turn into a fucking horsey, my man. Hear me? You're gonna turn into a nice little riding horse, and then I'm gonna jump on your back and ride your bitch ass into town. You're the one who decided we should catch a ride with her, remember? You, our fearless captain, who made me get into a carriage first. You remember that?" "Of course," he replied calmly. "Why should I go first? There was a demon in there. Much safer to see what happens to the other guy first." I gritted my teeth and rubbed my temples. Whether this world was real or unreal, it was up for debate. But either way, I was apparently still able to develop a nasty headache. I said, "Okay, that's valid. Sure. Now turn into a motherfucking horse, douchebag, or I'll tell Victor that you have a TV in your Hogan." Falling Sky gave me a wounded look. He mumbled, "Probably already knows. Victor knows everything." "He doesn't know jack frickin' shit about the day-to-day happenings around the zoo," I retorted. "Don't kid yourself. Vic kind of relies a bit on the microphones and cameras, but he mostly depends on his snitches. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got a few. The succubus, she's one of them, but he's only got her for the real heavy stuff. She demands a human life, and that could be risky. No, there's at least one more, and I think they're on the caretaker team. I don't know who it is yet, but I have my suspicions." The skinwalker blinked at me, stunned by this revelation. He mewed, "I didn't know that. Anyway, let's get moseying along, little doggy. Come on." Falling Sky muttered a curse under his breath, and started to shimmer. A second later, he was a horse. He quietly hissed, "If you tell anyone about this, don't even worry about the demon, because I'll personally eat you alive." I gave him a weary nod and said, "It's a deal, Mr. Ed." I awkwardly scrambled onto his back. I'd never ridden a horse before, but Falling Sky was the best horse a first-timer could ever hope for. He trotted off down the dusty road, following the sky as it sank towards the horizon. I can only guess what kind of horrors the murder scene would have in store for us, but I knew one thing. I really, sincerely regretted taking this burden on in the first place, but it was too late to turn back. All I could do was harden my resolve, keep moseying on into the sunset. There was an ominous silence in the air as we approached the edge of town. The clamor and hustle of city life had been replaced by the soft murmur of the wind. As it turned out, there was a pretty good reason for the weird, muted atmosphere. Everyone was dead. Every single person in the entire town. Most of the victims had been decapitated. Every now and then we'd encounter a body with its head still attached by a ragged strip of flesh. And that was somehow worse. I knew the bodies weren't real, but that didn't make it any better. Once again, it just made it worse. Falling Sky finally broke the silence. He stopped in the middle of the street, his tail swishing in agitation. "This is dark magic. He's a clever one, this bookman of yours. We can't ask any questions if there's no one left to answer them." My head was throbbing like a rotten tooth. I rubbed my temples again and suppressed the urge to start screaming. I grumbled. "Yeah, this is definitely a setback. Population sign of the city limits claim just over 40,000 people. It'll take forever to check out every parlor room in town. It's gonna be a lot of frickin' houses. I don't even know if I would recognize it, to be honest. Her habitat might be different from the original room." Falling Sky grunted. "Well, either way, get off my back. Ride's over. And remember what I said to you back at the farm, Billy Whitebread. Never tell anyone you rode on my back. That stays between us until the end of days." I awkwardly dismounted from his back and snorted. "Tell who? I'm not even supposed to be here. I doubt Vic would be okay with any of this shit. You know what I mean? Anyway, what now? I think we're screwed." I started to walk around in the street in aimless circles, deep in thought. I was gripped by a sense of impending doom. Dead bodies lined every street in all directions. They were hanging from open windows and dangling from carriages. Hundreds of bodies, thousands of them, as far as the eye could see. I could hardly wrap my head around it. "We don't need the spirit world for this part of our journey," Falling Sky answered in a wry tone. "The place you're looking for exists in the present." Understanding struck me like a bolt of lightning. I said, "We need to go back. Wait for me and your Hogan until I find some answers. I'll try to be quick, but I don't know. I don't even know what I'm looking for." Falling Sky gave me a wondered look. He said, "Take me with you. Come on, I never get to go anywhere." I shook my head and snorted. "Are you nuts? There's all those microphones and cameras and shit. If Vic found out you left your habitat, he'd let Len throw me off a rooftop. And after that shit I pulled on him a while back, Len would be more than happy to oblige. He isn't my biggest fan these days." The skinwalker stomped his hoof in a petulant display of disappointment. He flared his nostrils and retorted, "You said Vic doesn't know what happens around the zoo. I'll turn into a field mouse and hide in your pocket. You'd never know." I rubbed my temples and muttered, "Well, Kaz would know. And I'll be honest with you, man, I'm not sure if that would be such a good thing." Falling Sky did a double take, trotted closer to me. He lowered his voice and whispered, "You think Casimir is the informer?" You don't have to whisper. It's not like Kaz could hear us. Look, I don't know for sure, but maybe yes, maybe no. Vic killed his assistant because the dude was plotting to sabotage the zoo somehow, but how did Vic even find out? I mean, I doubt this dude was running his mouth about his plans, but I can see how it might be tempting to share the secret with someone close to him. You get what I'm saying here? So, yeah. I don't know anything for sure, but I have my suspicions. The horse shimmered and flickered for a moment, and then Falling Sky was standing before me in all his human glory. He squeezed my shoulder and said, "Suspicion is always better than blind trust. All right, then. I'll just take it easy and watch TV in my Hogan for a while." He smirked at me and added, "Don't forget, you drank the tea. Me, I'll be fine, but you? This should be interesting. Another story for the ancestors. Oh, and they're gonna love this one. I grimaced at him and said, hell. Yeah, I forgot about that. This is gonna suck. But it is what it is. Okay, man. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this. I closed my eyes, and I imagined I was hanging onto that rope again. Only this time, I didn't let go. Instead, I climbed to the top, my body weightless and ethereal in the nexus between life and death. When I reached the top of the rope, I opened my eyes to the real world. Unfortunately, in the real world, I was a hot, sloppy mess of a human being. Nausea hit me with a closed fist, and I collapsed onto my hands and knees in the sand. Falling Sky shook his head at me as a spray of puke poured into the dirt. He said, "The sacred tea isn't for beginners. It's heavy. Very heavy. You should probably just hide yourself away in my hogan until you come down. Go watch TV and smoke some tobacco. What do you say? I'll turn on the lava lamp. We'll ride the waves." I squeezed my eyes shut and moaned. I'm regretting this pretty bad. I can't do this. I was wrecked. No joke. My thoughts were skittering around my brain like alien spiders. The world around me was a soft, focused nightmare of contrails, monstrous shapes, and shifting patterns. I could hardly bear to open my eyes. The intercom came to life with a loud click, and Casimir's voice crackled over the speakers overhead. "You require assistance, Billy. You don't look like you're doing very well." I flapped my hands in a dismissive gesture and yelled back, "No, I'm good. I don't need anything. Just give me a minute, okay?" I turned back to the skinwalker and croaked, "Give me a hand over here. I'm not sure if I can walk on my own. The floor keeps moving." Falling Sky made a rude noise with his lips and said, "Unless you're done getting sick. No offense, Billy, but I can't take it when people throw up. The sound, the smell, no thanks. Makes me want to throw up too." I gritted my teeth and groaned, "Just come here for a second, man. I gotta tell you something, okay? He was already shaking his head no. I snarled, "For fuck's sake," and forced myself to stand up. I just had to ride the waves. How hard could it be? I took a deep breath and told myself, it's not real. None of it is real. Just ignore what you see. Put one foot in front of the other. I grew more confident with each step. Falling Sky clapped me on the shoulder as I drew closer. And he said, "That's it, Billy Whitebread. Just stay afloat. You'll be okay." He ushered me into his hogan and tried to make me sit down in a chair made of woven branches. I said, "No, I'm okay now. Kind of okay. Listen, man. I changed my mind about you staying here. I need someone who's got it together, and Kaz already said that he doesn't want to get involved. I mean, even if he did want to help, we can't both be inside the habitat at the same time, so it's got to be you. No other choice." A smile spread around the skinwalker's face. He rubbed his hands together and said, "My physical being hasn't been outside these walls for many years. Going to enjoy this." I softly replied, "Keep it down, okay? Listen, don't get any ideas about escaping, okay? We're going straight to Catherine's habitat, then we're coming right back. Remember, Vic knows your true name. If you manage to get past the goons, Vic will speak it out loud just out of spite, okay? As long as he can still talk, you're stuck here in the zoo." Falling Sky held up his hands and protested, "No need to get firm with me, Billy. I'm just happy to be doing something new." I growled, "I'm glad you're having a good time. Me, not so much. Your face is melting, walls are breathing, everything's fucked. I just want to curl up in a ball and start babbling about the universe. I can hardly think straight. This isn't fun, man. It sucks." Falling Sky shook a finger at me and countered, "Maybe you're the one who sucks, Billy Whitebread. You ever thought of that? You have a good heart, yes, but you're always complaining. No, don't deny it. You're a cry monkey and you know it. Do you have a very angry, domineering kind of mother? Because an overbearing mother figure can often be the root of a lot of issues." I snapped, "Oh, good. Skinwalker Freud. Not now, okay? Just do your thing, Mr. Mouse, and let's go. You're going for a pocket ride." Kaz raised an eyebrow at me as I came stumbling into the service tunnel. He said, "You look like a maniac. Your hair is dripping with sweat and your eyes are like saucers. I muttered, the tease kicking my ass. How long have I been gone? The big Russian gave me a ghost of a smile as he gently said, You did not go anywhere. You sat on a log for perhaps 10 minutes, then you began to vomit into the sand. I let out an off-kilter giggle and said, Time's different over there. Look, we have to go back to Catherine's habitat. We need to find something. No, don't ask me what, because I don't really know just yet. But I guess we'll figure it out when we see it. Kaz paused in mid-step, and he gave me a considering look. He asked, Who's we, Billy? I cannot go inside. I must stand watch at the door. I froze, and my poor, drugged-up brain started to panic. I felt my stupid yapper drop open, and I stammered, I didn't we. No, I wanted to say me, not we. Just me, alone, falling skies, and as soon as the last sentence started to cross my lips, I had to restrain myself from clapping my hands over my mouth. Kaz gave me another probing stare, but he stayed silent and followed me down the tunnel. I tried my best to walk like a normal human being. I just had to sail the waves, one foot in front of the other as I navigated the spaces between. If I didn't think about it too hard, I could keep moving forward. Felt like I was doing it all wrong, but at least I was moving. When he got to the entrance of Catherine's habitat, I asked Kaz to punch in the code. Pushing the buttons in the correct order was a tad beyond my ability at that point. He wordlessly obliged, but he stopped me as I was about to lurch across the threshold of the habitat. He said, Remember to watch in the mirror. Do not get yourself killed. I gave him a blank look. Then I snorted, Yeah, of course, as I fumbled for the mirror in question. Truth be told, I'd forgotten about it entirely. I know that sounds really fucking stupid, but keep in mind that I could barely form a rational thought at that point. Mirror now safely in hand, I stepped into the habitat and the door slid shut behind me. I found the poltergeist sitting in her rocking chair, her severed head resting in her lap as usual. I approached her with extreme caution. She watched me shuffle closer with a hopeful expression on her face. Even in my confused state of psychedelic delirium, I felt my heart shrivel a bit in my chest. I desperately wished I had some good news to share, but I didn't. I was failing. I tried to order my thoughts before I spoke. It was really difficult. That's putting it mildly. It was almost like someone had smashed open an ant farm in my brain and I was attempting to round up the entire colony with a pair of chopsticks. Just a fuckload of these speedy guys running skitter-scatter all over the floor, and there I was, trying not to step on them as I clacked my little sticks together. Finally, I blurted out, I'm still trying to figure it out, all this, this whole situation's kind of fucked up, right? So, I did some drugs and I went to the spirit world. At first I was like, oh man, this sucks. And there's all these fucking fog everywhere. I can't see anything. But then I freed my mind and the universe answered by setting up a sort of like this old-timey version of our own city. But it was like back in your time on the day of your funeral. It was kind of like one of those dinner theater murder mysteries. But then I had to come back here to the present because the bookman killed everyone in the... It trailed off, and we looked at each other for a few moments in the mirror. Her hopeful expression had crumpled into a look of crushing, miserable disappointment. I sighed. Look, I'm doing my best to find his name, but he's doing his best to stop me. I need your help. A man's voice came drifting out of my pocket. He said, We need your help. We as in more than one. Two, in fact. I was very rude, Billy Whitebread. Wasn't it the wise and knowledgeable Falling Sky who showed you the path to freeing your mind? I've been with you every step of the way on this journey. That was very rude. I glared into my pocket and hissed, Be quiet, man, not so loud. Catherine was staring at me with great interest. She lifted her head into the air for a better look. I tried my best to shield my hands from the cameras, and I showed her the talking mouse who was stowed away in my pocket. The poltergeist was mesmerized by the spectacle. Her expression softened into a look of wonder. The skinwalker stood up on his tiny hind legs, and he lifted a paw in greeting. He said, My name is Falling Sky. We want to help you, Catherine, but we need to learn the bookman's real name. Do you know what it is? Catherine silently mouthed, No, and her lower lip started to quiver. Tears welled up in her eyes. In a gentle tone, Falling Sky said, "Don't despair, little one. We won't let him win. Please, tell us everything you can remember about him." I nodded in agreement and said, "Any little detail might help. What was your relationship to him? Was he your teacher? A neighbor?" Catherine slid out of the rocking chair and walked over to the fireplace. She tucked her head under her arm and plucked a knick-knack from the mantelpiece with her free hand. Solemnly, she held it out for inspection. It was a ceramic figurine of a fluffy sheep. Catherine put the figurine back on the shelf, and then she knelt down to write something in the cold ashes of the fireplace. When she was done, she tapped the word for emphasis. Falling Sky looked up at me and whispered, "I never learned how to read English. What does it say?" I blew out a frustrated sigh and muttered, "It says person." And the figure was a sheep, so... what, a shepherd? A human shepherd? I don't know what the hell she means by any of this shit. I don't know, man. I think I'm just fucking a terrible fucking detective. Like, I suck at this so bad. I wish she could just show me what happened somehow, but that's... Catherine abruptly seized me by the wrist, making me falter in mid-sentence. Falling Sky let out a startled squeak and jumped out of my hand. As her ghostly fingers encircled my living flesh, a painful jolt ran up my arm and slammed into my brain, and then I found myself somewhere else. Not another place, but another time and another existence. It was the 1890s, and I was Catherine. I was cowering in the parlor with the curtains drawn shut. I was hiding because the person was visiting with Mother in the drawing room. I didn't know the person's name. He was always carrying a large book under his arm, so I thought of him as the Bookman. I was terrified of the Bookman. He was very tall, and his demeanor was cold and stern. He was always surrounded by a disagreeable odor of old pipe tobacco and animal dung. When the weather was foul, the Bookman wore a long black coat with a hood that hid most of his face. All you could see was his curled smile, and the rest was obscured in shadow. All of this was frightening enough on its own, but the real reason I was afraid of the Bookman was his smile. There was something awful lurking behind that carotid, nicotine-stained grin. He was hungry. Mother couldn't see it, but I could. I didn't know what he was hungry for, but I could sense it was very bad. Mother often referred to the Bookman as our good shepherd. But he wasn't a shepherd at all. He was a wolf. Mother didn't understand why I was afraid of the Bookman, and try as I might, I couldn't seem to adequately put my fear into words. She thought it was all very silly. I knew my fear of the person made her quite annoyed with me, so whenever he came to our house, I just tried my best not to be seen. I sat there in the gloom and listened as their voices drifted down the hall from the sitting room. Mother laughed at something the Bookman said, and then the voices began to move further away. Before long, I heard the front door open. When it closed again, I felt a flood of relief wash through my entire body. He was gone. I pulled the curtains back, and the pale light of a gray afternoon illuminated the parlor. Mother called out, "Catherine! I must be off to do the shopping. Mind yourself while I'm gone. Stay out of mischief. And don't open the door for strangers." She stepped out into the porch. The deadbolt slid home, and I was left all alone in our big, silent house. Mother was still searching for a new governess, and the maid only came on Tuesdays and Fridays. I wandered about the house for a while, and then I selected a picture book from the bookshelf and sat down in my rocking chair. The rocking chair had been gifted by Father on my 7th birthday. When you're only 7, everything around you seems like it was made for a giant, but my rocking chair was perfect for me and only me. In my opinion, it was the finest chair in the whole world. I sat there, rocking and daydreaming, with the book forgotten in my lap, when I was startled by a rapid knocking at the front door. I peeked out the window to see who it was, and my heart crawled into my throat. It was the Bookman. He had returned, and Mother wasn't here to protect me from his hungry smile. He saw the curtain twitch, and he stared at the window with narrowed eyes. I dropped to the floor and huddled against the wall. The bookman knocked again, and then a third time. When no one answered, the bookman finally turned away. I heard his boots clomping down the steps, and then there was silence. I waited for a minute or two before I dared to peek out the window again. There was no sign of him in the street. I let out a huge sigh of relief, and I ran back to the parlor. I rounded the corner and crashed into his legs. While I had been cowering and praying for him to go away, the bookman had slipped to the back of the house and pried open a window. I staggered away from his savage smile, my heart slamming in my chest. I wanted to run, but my legs felt sluggish and heavy. I tried to yell at the top of my lungs, but nothing came out except for a tiny squeak of terror. His eyes glittered in the dim light of the gray afternoon. He stooped down to look into my face, his hands planted on his knees, and he said, "Such a pretty girl. Do you believe yourself to be innocent? You're not innocent. Not at all. You're an unrepentant sinner. Isn't that so, Catherine? Or should I call you by your true name? Lilith, Jezebel, harlot." I cowered against the wall. The bookman leaned even closer. He was breathing heavily and his breath was hot and putrid. He crooned, "It's written in the good book. The faithful will bring their children to see the shepherd so he can lay his hands on them and pray." The bookman inhaled deeply, savoring my fear like the finest perfume. He continued, "The disciples rebuked their presence, but the shepherd told them, 'Suffer the little children to come unto me, because anyone who doesn't receive God as a little child, he shall not enter heaven.' Do you understand the meaning of his words? I want to save you, my child. Receive me, and I will deliver you to God." I suddenly became aware that his hands were tugging at the fastenings on my dress. My paralysis finally broke. I darted past him and ran for the door, screaming for Mother with every step. The bookman caught me as I was pawing at the deadbolt. He clamped his callous hands over my face, suffocating my terrifying wailing, and he dragged me back to the parlor. He was growling like a dog in the grip of a terrible rage. His eyes were blazing like hellfire. A butcher's knife appeared from a fold in his cloak. The sharp tip was pressed against my throat. I cried out for Mother, but she wasn't there to save me. It was just me, the wolf, and his hunger. Panting his foul breath into my face, the bookman snarled, "You will receive me, young Jezebel. You will receive me. You will receive me." The blade was shoved into my neck, and I felt a sharp snap across my entire being, like a rubber band that had been stretched to its limits, then released to fly across the room. In the next instant, I was curled up on the floor in Catherine's habitat. Back in my own time. I was screaming. Falling Sky was running in agitated circles on the floor, and Casimir was demanding to know what the hell was going on over the intercom. I sat up and wiped a stream of tears from my eyes. My heart was pounding in my chest. I called out, I'm okay, man. I'm fucking hell. I'm okay." I cleared my throat and added, "Just hang on a minute." I scooped up Falling Sky with trembling hands, and I tucked him back into my pocket. I whispered, "Stay quiet, man, we're almost in the clear." He whispered back, "I thought you were dying, Billy Whitebread. Glad you're still alive. I let out a shaky little breath and murmured, Me too, buddy. Me too. Kaz was waiting with crossed arms and a stern look as I exited the habitat. He rumbled, You fell to the ground and you began to scream. I'm starting to wonder if I should allow this to continue. I closed my eyes against the undulations of the walls. It was making me feel sick. I croaked. She reached out and grabbed my arm, and then I watched it happen through her own eyes. Her murder. I fucking saw who did it, Kaz. Starting to think that it was, the whatchamacallit, at the church. The clergyman or whatever, He was, conveniently absent when we visited the church, and I thought it was kind of weird. Plus the whole thing about the book and teaching and shepherds and sheep and all that shit, But this guy, I don't think he was a preacher. He looked pretty rough. He smelled like sheep shit. I think he was a shepherd, like an actual shepherd, not a metaphorical one. Kaz gave me a vaguely puzzled look and said, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I believe you. Never mind, man. Just a bunch of stuff that happened on the other side. It's I don't understand why a dude like that would ever be a regular guest of a wealthy family, especially back then. And there's that book that he was always carrying under his arm. What was it? I kind of assumed it was a Bible, but now I'm not so sure. Casimir looked thoughtful. He said, Perhaps he butchered his own livestock and delivered the meat to clients around the city. The book could be a business ledger where he would write down dates and payment information. It is possible. I frowned in concentration, mulling it over, and shook my head. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to go back and find this evil motherfucker, back to the spirit world. Casimir looked troubled. He peered down at my sweaty, pallid face and asked, Are you sure this is a good idea? You look terrible. I snorted. Well, let's see. I'm high as fuck, and I've seen a zillion dead bodies tonight, not to mention I was just horribly murdered in a ghostly vision, so how am I supposed to look, man? Jeez, give me a break over here. I hesitated. I sighed. Man, I want to level with you here, okay? I might be in danger. I felt an angry little scuffle in my pocket, and I added, Falling Sky too. We're both probably in danger. The bookman, he isn't an ordinary spirit. It's like he became something a lot more dangerous. I think he's trying to avoid, actually fucking killing us, but it's not because he's a nice guy. He's pretty much pure evil, and believe me, this guy is going to do what he needs to do. Kaz winced at the news, and he gravely shook his head. We already have a vengeful necromancer who sends resurrected bodies to murder us. Do you really need this in your life as well? See, this is what you get for meddling in the affairs of the undead. Very well, Billy. Do as you must. All I will say is that Victor will be very displeased when he has to start looking for another assistant. I grumbled. Okay, man, yeah, thanks for the pep talk. And I headed back to Falling Sky's habitat. Kaz followed behind with a bemused expression on his face. This time I was able to ignore the landscape of rippling walls and visual distortions. I was starting to realize that our world is basically a mirage. There's a lot more stuff around us than we could ever perceive, let alone understand. Our narrow slice of reality is kind of like peering through a cosmic kaleidoscope. It can completely change with the smallest twist of the lens. In the end, the only constants are good, evil, and our profound inability to truly understand either one. Humankind is lost in a shadowland of deceitful specters and sinister illusions. We're blind to the truth, and I fear we'll never be able to see the light. When I got back to the privacy of Falling Sky's Hogan, I pulled him out of my pocket and set him on the floor. He transformed back to his true self, a middle-aged Navajo man who looked like he ate right and worked out regularly. Even though he looked pretty damn good for an 800-year-old man, there was a sadness in his eyes that was never touched by his laughter. I could sense a horrible tragedy in his past life, something so awful and unthinkable. His only choice had been to submerge the trauma into the depths of his soul. I vowed to myself that if we managed to come out of the situation in one piece, I'd convince him to talk about it. Confession, it's the first step to healing. He gave me a puzzled glance and said, "What are you staring at?" "No offense, Billy Whitebread, but I don't like you that way." I snorted. "Methinks the skinwalker doth protest too much." "Never mind, dude. We'll talk about it some other time. Ready to do this?" He smiled a little to himself and asked, "Are you ready?" "This bookman of yours will try to kill us when we get back. We're at war with a powerful enemy. He will not show us mercy." He softly replied, "Yeah, I know. Preying on the weak and innocent. That was his pastime. He was a serial killer. Wonder how many women and children he victimized when he was still alive." The skinwalker gave me a grim look. He said, "Even one is too many. He thinks he's untouchable. He's never gone to war with Falling Sky and Billy Whitebread, has he? He's about to get an unpleasant surprise." I nodded and said, "I hope so, man. I really do. Shitbags like him, they like to operate in the dark. So we'll have to drag him into the light. And then we'll let him burn." We locked eyes with each other, and the physical world fell away in strips and fragments. We were going back to finish what we started. We were going to war. We found ourselves back in the Victorian age replica of my hometown, standing in the exact same spot where we had left. Nothing had changed. Everyone was still dead. Once again, I found myself wondering what to do next. I was determined to see this through to the end, but I was also pretty freaking scared. This wasn't interactive dinner theater anymore. The danger was real. Falling Sky looked alert and ready for action beside me. He gestured at the steeple of the church in the distance. I feel like it was strange the Reverend was absent from the church. Everyone else was playing their parts, so why was he missing? I shrugged and said, "Yeah, I was wondering about that too. But the guy who killed Catherine was, I don't know, kind of weathered looking? Like he spent a lot of time outdoors. I think he was either a shepherd or a farmhand. He definitely smelled like he worked around livestock." The skinwalker folded his arms and said, "I think we should go back there and have a look around. It's a feeling I have in my heart, and I always trust my heart." I felt a chill creep down my spine. Now that I was back on the other side, standing amongst all the dead bodies on the street, my bravado was starting to crumble. Yeah. I think he's probably connected to the church, but how? If he isn't the Reverend, then he must be a member of the congregation. All I know for sure is that we've got more questions than answers. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if this is a good idea. Falling Sky gave me a somber look. He asked, "Are you afraid? This is the most important question." Reluctantly, I said, yeah, sure. Why wouldn't I be scared right now? I might get killed. I'm not ready to stop living, man. Look, I'll do what I gotta do, but I'm hoping we don't have to, that this all ends with a peaceful resolution. Falling Sky crossed his arms and said nothing. His expression was neutral, but his silence felt like an accusation. I snapped, "What? It's not weird to be scared of a supernatural murderer, is it? He killed the whole friggin' city full of people. And they weren't even alive to begin with. It's like, like jumping into the Saturday comics and killing Snoopy. But not just Snoopy, but like all of them. The Yellow Bird, Charlie Brown, Linus, the mean girl with the dark hair, piano kid, even the dirty kid. What's his name? The kid that was already surrounded by that big cloud of dust. Look, I'm just saying, this guy's dangerous. I don't want to die. Some of us can't turn into a bear. You know what I'm saying?" The skinwalker just stood there, looking at me, not speaking. I felt my face get red. I slapped my utility belt with both hands and sputtered, What do you want from me? Seriously, I don't even have a weapon. I got fuck all over here, man. My squirt gun do anything? I doubt it. How about the garlic? Oh, look, here's some stupid little beads. What am I supposed to do with this shit? This whole thing is just, it's so fucking stupid, you know? I trailed off beneath the weight of his gaze. I knew what the skinwalker was thinking, and as much as it pained me to admit the truth to myself, he wasn't wrong. I murmured. It was a stupid idea. I don't know what I was thinking. What are we even doing here, man? I'm not a detective. I'm not a ghostbuster either. I'm not even a good caretaking assistant. Crying out loud. I'm just a lazy dirtbag who doesn't friggin' think before he acts. I shook the beads at Falling Sky and sputtered, man, I want to help this girl. I really do. I mean, I saw her death. I felt it. That fucking guy needs to burn. Or like, maybe he should be boiled alive. I don't know, something along those lines, something with a lot of heat. But none of that matters. It's kind of hard to admit to something like this, but my voice suddenly got hoarse, and my eyes started welling up with tears. I wiped them away with an angry swipe of my sleeve. What sort of man starts freaking crying about his shortcomings at a time like this? It was ridiculous. But that was the problem, wasn't it? I was a ridiculous person at heart. I was a goofy man-child, and that's the truth. I needed to stop farting around and face my reality head-on. Shortcomings and all. But it's not easy to click on the light and take a good hard look at yourself in the mirror, is it? It hurts to see those flaws. It's humiliating. I hitched in a shaky breath and I quavered. I'm probably gonna fuck this up, man. It's what I do. I fuck things up and then I just sort of slink away with my hands in my pockets. Falling Sky raised an eyebrow at this sudden outpour of emotion. He said, yes, I see. Well, I don't know about any of that, but I'll tell you what. I'll take those beads off your hands if you don't want them. Those are some really nice beads. I rubbed my temples and groaned. This fucking headache, good God. Why do I have a real headache in a pretend reality? Anyways, sure, I'm scared. What else do you want me to say? I'm not a fearless, tough guy. I'm not the brightest bulb in the pack either. And yeah, man, you're right. I do have a domineering mother. Actually, the word domineering, it's a fucking vast understatement. That woman's like an angle grinder. She'll cut you up from every direction, and then she'll wear you the fuck down. It's all true. But I'm here, aren't I? I'm here, and I'll fight if there's no other choice. I'll fight hard. Most importantly, I'll stand up for what I believe is right. Falling Sky stared at me for another moment or two, and then he gave me a slow nod of approval. His lips curled into a grin. He clapped me on the shoulder and said, I was just fucking with you, little brother. It's good to be afraid. If a man becomes too brave, he'll join his ancestors before his time has come. Be afraid, Billy Whitebread. Stay alive. Falling Sky may have eaten a few people out in the desert, sure, but he was still a good guy at heart. I gave him a tired smile and said, thanks, man. I needed that. And yeah, you can have the beads if you still want them. I honestly don't know what to do with them. Not a fucking clue. By the way, you missed your calling. If you weren't a witch, you would have been a great therapist. You're good at staring at people until they spill their guts. Only if I could become an owl, he answered in a serious tone. Owls are very wise. They hear the great song of the universe, and they understand it. I mulled that over for a few seconds, and I said, what? Seriously, like, what do you even... Man, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like you just make shit up as you go. He nodded in agreement. I tell outrageous lies. That's just for fun. The great song is no laughing matter. All worlds ride upon its melody on all levels of creation. He nodded in agreement. I tell outrageous lies. That's just for fun. The great song is no laughing matter. All worlds ride upon its melody on all levels of creation. All worlds ride upon its melody on all levels of creation. All worlds ride upon its melody on all levels of creation. I chuckled to myself a bit. I told him, that doesn't clear anything up. Just creates more questions, to be honest, but that's a problem for another day. Let's go find that book, man. Let's do our best to fuck up his world, huh? We navigated through the corpse-laden streets of St. Michael's Church. As we stepped onto the church grounds, the bell started to ring. I almost jumped out of my skin. It rang 13 times, and then it stopped. He murmured, "That's pretty ominous. I guess he knows we're here." The doors to the front entrance were standing open. We shuffled inside, both of us tensed to either fight or run if something tried to grab us. I found a guest book near the door, and I took a peek inside. In large block letters, someone had scrawled the words, "Turn back or die," across every single page. I snorted. Yeah, too late, friendo. And closed it with a muffled thump. I turned and saw Falling Sky wandering towards the pulpit. He stood in front of the podium and pulled his war club from its leather holster. He tapped the podium with the club and called out, "Show yourself, bookman. We've come to send you to the darkest corners of existence. Come out and face your end with dignity." The skinwalker's words bounced off the ceiling and echoed off the walls. I held my breath as we waited for a response, but the church remained still and quiet. Falling Sky whacked the podium hard enough to crack the wood and shouted, "Your ancestors are a bunch of wimpy little girls." "That's right, I said it. Now what?" An elderly man came bursting from a discreet door at the rear of the church. He looked like a scarecrow in a long, dark cassock. He stormed over to glare at Falling Sky from beneath the bushy white clouds of his eyebrows. "What in the name of the Almighty do you think you're doing? Stop beating on that podium, it's done nothing to you." Falling Sky pointed the business end of the club at the old man and snarled, "Are you the bookman? Did you kill the girl?" The old man planted his hands on his hips and sputtered, "What in the... Are you drunk? I can assure you I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about." I waved to get Falling Sky's attention. Warily, I said, "That's not him. I don't recognize this guy." "Who are you, man?" The old man gave me an indignant look and shouted, "Who do you think I am, sir? King of Spain? What a complete asinine question. My name is Reverend Jonathan Kimball. This is my church, and that's my podium, good sir. I'd thank you to stop pounding on it with your damn club, godforsaken fool." The skinwalker backed away a few steps from the Reverend's anger. He warded off the furious clergyman with a raised hand and said, "A murder of children lurks beneath your roof, old-timer. What's his name?" The Reverend gaped at him in shock. He waved his arms in the air and stammered, "I have no knowledge of such a fiend in my congregation. You must be mistaken." Something about the old man's appearance caught my attention. It was the cuff of his sleeve, frayed and torn. I pointed at it and asked, "Do you have any idea what happened to your sleeve, Reverend?" He frowned at his cuff and muttered, "I don't really know what happened, truth be told. The parson told me he snagged it on a bush somewhere, but I'm not sure if I believe him. He's a bit of an odd duck, but I am sure he'd prove to be an adequate replacement when I retire from my service to the Lord." I felt my heart skip a beat in my chest. Slowly I said, "Wait a minute. The parson? Like another clergyman who helps you run the show?" Reverend Kimball made a sour face and answered, "For the time being, yes. He'll be my successor as the head of the church. He's grown fond of referring to himself as the shepherd. The man even started keeping a few sheep in his back garden. I find his demeanor rather strange, it's true, but as long as his interest in animal husbandry doesn't get in the way of his duties at the church, I have no cause to complain. I wish him all the best in the coming years." In my mind's eye, I saw a ghostly fingertip scrawling, "The person cut my neck," in a pile of dust. Just like that, it all clicked into place. Trying my best to keep my voice neutral, I asked the Reverend, excuse us for a moment, would you? I tugged at Falling Sky's arm. He gave me a puzzled look, but he allowed me to lead him away. I leaned in close and quietly said, keep it down. I just had an epiphany just now, man. Catherine was trying to tell us it was the person. I mean, she's only 7. She probably just got the words mixed up. It makes sense now why he's always visiting their home. A lot of church-going folks would be honored if their parson started showing up for a visit. He's probably doing it to get close to Catherine. The skinwalker shot a mistrustful glance over at the Reverend. He grumbled, what is an epiphany? And what about the old man? It still seems very strange he wasn't around the first time we came here. I lowered my voice even more and whispered, maybe he was dodging us on purpose. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Falling Sky abruptly whirled around and yelled, hey, old man, why were you hiding from us? Speak the truth, old man, or I'll tell the ancestors to hunt you down in the spirit world. My jaw dropped in dismay. I nudged him with my elbow and softly growled, shut up, idiot! Do you not understand the concept of being subtle? Falling Sky snapped, I don't even know what that word means, Billy Whitebread. All I know is that it is time for some answers. Reverend Kimball was giving us a look of utter confusion. He sputtered, I'd never hide from my congregation, sir. I was called away by the parson. Preparing a sermon for an upcoming service. He wished to discuss the true meaning of Matthew 19:14. I gave him a blank stare in return. My family had never been very big on going to church. I didn't know much about the Bible. I asked, what's Matthew 19:40? I'm sorry, but I don't have a clue what you're talking about. The Reverend glared at me with contempt. He said, it's a quote from Jesus in the book of Matthew. He said, suffer little children, forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Now, I believe the meaning is quite obvious, given the context of the Falling Sky bark. Be quiet, you tiresome old bag of wind. Just tell us his name. Reverend Kimball stammered. Whom you be referring to, the parson? The skinwalker and I both shouted, yes! And the Reverend flinched. He held up his hand and exclaimed, no need to raise your voice at me. His name is William Finley. Ah! The Reverend was interrupted by a sharp metallic object that suddenly burst through his neck. A tall, dark figure materialized behind him, seemingly out of thin air. I grabbed the elderly man by the shoulder and tore the knife out of his neck, mostly decapitating him in the process. His head flopped sideways in a spray of blood and then rolled on a few shreds of meat to hang in front of his chest. I gasped, holy fuck, and stumbled back. My heart slammed in my chest like it was trying to escape. Beside me, Falling Sky transformed into a mountain lion. He bared his teeth and snarled, the fur on his back standing on end. The bookman lifted the Reverend's body with one hand, and he threw it aside like a rag doll. It hurtled through the air and slammed into a wall with a heavy thud. He drew back his hood, revealing a nightmare of gray skin and sunken, blazing eyes. He revealed his rotting teeth in a horrible grin. The horrible apparition croaked, vengeance belongs to my lord. If he did not see fit to punish me, then he is already done. Why are you trying to challenge the authority of the Lord? I tried to speak, but my tongue was glued to the roof of my mouth. The bookman was practically radiating a shadowy and sinister force. I could feel it prickling at my skin. He wasn't just a malevolent spirit, he was something much, much worse. Falling Sky crouched down low and hissed, be gone, demon. You have no business in the spirit world. Leave this place and return to the void. The bookman looked darkly amused. I am no demon. No, I am only a humble clergyman in the service of his Lord. You should have stayed clear of this business, you damnable fools. I gave you many warnings, but you paid them no heed. I have no choice but to release your souls into the spirit realm. I sneered. Oh, fuck off. You don't serve any higher power. You're not a holy man. You're a frickin' psycho, and you're full of shit. I tried my best to sound brave, but my voice quavered. The bookman bared his decaying teeth in a coy smile. He groaned, "Oh, you are gravely mistaken. My lord is terrible to behold. His body is that of a serpent, and his eyes glitter from within the skull of a canine. At the end of creation, it will be I who sits at his left hand. It will be my reward for my faithful service, and you will not interfere with my reward, you wretched little bastard." He moved so fast I didn't even see him coming. Falling Sky, however, had the reflexes of a cat. He pounced just as the bookman was swinging his knife. The tip barely grazed me, drawing a thin line of blood across my neck, and then they were rolling across the floor in a snarling tangle of limbs. Falling Sky emitted a shrill shriek of agony. His cry broke my paralysis, and I lurched after them on trembling legs. My water pistol in hand, I screeched, "Eat it, bitch!" and I sprayed him in the face with liquid silver nitrate. It got in his eyes, and he let out a guttural roar. The bookman sprang to his feet and heaved Falling Sky with one hand, tossing him like a sack of potatoes. He skidded into the prayer desk, sending it tumbling in a cascade of papers. I ran to his side and screamed, "Get up, man! Come on, we gotta run!" Falling Sky mewled faintly in response, and then his eyes rolled into the back of his head. The bookman had slashed him deeply across his furry underbelly. Blood was rolling across the floor in a puddle. I dragged him into my lap as the bookman advanced on us. I was dimly aware that I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I'm not ashamed to admit that I pissed myself a bit, too. Just a little squirt, perhaps. But it definitely happened. In my mind's eye, the floor became ice as we transformed into hot lava. We melted out of sight just as the bookman was reaching for my throat, and we plummeted through an undefined space of nothing and nowhere. I could hear a sound like white static in the background, and I became aware of a brilliant thread of light in the distance. It appeared to stretch forever in both directions. It was breathtaking, and it was somehow also terrifying. A thin, piping voice of King Mercus popped into my head, and it asked, "Can you see the thread?" And then we were both sprawling out on the floor in the skinwalker's habitat, as if we'd fallen from a great height. His blood immediately began to gush into the sand, and I sat up and shouted, "Kaz, he's hurt really bad, help me!" The speaker crackled overhead. There was a long pause, and then Kaz replied, "You're placing me in a difficult position. We cannot both enter the habitat at the same time." I shrieked, "Come on, fuck the rules, man. We gotta bring him to Miss Dahlia right now or he's gonna die. Get in here, help me, goddammit." I started dragging Falling Sky across the sand, and I heard a hiss as the pneumatic door lock slid back. Kaz gently pushed me aside, and he scooped the unconscious beast into his arms. His expression was grave. He rumbled, "Victor did not employ us to play detective. If the skinwalker dies, we will join him soon after. Pray that he lives." Kaz whirled and ran for the door. I was hot on his heels, tears streaming down my face. Falling Sky was no longer just another exhibit at the zoo. He was my friend. Vic would surely fly into a rage when he heard about my shenanigans, but that was unimportant at the moment. All that mattered was my good friend Falling Sky, the man-eating shaman with a heart of gold. I didn't care what happened to me later, as long as the skinwalker was allowed to stay among the living. Miss Dahlia was sleepy-eyed and irritable in a frumpy nightgown. She flung open the door to the reception area and started to curse at me, but her expression changed when she saw the bleeding mountain lion in Casimir's arms. "I'm sorry," I sobbed. "He's dying. Can you fix him? Please help us." She plucked Falling Sky out of Casimir's arms and hurried over to the waterfall. I squirmed around anxiously as she drizzled the water over his gaping wound, singing her ethereal song. Behind us, the door slammed open with a bang, and a security goon came storming inside. He took one look at what was happening and growled, "The fuck is this, Kaz? I follow the blood trail from Skinwalker's habitat? Nah. Don't say anything. Save your breath for Victor. I'm detaining you people right now. Put your hands up." Kaz suddenly lunged at him, moving fast and low. He shoved the barrel of the security guard's rifle towards the ceiling. At the same time, he dove the heel of his palm into the goon's lumpy nose. It broke with a muffled crack. In a gush of blood, Casimir tore the rifle out of his hands and slammed it into his chest, driving him back through the doorway. He quickly slammed the door shut and locked it with a turn of the deadbolt. The big Russian looked at me and calmly said, "We are in very deep shit now. How is the Skinwalker doing? Will he live?" Miss Dahlia gave him a gentle nod. "He'll be fine, Sugar. It'll be a few hours before he can move. He was almost gone. I can usually save them, but not always. We got lucky tonight. He nearly died." Kaz let out a deep breath and murmured, "That's good. Falling sky is a very popular attraction. Perhaps he will not die in the morning after all." I sucked in some air through my teeth and said, "Victor isn't my only problem right now. I still have the Bookman to deal with. You see what he did to Falling Sky? This guy's not your ordinary spirit. He's on another level. I don't think I'm safe over here. You better believe I'm not safe over there. He almost took my head off with a big-ass knife. Falling Sky, he saved me. That's how he got hurt." An angry fist pounded on the door. A nasally voice squawked from the other side. "Fucked up, Casimir. You're gonna regret that. I'll ask Victor if I can kill you myself, you fucking commie." Casimir called back, "When the time comes, we will see. Until then, do not attempt to come inside. You would be unwise." Miss Dahlia was looking very, very annoyed. She jabbed a finger at me and demanded, "What have you boys gotten up to tonight? Sounds like you were poking around and you stirred up a hornet's nest, didn't you, Sugar?" I grimaced. "Yeah, pretty much. Long story short, we were trying to solve Catherine's murder. Now, her murderer wants to kill us, too. He's this really evil, fucked up, like, shadow spirit or something, you know? Like, just really bad news all around, this guy. He was a creepy serial killer when he was alive, and now he's something a lot worse." She nodded thoughtfully, frowning to herself a little when the security agent began pounding on the door again. She said, "Well, I suppose you two should stay away from the spirit world for a while." I pressed my lips together in an unhappy line and shook my head. "I don't think we're safe anywhere, Miss Dahlia. He's not an ordinary spirit. He can get us, and he will get us. We won't be able to fight him." Falling Sky quietly wheezed, "I'd sooner die and always remain in my prison. The spirit world is my only escape." The water nymph gave him a sad look and scratched behind his ear. She dabbed away a few tears with her other hand, and she sighed. "I understand completely, Sugar. We're all prisoners here. You, me, all of us. Even the caretakers are prisoners. They can't just quit and go find a new job, can they? He has us all under his fat, greasy thumb, and there's no way out. It's not much of a life, but I suppose it's better than the alternative." I felt a sudden thickness in my throat. Everything was fucked, you know? Everything was so messed up, every aspect of our lives, and it was all because of Vic Bonicelli. Used car salesman, gangster, hitman, zookeeper, and calculating sociopath. He could greet you like an old friend, he could stab you in the eyeball. It's all the same to Victor Bonicelli. The incessant pounding on the door abruptly stopped. Miss Dahlia sniffed. "Thank God, that was driving me crazy." Kaz said, "It would be better if he was still beating on the door. He was probably on his way to call Victor. We don't have much time. What is your plan, Billy?" I rubbed my poor aching head. It was hurting something fierce. I squeaked, I don't know, man. There's some stupid rule that I need to know his name before he faces any justice, and I don't have his last name yet. I know his face, I know his given names. It's William Findlay something or other, but it's not enough. Everyone who knew him is long gone. I guess I could try to find them in the spirit world, but Dickhead will show up and cut my throat the moment I step across the barrier. I think I'm kind of fucked over here. Kaz thought about it for a moment, staring off into space, and then he said, perhaps you should not step across the barrier then. Perhaps you should lure him into the space between this world and the other one. A violent shiver tore down my spine, and the hairs on my arms stood up. I tried to keep the quiver out of my voice. That place is fucking intense, man. There aren't any directions, no up or down, but somehow there's still, like, dimensions and space. I don't know how to describe it. I saw this huge, brilliant light, and it seemed like it was so far away, but it was also right there, like right in front of me. I mean, I can't really describe it. It was this enormous light that stretched out forever and ever, and that's all I can say. It's freaking crazy over there. It doesn't make any sense. Miss Dahlia gently murmured, that's the threat, Billy. All of creation is attached to the threat. Most humans wouldn't be able to see it. Y'all are so distracted by what's right in front of your eyes and can't perceive anything that lies beyond. No wonder the sprites were interested in you. That's very unusual. Glumly, I said, you heard about that, did you? Yeah. It paid me a visit, but it didn't do me any good. I'm supposed to be under their protection, but that's obviously some bullshit. I mean, that bookman motherfucker almost cut my freaking head off. Where's their sheriff when that happened? He was nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for Falling Sky, I would have become a permanent resident of the spirit world. Miss Dahlia patted my hand. She asked, who, Sheriff Blotto? Is he still kicking around? Well, I imagine he already knew you weren't going to die. The Fae can see into the future. I mean, they can't see the end of days, of course. That's a given. Not even the demigods or the demons can see that far. But they can see, so don't write them off just yet. I scoffed at her and said, what about him? I pointed at Falling Sky, who's still curled up in a miserable ball on the floor. She gave me a shrug and said, Skinwalker doesn't have their protection. He doesn't need it. He's a tough cookie. And he knows what he's doing. You? Not so much. Kaz clapped his hands together and growled, enough talk. You need to act. Victor will be here soon. I will not stop him from entering the room. I have done too much already. I snapped. Fine! I'll go back to, whatever you want to call it, the place in between us and the dead. And then what? Miss Dahlia shrugged at me again. She put a hand on my shoulder and said, I don't know, Billy. I've never been there. But I do know that the universe abhors an imbalance. I think you'll find what you need when you get there. Do what you need to do, sugar. We'll be waiting for you. The water nymph hesitated, and then she leaned in to plant a very soft kiss in the corner of my mouth. My heart lurched in my chest. I gawked at her in a mixture of shock and surprise. Take that with you, she smiled. And then she stood back and waited. They were all looking at me expectantly, and I had no idea what the fuck I was supposed to do. In the back of my mind, King Mercus asked again if I could see the thread. I thought, yes, sir, I can. And I closed my eyes. This time, I imagined the floor was lava. And it was me who was made of ice. I instantly evaporated, my entire being boiling apart in a swarm of microscopic fragments. The cloud floated into the air and passed through the ceiling overhead. There was a feeling of gentle resistance, like I was forcing myself through a veil of gauze, and the parts of me reassembled in a strange and unknowable realm. I was in between here and there, this and that. I was in the great nowhere, and it was time to kick the bookman's murdering ass into the void. The human mind can't fully comprehend what lies in between the world of the living and the land of the dead. When you're in between, there's no such thing as space or dimensions. There is no up or down, width, length, and height. They're mostly a suggestion, never a rule. Likewise, time has no meaning at all. There's only now, and after that, a different now. You can also be in the now that just happened, now sometime in the future, and a now from the very different past. For those of us who normally exist in a linear timeline, it's nothing short of a nightmare. There's no place for the living or the dead. It's the realm of the immortals. We call them demons, demigods. The immortals can enter our reality at will, at any point in time or space. The only mortal beings who can replicate this feat are the sprites. They hear the great song of the universe, and they understand the meaning of its intricate melody. The great song is generated by the vibration of the thread. According to the succubus, the thread was plucked by the finger of the creator at the exact moment it came into being. First came the thread and the song, and then the sprites, who were created the very next instant. All other events in our timeline began after the sprites became aware. Their collective consciousness will be the last thing to disappear at the end. The sprites are the official rulers of all the Fey folk, and Mercus is their king. The sprites have the ability to manipulate the thread of existence. They can alter the timeline by interfering with an event, or they can create a new reality by introducing an event that otherwise would have never occurred. They may not be gods, or even demigods, for that matter, but they wield enormous power. However, for all their incredible might, the sprites are still mortal. They'll exist until the end of days, but when the last gasp of energy flickers out in the void, they'll be gone. The place in between is the realm of entities that were never alive, and therefore can never die. These creatures are familiar with mundane concepts such as time, space, mortality, and income taxes, but none of it affects them. The immortals either regard us as cattle to feed their various desires, or they don't regard us at all. Long story short, we don't have many friends over there. In conclusion, it's all way beyond the understanding of our primitive little brains. Nonetheless, if you can achieve a higher state of perception, perhaps with the help of a skinwalker and his potent psychedelic tea, it may be possible to break through and enter the realm of demons. Well, you won't like it, but you can go there. I wouldn't recommend this experience, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Of course, I already traveled through the space in between, while shutting back and forth from the spirit world. But this time was different. I wasn't just passing through, I was officially a visitor in the kingdom of the immortals. The first thing I noticed was a brilliant, shimmering streak of light. The thread is the only visible object in every direction, and it stretches from the beginning to the very end. Every event in our timeline at every location. I was looking at home from a vantage point that was never meant to be experienced by a human being. It made me feel very alone and very, very small. I was in between, the place of demons and demigods, and I did not belong there. Some of these beings harbor a deep hatred for the living, and others are completely indifferent. A few of them desire our worship, and a handful of them would rather skip all that nonsense and just eat us alive. All in all, not a very safe neighborhood for a guy like me, and that is an understatement. Speaking of which, the next thing I saw was a horrific monstrosity beyond my wildest imaginations. It materialized from the void out of nowhere, filling my entire field of vision with its terrible form. Imagine an object the size of a planet hovering in a fathomless void and staring you down with 100 billion eyes. It was so big I couldn't even understand what I was looking at.
It was just a gigantuan blob of darkness and evil. I started to scream, and the cosmic Gorgon was abruptly replaced by a gorgeous woman in a red dress. It was the actress Kelly LeBrock, looking exactly as she had appeared in the mid-'80s rom-com movie The Woman in Red. I had a quick flashback of peeping around the corner at my parents watching their grown-up movie on the VCR. The woman in the red dress made guest appearances in my dreams for months. She was eventually replaced by Samantha Fox after I saw one of her music videos on TV. Apparently the woman in the red dress was still lurking around in my subconscious because there she was, in the flesh. I blubbered. You ordered the succubus, right? I mean, the one from the zoo? She giggled. There are many demons, but there's only one succubus. I'm sorry I gave you a fright, but as I already told you, my true form is, it's a bit overwhelming. Do you like this better? You used to dream about marrying the woman in red. Do you remember that? And then Samantha Fox came and stole your heart away. Do you remember how you would kiss your pillow and pretend it was her? It made my face flush red with embarrassment. I mumbled some half-assed denial, and she purred. You can't lie to me, dear. I already know the truth. Anyway, you really shouldn't be here, silly Billy. Talk about a fish out of water. I grumbled. Well, this is a last-ditch effort to save the day. Give me a break. I rubbed my temples and let out a soft groan. I was in a place that couldn't even be defined by the laws of the physical world, but I was still battling a headache. I explained to her that if I couldn't pin the bookman with his true identity, 3 things would happen. 1, he would never face any kind of justice for his crimes. 2, poor little Catherine would remain trapped in the world of the living, doomed to suffer her agony forever. And 3, he'd probably kill me. The bookman wasn't an ordinary spirit. He served an entity he referred to as a Dark Lord, and he had the ability to transcend the bounds of reality. The succubus listened with a sympathetic expression. She patted me on the chest and said, Well, it sounds like you're about to get murdered. I think you should just give up and let me eat you. I mean, you're going to die anyway, right? One last romp in the hay, and then you're gone. What do you say, my love? I gently pushed her hand away and sighed. No thanks. If the bookman kills me, at least I can live on in the spirit world. If you kill me, I'm just gone. She exclaimed, Oh, come on! You can't be serious. Do you not understand just how long you'll exist in the spirit world? It's a virtual eternity of being a dumb, boring little ghost. Just another sad, lonely spirit lost in a sea of the dead. That's no way to spend the countless millennia, is it? Come to Kelly. I'll make it all go away. I slapped her groping hands and yelled, Nope, stop it, friggin' no! For crying out loud, no! I'm already a boring person in life. So what does it matter if I still suck after death? Look, either you're trying to help me or you won't. I'm willing to negotiate, but eating my body and soul is completely off the table. I like existing, even if it blows most of the time. The succubus smirked at me and toyed with my hair. She purred. Oh, you precious little chicken wing. Your blood is a tad sour, and your sexual performance was ultimately forgettable. But that soul of yours, fresh and spicy, I can smell it. Okay, I'll help you. Again, and you'll owe me deeply for this help. Again. I'm a demon, Billy, not a charity. I gave her a stressed-out grin, and I clasped my hands together in a tight, trembling knot. I squeaked, Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss... What should I call you, anyway? I mean, just referring to you as the succubus, it seems kind of informal after, the sex and the blood drinking. The demon gave me a withered look. She sneered, Oh, please. That meant nothing. I was just having a sandwich, that's all. A bland, boring little sandwich. But it still hit the spot, of course, because I was hungry. Don't concern yourself with my true name. Long story short, it will far exceed your limited comprehension. You're adorable, but you're just a little guy, Billy. You have adorable little arms and adorable little legs, and you have a stupid little brain. Just don't worry about it. I felt my face get hot from embarrassment. I muttered, I think that was maybe a little harsh, but okay, gotcha. So, like, I know you can't tell me the bookman's real name, but I might know a way around that stupid-ass rule. The Dark Lord or whatever the fuck, I think he might be a demon. Does that name ring a bell? The succubus rolled her eyes. I think so, yes. There's one demon in particular who comes to mind. He loves to be worshipped. He influences weak or unstable people to commit murder, maybe start a cult, all that sort of thing. If you ask me, it's much easier to just pluck an erotic image from their minds and use it against them. That worship stuff is really time-consuming and just, I don't know. I suppose it all seems rather inefficient. I muttered, yeah, efficiency is everything. Do you think you can help me find this guy? He probably knows the bookman's real identity, right? I mean, maybe he can give me a hint or something. I'm kind of desperate over here. She arched a well-manicured eyebrow and snorted. I'm not sure what good it would do, but yeah, I could. Demons can see it all, hear it all. We know it all. However, we can't share that information with the mortals. I don't know what would happen, but most of us would rather play it safe. I've heard the Creator has something of a temper. I dropped to one knee in front of her and begged, please just give me the chance to talk to him. I mean, what's going to happen? You guys are immortal. Like you're going to be sentenced to the electric chair. There are things far worse than death, she answered in a somber tone. That's not a very strong argument. I stamped my foot and groaned. Please, look, if you help me find this dude, I'll agree to let you do your thing again. Bang me stupid and drink my blood. I'll let you have, like, an entire pint this time. No, 2 pints. How much blood do I need to be alive anyway? Fuck it. Two pints if you want. Just, please. A succubus brushed her lips against my ear as she breathed. Your blood isn't good enough. I want something better this time, something more substantial. I want your ear. I want to tear it off with my teeth. She giggled as I jerked away from her hot, panting breath. I clapped my hands over my ear and gasped, oh, hell no, are you crazy? The succubus crossed her arms and sniffed. Are you sure? I will remind you there's another variable in this equation that you seem to have forgotten. Very shortly, you'll be face to face with Victor Bonicelli, and he is furious. He's driving to the zoo right now, and he's still wearing his pajamas. He didn't even get dressed before he left. You are in a lot of trouble. I felt my heart drop. In all the general weirdness that was happening, I forgot about Victor. I had broken all kinds of rules that night, and the boss was a stickler for the rules. He was also dangerously volatile. My throat suddenly felt tight and constricted, as if Vic had already strangled me with his phantom hands. I croaked, Can you stop him? The succubus rolled her eyes and groaned, Nope. I'm afraid not. Victor has a part of me contained in the physical world, so he's protected from my charms. I wish I could tear him apart like a rotisserie chicken, but still, no such luck. Len's voice popped up in the back of my head. It said, Good going, Dumbo. You take an easy night shift, and you turn it into your own murder. I groaned. Yeah, this figures. Oh, fuck it, let's do it. Okay, I got nothing to lose at this point. Your ear, sweetheart? The demon corrected me, and she gave me that predatory smile. Remember, you're going to lose your ear. I blinked back a sudden film of wetness in my eyes. I quavered. Is it gonna hurt? Like, a lot? The succubus grabbed me by the shoulder and gave me a brisk shake. She exclaimed, Oh, you poor stupid little chickadee. What kind of question is that? Of course it will hurt, silly. Ears are very sensitive, but it'll be over quickly. And I promise to heal up the wound right after I'm done. You'll be all better. The demon released her iron grip on my shoulders, and she sternly planted her hands on her hips. She demanded, So what is it? What do you want to do here, Billy? Make up your mind. Either you can be a big, brave boy for Auntie Succubus, or you can be decapitated by the ghost of a serial killer. Make your choice. The look in her eyes scared the hell out of me. You'd expect a lion to stare at you like that, but when it's an actress from the 80s, it hits a lot differently. It was unnerving. That's a big understatement. I closed my eyes and said, "Do it." In a flash, I was naked and lying on my back. She pinned my arms down and panted, "Don't you dare finish too early this time. Think about baseball or something." And when it was over, she collapsed on top of me. It was like being smothered by a lead blanket. Couldn't even draw enough breath to scream. Her pupils started to rotate like a time-lapse of distant galaxies against sparks of starlight. A part of me wanted to get lost in that gaze, but I fought against it with all of my will. She crooned, "Piece by piece, I will slowly consume you. Mind, body, and soul. It'll be like nibbling my way to the center of a Tootsie Pop." I managed to wheeze. "Nope, won't eat me." She snickered. "Is that so? You should ask that little puddle fairy about the fate of her first true love. He thought he would resist me, but he was wrong. Dead wrong." I can't believe she's still mad about that. Almost 3,000 years later. I swear the Fae can really hold a grudge. I gurgled. "No chance. Done. Never again." She gave me a knowing look. "Is that so? We'll see, won't we? There's no judgment here, Mr. Whitebread. Desire is everything." The demon lowered her voice to a breathy whisper. "I can become anyone. I'll let you do anything you've ever desired. I can even become that slutty cartoon girl from the movie about the rabbit. I know how she made you feel. Don't lie. I can see your most secret fantasies. I can see..." I gasped. "Okay, stop, too far." The succubus patted my cheek. She purred. "Oh, I'm just teasing. It's so easy to get you all riled up. I just can't resist. Anyway, let's have that ear, shall we?" She pushed my head to the side, and teeth like razors sank into my flesh. I couldn't draw enough breath to let out a scream of agony. It came out as a faint whistle instead. I was then treated to the horrifying image of a naked Kelly LeBrock chewing on my ear, her lips and chin smeared with blood. I felt my heart seize up in my chest, and I promptly passed out from shock. The darkness was good. It was welcome. My last thought was, I'm gonna wake up dead. And then I was gone for a while. When the darkness departed from my mind, I found myself lying at the feet of a giant. He looked like a member of a gothic rock band, but like really fucking tall. This dude was at least 15 feet from head to toe. His hair was jet black, his skin deadly pale. The giant was wearing a pair of black vinyl pants, matching vest, and a bullet belt. His feet were clad in leather boots that laced up to his knees. He was shirtless beneath the vest, revealing a muscular build and a bunch of tattoos. A human skull hung from his neck by a length of rusty chain. Much to my embarrassment, I was still naked. My clothes were lying in a messy pile nearby. I hurried to get dressed, the giant looking on with an expression of scornful amusement. He crossed his arms and spoke to me in a low, rumbling voice. I am known to you as the Dark Lord, but I have many other names. I am the Thief of Innocence, the Bishop of Madness, and the Stabber of Hope. I have 1 billion names, yet they all fall short of describing the true depths of my evil. Fear me, you pathetic little bug. Fall to your knees and cry for your mother. I gave him a dazed look and sputtered, Okay, give me a second, okay? I just woke up naked, my ear's gone. Just chill out, man. He gave me a grumpy look and waited as I wriggled into my Kevlar suit.
When I was done, I looked him up and down and said, "Okay, so can I ask you a question? Like, why do you look like that?"
"Like what?"
he demanded.
"What are you trying to say?"
I shook my shoulders and waved a hand at his outfit. I mean, you look like, I don't know, Trent Reznor on steroids. It's kind of like, it's weird. The Dark Lord gave me a sullen look. He snorted.
"Yeah? So? I don't look like this for you. I look like this for me, because this is who I am. Is that okay with you, Dad? Am I grounded or something? Eat a dick, buddy."
I held up my hand and stammered, "Whoa, okay, simmer down. I'm saying, I opened my eyes, there you were, like, I don't know, all gothed out and shit. I wasn't expecting to see, that." The Dark Lord pointed a finger at me and snapped.
"Well, I don't need to measure up to your expectations, do I? Anyway, you're hardly one to talk. Grunge rock guy. You're all like, wow, look at me, my hair is hanging in my face because I'm such an introvert. So lame."
I gaped up at him with my mouth hanging open. He glared back at me and then pretended to answer a ringing phone.
"Hello? Oh, yeah, sure, I'll tell him right now."
He cupped his hand over the pretend receiver and yelled,
"Hey, dickhead, 2 years ago called. They want their goofy hairdo back."
I threw up my hands and yelled, "Oh, okay. I'm sorry, jeez, okay, I just want to be over this. Give me the bookman's real name and I'm gone." The demon gave me a cold stare. He sneered.
"I wouldn't usually sacrifice a loyal servant, but the succubus is persuasive. Politics, She can be a powerful ally someday. Just my opinion here, but she's wasting her potential by being obsessed with matters of the flesh. I'd much prefer corruption over consumption, if you get what I mean. Killing is so messy and undignified. I'd rather deceive the mortals into causing each other harm instead of going in there and doing it myself. I like keeping my own hands clean."
He gave me a smug grin, and I answered it with a look of distaste. I said, I don't know, man. I feel like that's actually like a lot worse, to be honest. I mean, this book guy, right? He fucking sucks. You might think the shit he's done is pretty awesome or whatever, but you're wrong. Like, okay, just give me his name. I'll be gone." The demon gave me a sad look and replied,
"What's the hurry, grunge boy? I don't get a chance to step out of character very often. I'm always playing a role. I have to pretend to be a monster from a horror movie, or an avenging angel, or a malevolent space alien, all kinds of weird shit."
He grinned and added,
"That's a popular one, by the way, the space alien. I've always been a talking dog, a telepathic cloud, just, all kinds of weird shit. But I never get to be myself, just like hang out, have a conversation with someone. It never happens. It's a shame, because I'm a really interesting demon."
"Do you think," I wrung my hands together and pleaded, "come on, man, just let's get real here, okay? I don't want to hang out with you. Not ever. You're evil. Okay, can you give me his name, please? Seriously, I gotta go." He crossed his arms and growled.
"It's like that, is it? Okay, sure. That's fine by me because you're a little dork and I'm really fucking cool. But I can't just directly tell you his name. It's against the rules and I don't want to piss off the creator. I've heard he has a really bad temper. But I suppose I can give you a hint. His last name rhymes with... It rhymes with Bra. That's all I can say."
I rubbed my temples again, desperately trying to massage my aching brain. "Okay, Slowly I murmured, Crenshaw. Is that it? It's Crenshaw, right? Isn't it?" The demon dropped an exaggerated wink and then held up his hand and said,
"Oh, I can't confirm or deny it. Seems likely, though. He's a truly evil man with a nasty little black heart, rotten to the core, just like I like him. It's funny. For some reason, he thinks of me as a dog skull with a body of a serpent.
I also have chunks of quartz in my eye sockets. Always something really freaking weird like that, you know? It gets so tedious sometimes. The demon's voice was fading away. I was already melting back into a land of reality. The bookman's name was burning on my lips. I heard the Dark Lord call after me. Fine, get lost. I wasn't going to tell him about this, but now I changed my mind. Brace yourself, because he's coming for your head. I re-entered the land of the living just in time to see the door fly open with a tremendous bang. It was Vic, surrounded by a small mob of his henchmen. The succubus wasn't kidding. Vic had left the house in his pajamas. He threw on a bathrobe against the slight chill of the night air, and then he rushed out the door. Vic's hair was sticking up in random clumps, and his bare feet were slammed into a pair of fuzzy slippers. It would have almost been comical, except his eyes were burning with rage. His face was red as a brick. Keep in mind, I was still high as a kite in this reality. Falling Sky's tea was doing its thing, and I was completely blasted. To my perspective, my boss was yet another demon from the nowhere zone. He was the Lord of Silk Pajamas, surrounded by his cult of heavily armored fanatics. It was screamingly absurd and completely horrifying at the same time. I thought my head was going to explode. Vic pulled a pistol from a pocket in his bathrobe and bellowed, "Drop the rifle, you Russian piece of shit! Put it on the fucking floor!" Kaz silently laid the rifle down, and he slid it across the floor to Vic with a nudge from the toe of his boot. Vic snatched it up and ejected the magazine. He shook it in the air and yelled, "So, this is what happens when I'm not around. This is what happens when my back is turned." Vic hurled the rifle across the room. It whirled through the air end over end, and it bounced off the wall. He aimed the pistol at Kaz and snarled, "Don't get no funny ideas over there, Stalin. Have a seat on the edge of the pool." He glared over at Miss Dahlia, who was kneeling on the floor beside Falling Sky. Vic motioned at them with his free hand and sneered, "Oh, looky here. It's Lady and the Tramp. Why aren't you cooling your heels back in your own habitat, Chief? What, you got nothing to say? Come on, witch doctor, why ain't you watching TV and smoking your peace pipe?" Falling Sky looked startled when Vic mentioned his illicit television, but he remained silent. Vic glanced back at his guards and spluttered, "He won't talk, so I guess I'll have to say it instead. It's because they weren't minding their own friggin' business. See what happens? Snowballs, doesn't it? Then get out of hand. A lie becomes 2 lies, and 4 lies is snowballs. Before you know it, Vic's standing here in his fucking pajamas, and he's pissed." Vic pointed at the water nymph and boomed, "Speaking of lying pieces of shit, you ain't been exactly truthful lately, have you? You've been deleting all the security footage. I fucking knew it. Now don't play dumb with me. I know it's you. And who else could it be, huh? Most of those critters out there, they don't know jack shit about video cameras, let alone how to erase a recording. And you did it again tonight, didn't you? Audio, video, all gone. I already checked. And then we got this fucking guy over here, this ungrateful little prick that can't keep himself out of trouble." Vic pinned me with his glare, and my legs started to tremble. He pointed the gun at me and demanded, "What in the almighty fuck do you think you're doing, kid? You trying to release my poltergeist in the spirit world? My friggin' poltergeist? Mine?" Vic took a deep breath and he slowly exhaled. In a softer voice of his, he said, "Let me ask you something, goofball. Do you have any idea how much money she brings in? Huh? Do you?" Vic lumbered closer, his upper lip wrinkling back in a snarl. He prodded me with the barrel of the gun. "Ghosts are friggin' rare, you little douchebag. You know stories of hauntings people talk about, the ones you see, the National Enquirer, and Unsolved Mysteries. They're all complete bullshit. This is a scam for the rubes. Real ghosts? Freaking hell, that's a 1 in a million, you hear me? 1 in a million. And not only do I have a ghost on display, I have an honest-to-God poltergeist. The rarest of the rare. People will offer me thousands of dollars on top of their admission fee just so they can stay and watch it for a little longer. Right there, on the spot, in cash. Talk about thousands here, Billy. Tens of thousands. She bags me an extra 70 grand just last week. Tax-free cheddar, boom, in my fucking pocket." Vic leaned even closer. He murmured, "So, I'll ask you again, Billy. What the fuck do you think you're doing? I tried my best to meet his ferocious gaze, but that was impossible. His crimson demon face made me want to start hyperventilating. I stammered. I'm sorry, Vic. It's just, Catherine said she's in pain. I mean, all the time, day and night, for over a century. It never stops. Vic snorted. And? So what? She's a friggin' psycho! Are you for real? You seriously feel bad for this thing? She'll beat your head in with a hairbrush. Am I losing my mind over here? Who the hell cares if she's in pain? I hesitated in the face of Vic's bewildered wrath. But in my heart, I knew it had to be said. I quickly blurted out, "You should release her. I mean, yeah, she's dangerous, but she's just a little girl, you know? She didn't deserve a fate like that. We can make it right. Just let her go." My words dried up beneath the red-hot fury that blazed in Vic's eyes. He screamed into my face, "For the last time, that ain't no little girl, it's a ghost. It's not alive, jackass! What the hell are you talking about?" I attempted to speak, but Vic shushed me with the barrel of his pistol. He rasped, "Listen to me, kid. Here's where I'm coming from, okay? 1, she's freaking dead. Deceased. Not living. Gone. That thing ain't human anymore. And 2, this place ain't supposed to be the Garden of Eden, genius. It's a zoo. We show the monsters in their natural state, just like we found them." He grabbed me by the chin and forced me to look him in the eyes. "See the guests that come in, right? They come in, they look around, and they say, 'Wow, this one's a leprechaun, and this one's a zombie, and that one's a fucking dragon, and that one over there, she's a ghost with her friggin' head cut off.' You get it? I'm just displaying them in their natural state, exactly as I found them." Vic looked profoundly disappointed in me, his favorite little caretaker's assistant. He also looked very tired. He stifled a yawn and said, "I'm no saint. That much is true. But to my way of thinking, I'm also doing nothing wrong over here, kid. And to be very honest, this place is just another enterprise. It's my passion, but it's also a business. It was created to make money for me, Victor Bonicelli, and I fucking love money. Don't you understand who I am yet? You fucking ding-dong. I'm a bad guy. I do bad guy shit, and it makes me money. Believe me, whatever happens in this zoo, it's the least of my sins." I felt my heart sink into the pits of my stomach. I understood my boss was a villain, but it was still disheartening to hear him say it out loud. Despite his many serious flaws, a part of me really liked Victor Bonicelli. Every now and then, I'd see a brief flash of a man he should have become, if his circumstances had been different. I think that made it a lot worse. I murmured, "Ghost or not, she can think and she can feel. They all think and feel, Vic, and they suffer." Vic patted me roughly on the cheek and retorted, "Don't worry about none of that, kid. Worry about me instead. Because I'm trying to keep you alive right now. Trying my very best to not fucking kill you. But you're making me second guess my decision here, capiche? So let's be done with this, okay? End the discussion. Moral of the story is don't ever fuck with Victor's money. It's the #1 commandment in the book of Vic. Don't even think about it." In a cracked, colorless whisper, I said, "If I don't reveal the book of man's identity, he'll come after me, he'll kill me. Vic flapped a hand at me in a dismissive gesture. He asked, "Well, you know for sure? And maybe he won't bother. And if he does, well, sounds like a you problem. Gave you a gun, didn't I? Use it. And if that don't work, maybe Kaz will be getting a new partner. All I know for sure is you ain't revealing the guy's identity to fucking nobody, because if Catherine disappears, so do you." Vic patted me on the cheek again. The impact was a bit softer this time. He sighed dramatically and said, "You had good intentions, kid. I understand your point of view. But doing the right thing, it ain't always in your best interests. Sometimes you gotta say, nah, fuck those guys, and do what's best for you. Wish the whole world could join hands and sing, just like you, but that ain't gonna happen. You gotta stop following your heart. Start using your brain instead." I could see Kaz sitting against the edge of the pond in the background. His expression was blank and neutral. Looking at him, I had a sudden thought. How did Vic know so much about what happened tonight? All the surveillance footage had been deleted. There was no video, no audio, nothing. The only witness to our shenanigans was the security goon who got roughed up by Kaz, and I doubt he knew much about the situation with Catherine. So how did Vic know exactly what was going on? Who told him? And when? Vic snapped his fingers in my face. He barked, "Don't look over there, all right? He ain't gonna help you, believe me. You're all in deep shit right now. And don't be drinking no more of that tea with that skinwalker. Jeez Louise, your eyes ain't even looking in the same direction. That shit scrambles your brain absolutely off limits. From now on, Billy." He stabbed a finger into my chest and added, "Don't be smoking no grass around here neither. I know you kids are all smoking a reefer these days. Keep your doobies at home." He turned to the others and commanded, "Now get back to whatever you're supposed to be doing, all of you. I'll deal with this bullshit tomorrow. Going back to bed now." One of the burly security guards pushed his way to the front. It was the goon from earlier that night. His nose was a slanting, swollen mess. In a nasal tone, he added, "Hey, hold up a second. What about me, Victor? Look what the Russian guy did to my face. You gonna let me return the favor?" Victor fixed him with a cold stare. He didn't respond for an uncomfortable length of time. He just stood there and glared at his wayward minion, breathing heavily. The silence piled up in layers around them, and finally he said, "That ain't gonna happen. I understand your anger, Tony, but you're speaking out of turn. I don't owe you nothing like that. I'll deal with it myself in my own way." Tony, the security goon, was much displeased with his denial. He smacked his fist into his palm in a show of impotent rage and yelled, "I'm your second cousin's godson, Victor. Don't that mean something around here? You're gonna let me settle up with this guy?" Victor gave him a serene look and replied, "You're my second cousin's godson, it's true. The only reason you got this job. But that don't make you family, see? Not in any sense of the word. Nah, don't speak, just listen, all right? This rough-looking bastard over there, he could have ended you tonight, kid. This guy was stacking bodies when you were still in diapers, but here's the good news. He didn't end you. That's a gift. A renewed lease on life, if you will. Take it humbly and learn from it." Vic pointed at him, his expression still calm and collected. He said, "But most importantly, you need to learn how to shut the fuck up. All right, don't speak unless I tell you to speak. Just give me a quick, 'Yes, sir, Mr. Bonicelli, do as you're told.' See, right now, you ain't doing your job. You're supposed to be protecting this building and everything inside of it, and that didn't happen, did it? You ain't doing your fucking job, Tony. Now you think you can just start making demands over here? You got some real nerve, kid. I don't think I want you around anymore." Tony was finally starting to understand what was about to happen. His rage evaporated into a mist of watering eyes and quivering lips. He held up his hand and quavered, I'm sorry, Vic. I didn't mean to speak out of turn ever again. I'll do better, okay? Please, Victor, I'm your second cousin's godson." Vic muttered, "You ain't nobody to me," and shot Tony in the mouth. The young hoodlum stumbled backwards, a gurgling scream bubbling through his shattered teeth. Vic shot him again in the leg, and he toppled to the floor. The boss casually strolled over, his free hand tucked into his bathrobe pocket. he said. I don't even like that cousin, you fucking dipshit. And he shot the man twice more, aiming for the back of his head. The gunfire was almost deafeningly loud in the enclosed space of that reception area. The rest of Vic's security goons barely even flinched. They had all seen it coming. Vic wordlessly pointed at the body, and his men sprang into action. As they dragged away the corpse, Vic looked over at us and barked, I can't frickin' believe you people. Kaz, Fallen Sky, Miss Dahlia. Well, Billy, you're a different story. You're still young. You used to have all those morals and beliefs, all that stupid shit. But the rest of you, I thought you were smart. Vic pulled his bathrobe shut, crossed his arms tightly over his chest. He groaned. I don't know what to say to you guys. You all disappointed me tonight, and look what happened. I almost lost my skinwalker and my poltergeist. And now I gotta make up some bullshit story for my cousin, too. Well, second cousin. I don't like him much. Fucking guy's a humorless prick. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I still gotta make up a story, and I'll be expected to hand the kid's parents a fat envelope at his funeral. Which will be paid at my expense, by the way. You know how much funerals cost these days? Holy shit. Ain't just an arm and a leg. They want a lung and a kidney. A bunch of fucking ghouls. These funeral home people, I swear. They belong in a zoo. The chorus of screams suddenly came echoing from across the dimly lit expanse of the lobby. There was a frantic burst of gunfire, followed by another wave of screaming, and then there was silence. Falling Sky pushed himself up into a sitting position. He grimaced in pain as he lifted a paw at the open door. Someone should close that, he panted. He's here. Vic squinted into the darkness. He growled, Who is it? Is that friggin' book guy? The hell's going on? Something came rolling out of the gloom. It wobbled to a halt in front of Vic's slippers. It was a severed head, freshly sliced from the shoulders of a security guard. An expression of agonized terror was frozen on his face. One eye glared sightlessly at his feet. The other was missing. It had been replaced with a chunk of quartz. Vic yelled something in Sicilian as he kicked the severed head across the room. He slammed the door shut and announced, All right, guess I ain't going back to bed just yet. Miss Dahlia looked stunned. In a small voice, she asked, How many men did he just kill? 9? 10? That's... She trailed off. Vic nodded and said, Yeah, it ain't good. He killed them all in about 8 seconds, tops. It's not good at all. Maybe you geniuses shouldn't fuck with the undead. What do you think, huh? I tell you, sometimes I wish I could sell this place and concentrate on the dealership. Ain't no bullshit over there, just quality vehicles at an affordable price. I was freaking the fuck out. The walls were breathing, the ceiling was closing in, everything was wavering around like a heat mirage, and now I was about to get killed. Vic saw the look in my face and pointed his gun at me. Don't say it. Don't even fucking think about it. He kills you, I kill you, doesn't matter. It's all the same. But none of it has to happen, kid. You know why? Because Vic just got himself a plan. He ran into his office and came back with something that looked like a bazooka. He said, It's a net gun. Got it made special, just for times like this. We gotta nab this cocksucker while we got a chance. He's a ghost. Things go wrong, he just disappears. Nah, we gotta lure him in right now. I already knew where this was going. I said, I'm not gonna like this plan very much, am I? Who fucking cares what you like? Vic snapped back. He wants you, not us. With you gone, his identity's safe. So we're gonna stick you out there and use you as bait, okay? When he comes to get you, I'll hit him with the net gun. Net was treated with a coating of pure silver. When it lands on him, that's it. We got him, and he won't be a problem no more. A horrible idea came burbling to the surface of my mind. Slowly, I asked, Are you planning on displaying him? Oh, hell yeah, Vic boomed cheerfully. You better believe it. Real ghosts are rare and a poltergeist is a needle in a haystack. But this fucking guy, a serial-killing, demon-worshipping motherfucker like him, forget about it. Money in the bank. He wrapped his beefy arm around my shoulders and said, Picture it, Billy. The demonic serial killer and his victim, both of them right here, side by side. That dynamic will be worth a fortune, kid. I tell you, if we pull this off, it'll make me forget all about your little transgressions here tonight. Not to mention all those guys who got friggin' killed, right? The boss back in New York will be giving me hell about that on Monday, you better believe it. Vic shushed me with the barrel of his pistol and said, "No, don't even try it. I ain't asking over here, okay? I'm telling. Stand there out in the lobby. Maybe 15 feet or so from the door. That's it. I'll do the rest." He looked back at the others and shook his finger at him. "Everyone else, keep their opinions to themselves. This ain't a democracy." Vic unlocked the door and eased it open. He cupped his hand to his mouth and yelled into the darkness, "Hey, bookman! How about you and I make a deal, huh? I give you Billy. In return, you leave the rest of us alone. No one else knows your identity, just a kid. What do you say? Huh? You can take him and go. I don't give a shit. No hard feelings." Out of nowhere, I was abruptly seized by a fit of giggling. The tea washed over me in a thick, sludgy wave, and now the room was absolutely humming with transcendent energy. I suddenly understood I could be in love with Miss Dahlia, and it would be okay. Nothing matters but light and love. Vic gawked at me in disbelief. He sputtered, What you laughing for? Get it together, you friggin' space cadet. Be ready to move when I tell you to move, because I only got one shot at this prick, so if you both wind up in the net together, that's not my problem. Go on, get out there." He shoved me into the lobby, and the uncontrollable giggling started to a halt. The bubble of euphoria abruptly popped, and I was filled with dread. The shadows danced and whirled in sinister patterns, and the floor rolled beneath my feet. I was certain I was about to die. I urgently whispered, "Sheriff Blotto, I need your protection, like right now. Please, please, please don't let me get murdered." It was dead silent in the lobby. I could hear a clock on the wall, steadily whirring the seconds away. I was almost vibrating with adrenaline. Behind me, Vic quietly growled, "What the hell is he waiting for? Christmas? Come on, you fucking blowjob. Kid's right there. Just come get him." Seconds stretched into minutes. My legs were trembling so badly I thought I was going to fall over. I was a brief moment away from saying, "Fuck this shit," and begging Vic to let me back in, but then I heard a familiar sound out in the thick of the gloom. It was the muffled scrape of a shoe against the floor. Steps were approaching. I shot a quick look back at Vic, blinking against the sweat that was suddenly pouring down my forehead. The net gun was propped up against his shoulder, and his finger was on the trigger. The footsteps were drawing closer, but I couldn't see anyone approaching. Weakly, I called out, "Hey, is that you? Hey! Show yourself, you fucking weirdo!" From somewhere down by my knees, a gruff voice answered. "Watch who you're calling weirdo, young fella. I'll go save someone else's life. How did that sound?" I looked down and saw Blotto's weathered face scowling up at me. I started babbling a frantic apology, but he waved it off and said, "It's fine, don't worry about it. I've heard worse. Have you ever tried to sort out a domestic dispute between an ogre and his wife? This one time, the wife had her husband in a chokehold when I got there, so I took her down and chained her arms, and as soon as he caught his breath, the husband jumped up and started throwing haymakers at me with those ham-sized fists while I was struggling to get his arms behind his back. The wife snuck up behind me and kicked me in the groin. She kicked me so hard I was launching into the air like a rocket, smashed through the ceiling, landed in their attic. My poor little acorn swelled up to the size of tennis balls." Vic called out, "Who you talking to over there?" And he came storming into the lobby like a thundercloud. He pointed at Sheriff Blotto and demanded, "Who the hell is this? What are you, a gnome? What the fuck is there a gnome out here, Billy?" Blotto gave my boss a look of weathered contempt. He said, "My name is Sheriff Blotto. I'm an agent of law enforcement in the service of Mercus, King of the Sprites." Vic rumbled, "You're a pig, ain't you? And why are you here, baby bacon? You get a warrant from the Sprite King? Huh? If not, go fuck yourself. You ain't welcome here." I was horrified. I gasped, "Vic, you can't talk to him like that." Vic sneered, "Sure I can. Why not? I got no respect for cops. The whole reason for this existence is to be a huge pain in my ass. Fuck them all." Blotto jabbed his finger in the air between them and retorted, "If you weren't such a lowlife, you wouldn't have had to worry about the law. You're an infamous scoundrel, Victor Bonicelli. The spirit world will not be kind to you." Vic grinned at me and said, "Yeah, you see that, Billy? Even the sprites know about Victor Bonicelli. Look, Flatfoot, I don't know why you're here, but I got the situation under control, so don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
Blotto gave him a serene look and replied, Billy was about to be murdered. By the order of King Mercus, I can't allow that to happen. Billy is one of his royal subjects. Vic gaped at him for a second, his lips twitching as he tried to make sense of the information. He wheezed.
Fucking what? What you talking about, Blippo? This fucking guy right here? Why the hell did that happen?
Blotto gave him a cold stare. He said, King Mercus sees value in his existence. I'm sworn to protect his life. Vic suddenly looked a bit uneasy. He put on a greasy smile and boomed,
Nah, hell, I wasn't gonna hurt him. I'm pretty steamed at the goofy little fuck right now, but I wasn't gonna hurt the guy. I was just trying to use him to lure a ghost into a trap. This ghost I'm talking about, now he's a real scoundrel, right? I was gonna, contain him, make sure he couldn't hurt nobody else. What are you gonna do, Johnny Lawman? You gonna kill him or something?
The gnome replied crisply, No, I can't do that. He's already dead. My presence was all that was needed here tonight. The fiend is already gone. Vic looked deeply disappointed. With his nutgun dangling at his side in a dejected manner, he asked,
So, is that it? Guy's gone forever?
Blotto snorted. He's a ghost. He can disappear and come back at will. When he does, if it's necessary, of course, I'll prevent him from taking Billy's life. That's about all I can do. Spirits can't be punished by the laws of the living. The dead rule their own house. Blotto turned to me with a solemn expression. He said, Take care, Billy. Continue to be good in heart and good in deeds. Never be afraid to do what's right. He shot a disgruntled glance at Vic before turning his back on him. He said, Victor Bonicelli, it was not a pleasure to meet you. Change your ways, sir, and make amends to those you've wronged. Vic snarled,
Get fucked,
and shot him the finger as he walked off into the darkness. Before he disappeared, Blotto called out, There's a mess of severed heads and body parts out here. Your men, I presume? Is this what you refer to as having the situation under control? What a shameful display. You're not a leader, Victor. You're a dictator. Vic yelled some colorful insults back at him, but Blotto was already gone. Vic whirled around and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. He snapped,
Get back out there, Billy, we ain't done yet. Some of those guys, they were connected to the family, and that's gonna be at least 3 more funerals I gotta cover. Coffin, burial costs, flowers, catering for the reception after it, more envelopes, all that shit. You cost me a fortune tonight, I'm getting it back one way or another.
Quietly, I said, No, I'm done here. I don't belong, I can't keep doing this shit, I'm sorry, man. I'm fucking done. I'll stay until the end of my shift and I'm gone. My life's completely fucked. It's all because of this zoo. I want my old life back. I want things to be normal again. Vic grunted.
Nope. No can do, kiddo. You know too much you know about me. That's bad enough. You also know about the monsters, and that's even worse. You know too fucking much in general. Nah, that can't happen. We're sticking to the original plan, kid, and you better pray that ghost comes back to finish the job, because I need him.
My resolve was already crumbling. I could see Kaz lurking in the doorway from the corner of my eye, silently watching, judging me, no doubt. In a wavering voice, I squeaked, You can't hurt me, Vic. I have the protection of the Sprite King. There's nothing stopping me. I trailed off as a huge, enormous realization surfaced in my mind. I was virtually death-proof. Nothing could kill me. My guardian gnome would put a stop to it by any means. That chemical euphoria surged in my veins, and I cackled, I'm invulnerable now, asshole! Watch this! I sprinted directly at the wall, much to my dismay. I slammed into the concrete and hurt myself quite terribly. My face hit the wall with a horrible smack, and I saw a flash of light behind my eyes. I tumbled to the floor, my nose spewing a violent gush of blood, and I clapped my hands over my face. Vic looked down at me, his expression somewhat between startled and amused. He poked me with the net gun and chuckled.
He never said you couldn't get hurt, you fucking fryhead. Especially if you're the one doing the hurting. What your tiny gnome cop did say is you couldn't get killed. The big difference.
Vic hauled me to my feet.
He pulled a wad of tissues from his robe and stuffed them into my hands. Clean yourself up. I got allergies, so I always carry a bunch of tissues around. Hey, they ain't been used, all right? They're all mashed up in my pocket, that's all. It's not like I was jerking into him or something. What do you take me for? Come on, wipe your face. Vic leaned closer and squinted at me in the dim light. He murmured, all right, let's see. Nah, your nose ain't broken. I told you, them drugs mess up your brain. Just look at a skinwalker. That guy's a burnout. Spends most of his time staring at a lava lamp, blowing smoke rings. You don't want to end up like that. The gush of blood from my nose was violent, but it was brief. I shoved the bloody wad of tissues into a pouch in my utility belt and said, I don't want to end up like that, because I'm leaving. I started to walk away, and Vic called after me. The gnome didn't say nothing about other people, did he? I froze in my tracks, and then stomped over to face him. My hands were clenched in the fists. I demanded, what do you mean by that? Vic gave me an exaggerated shrug. What do you think I mean? I'm just saying, he never mentioned nothing about protecting anyone but you, so I guess I could turn my attention to someone else, right? Someone important to you. I felt the blood drain from my face. I sputtered. You do that, Vic, and I'll... Vic roared. You'll do what, tough guy? Huh? Would you go to the public about the zoo? You have any idea what would happen to the cryptids if you blew the whistle? No? No? Neither do I, but I bet you it wouldn't be good. What else you got, huh? You're to rat me for being a gangster, huh? You think the cops already know about that? Of course they do. They just gotta be able to prove it in a court of law, and they can't do that. They tried, believe me. I snarled. I'd kill you. If that's what I had to do, I'd find a way. Vic sneered. Oh, speaking of laws, you're a royal subject, so you gotta follow the rules of your kingdom. I know the laws of the Fae almost as good as our own, kid. I know for a fact you ain't allowed to commit no murder. Killing for revenge is also strictly forbidden. If you manage to take me out somehow, well, you'd find yourself sitting for a jury of your peers. Only thing is, those so-called peers would all be gnomes and fairies and shit like that. The Fae folk don't like us very much. Most of them think we're all pieces of shit. They'd pronounce you guilty and you'd be dangling by the neck before sunrise. That little tidbit shut me up right smartly. I hadn't given much thought about what it meant to be a royal subject, of course. It would be my civic duty to uphold and obey their laws. Vic saw the blood drain from my face, and he gave me an unpleasant smile. He said, there's a place I know, a farm out in the middle of nowhere, 200 acres, cornfields, woods. I do whatever I want to out there. No one will hear or see a thing. Anything you could imagine. You'd never know what happened to him, and it would eat you alive. A sludgy wave of despair rolled over my soul. As predicted, I fucked it all up. I didn't save Catherine. Hell, I didn't even save myself. Instead, my scatterbrained bullshit got a bunch of people killed. Didn't matter if they're good people or bad people. Either way, their blood was on my hands. My friends were all in hot water for helping me out, and now my parents were in danger too. On top of all of that, a random necromancer from Damascus wanted me dead, and the spirit of a perverted serial killer also wanted to kill me. The fact that they would be unable to accomplish this goal was somewhat comforting, but still, no one likes it when other people want them to die. It's a huge bummer. Despite my best efforts, I somehow kept making things worse at every turn. There was simply no way out from beneath Victor Bonicelli's looming thumb. I was stuck. Vic patted me on the shoulder. He said, I ain't mad at you, kid. I mean, I'm mad, sure. But not, like, mad, I'm a bad guy. I don't mean I'm stupid. I can see you trying to do the right thing. Just forget about all that crap, okay? Forget about right and wrong. Come in, do your shift, make your money. Enjoy your life. That's all you gotta do. Let's catch this friggin' ghost who will forget any of this ever happened, huh? Our conversation was interrupted by a scream from inside the reception area. Kaz pulled out a squirt gun and yelled over his shoulder, Victor, come quickly! Vic and I both hustled into the room. I felt his malignant presence before I saw it. He was the bookman. He had Miss Delilah clutched in front of him, and he was holding his knife against her throat. The skinwalker was hunched against the side of the pool, baring his fangs in a wide snarl.
He was too injured to do anything else. The bookman showed his rotting teeth in a leering grin. He said, "I shan't be withered away behind the walls of your prison, Mr. Bonicelli. At the end of days, I will rule the chaos at my master's side. Drop the infernal contraption in your hands, or the nymph will lose her head." I screamed, "Let her go!" and tried to rush him. Kaz grabbed me and dragged me back. He whispered into my ear, "Think before you act. You need a plan." The bookman smirked at me and said, "Your life is safe from all but the immortals. This is true. But as Mr. Bonicelli shrewdly pointed out, this protection does not extend to someone you love. There is only one thing you can do to save her, Billy. You must forever silence your own tongue. Take your own life, and I will allow her to live. You can't speak my name faster than I can cut her throat." Vic shouted, "Yeah, go fuck yourself, douchebag! We don't negotiate with no terrorists!" Miss Dahlia was frozen with fear. I could see a thin trickle of red oozing from the spot where the knife had pressed into her neck. She was strong, but the bookman was much stronger. She whimpered, "Don't do it, Billy. My life isn't worth more than yours." Vic hollered, "What? You better believe your life is worth more than this idiot. Hell, you cost me almost $1 million, lady." The bookman's eyes blazed in their cavernous sockets. He said, "The Fae do not have a place in the spirit world. You will never see her again." Vic was beside himself with rage. He dropped the net gun and screamed, "Let her go, dickhead! I'll fight you right now, man to man! Fucking come get some pussy!" I felt like I was going to throw up. A plan. I needed my dumb fucking brain to spit up a plan. What? What could I do? What? I looked over at where Falling Sky was crouched against Miss Delilah's pool, and it suddenly clicked. I turned to Vic and mumbled, "I'll be right back." I walked over to stand next to Falling Sky and announced, "Well, this is it. You won, Mr. Bookman. I'll see you on the other side." Falling Sky gave me a questioning look. I patted his furry head and told him, "Don't worry, man. I'm going to visit your ancestors real quick." I shot a meaningful glance at Miss Delilah, and then flipped over the side and fell into the pool. My heavy boots and Kevlar suit dragged me to the bottom. I thought, "Oh, here goes nothing." And I let the hazy water rush into my lungs. It was a horrible feeling. I thrashed around at the bottom for a while, and I felt myself fading away, and then I was gone. I was in the spirit world. As usual, I was greeted by a dense, lifeless fog in every direction. This was the veil of my own ignorance, obscuring the truth and clouding my sight. In the spirit world, you don't perceive your surroundings with your eyes, you see them through your mind, so I imagined a time long before my own progenitors ever set foot in the New World. There was no roads, no cities, no pizza parlors or movie theaters. The entire continent was an unspoiled landscape of arid plains and deep forests, tall mountains, and flowing rivers. This was the world that belonged to the ancestors of Falling Sky. I hollered into the burning sun, "Ancestors of Falling Sky, can you hear me?" The whispering wind broke my ear. The voice sounded suspiciously like a bunch of Navajo warriors who were barely able to contain their laughter. It said, "Billy Whitebread, the Demon Slayer! You speared the succubus and you live to tell the tale!" A small crowd of Falling Sky's ancestors gathered around me, all of them grinning from ear to ear. One of them explained, "Here he is, boys, the man, the myth, the legend!" They all started laughing and elbowing each other. I waved my hands frantically to shush them and said, Look, I don't have much time, okay? I'm dead right now. Hopefully that changes in a minute or two, but I need a favor from you guys." I was approached by the tall, somber-looking warrior I had spoken to last time. He gripped my hand and said, "Anything for the Demon Slayer. Teach us your ways, O great mighty hunter. Teach us how to pull some of that demon booty." That got them all cracking up again. Someone called out from the back of the crowd, "That must have been crazy, right? Give us the details." I shushed them again, and I spoke urgently about a wolf who disguised himself as a shepherd. I explained what I would do if I was allowed to return to the living. Their rowdy good cheers soured as I spoke to them, and it morphed into smoldering rage. The tall warrior gave me a grave nod and said, "It would be our pleasure. We'll be waiting." I gave him my sincerest thanks, and I was suddenly coughing up a lungful of water. I was lying on the floor in our reception area, and Miss Dahlia was looking down at me with tears in her eyes. She gasped, "I did it! He's breathing!" Vic's broad, sweaty face loomed into view. He rasped, "You crazy son of a bitch. I was pretty smart, you know that. That was really friggin' clever." I drew in a painful lung of air, and I was racked by another coughing fit. When it was over, I croaked, "Where is he?" Vic motioned to the ceiling with a sad look in his eyes. "He's gone. Back to the spirit world, I guess. Burns my ass I didn't get him for the zoo, but it ain't over yet. If you ain't dead, I'm sure I'll be back. Here's what I'm thinking, okay? We'll put you in a big cage made with silver, you know? I rig up a bunch of those net guns, motion sensors. When he comes in to get you, boom, he's mine, no worry. I'll put a cot in there so you can sleep, chemical toilet, yeah, curtain, comfy chair, maybe a TV. They don't sound terrible, but it won't be so bad. Do you like those video games? Yeah, your young people, they love the video games, am I right? I'll get you one of those game consoles I see in the commercials. Yeah, how does that sound?" I dragged in another tortured breath, and I choked. "The bookman is William Finley Crenshaw. He murders women and children. He murdered Catherine." A demented howl of rage emanated from the thin air around us, and it was silent again. Vic's eyes widened in shock. He dropped to his knees and grabbed me by the arms. He sputtered, "You little piece of shit! What'd you do that for? After everything I told you in the lobby, why?" "Because Catherine doesn't deserve any more pain," I wheezed. I started coughing again. Victor jumped up and roared, Fucking hell! Poltergeist!" He scrambled out the door and broke into a heavy-set jog. He was heading for the employee entrance to the service tunnels. After he was gone, everyone stared at me with a kind of morbid fascination. I pulled myself to my feet by the edge of the pool, and I demanded, "What? What are you people looking at?" Kaz murmured, "That was very brave, Billy Whitebread, but your bravery will cost you dearly." I chuckled a bit to myself, still clinging to the retaining wall of the pool. Without looking at him, I asked, "Is it you, Kaz? Are you the snitch? Tell me the truth, man." Kaz silently awaited his answer. Quietly, he said, "Sometimes things are not as they first appear. Remember that." I weakly replied, "Oh, well, I really hope it's not you, Kaz, because I'll tell you something, man. I don't know if I believe that." There was another uncomfortable silence. Kaz was looking at me with that stoic non-expression, unreadable and unknowable. The tension was broken by the sound of Vic's slippers clapping rapidly across the marble floor. Falling Sky backed away into a corner, his fur standing on end. He said, "The time of reckoning has come, Billy Whitebread. Be brave. Pray for the best." Vic burst into the room and hollered, "You dirty cocksucker! Motherfucker, she's gone, you little prick! I can't find her! She got released into the spirit world and now she's gone!" I closed my eyes and breathed. She's free. Rest in peace, little angel. Vic, almost purple with rage, he hauled out his pistol and started aiming it at me, and then he let loose a scream of rage and threw it instead. And the gun sailed over my head and clattered across the floor. He roared, "I'll kill your mom and dad, I'll kill your aunts and uncles, I'll kill your friggin' kindergarten teacher, you sack of dog shit! Oh, fuck you!" Calmly, I replied, "I don't think you will, Vic." Vic charged across the room to loom over me, breathing in huffs and snorts like a bull. He barked, "Oh, is that so? Why the fuck not, tough guy, huh? Who's gonna stop me?" I answered gently, "Nolan, just you, 'cause you know it was wrong. I mean, you're a bad guy, but you're still a human being. You have a heart in there somewhere. You have a conscience. She's free now, Vic. Let her go. Let her be free." Vic stared down at me, his eye twitching. Slowly, the crimson flush of red drained from his face, and his breathing returned to normal. He murmured, "You ballsy little bastard.
Oh, I can't fucking believe you. I can't. Nah, fuck it. Okay. Nah. Sure. I guess I made my investment back over the years. I can't deny it. Made it back in spades, and that's the only thing that's gonna save you here, you get it? Doing what's right, that don't mean shit to me, Billy. It's dollars and cents first, then pride, and that's it. Everything else is bullshit.
His mouth silently moved as he tried to work out what he wanted to say next, but Vic wasn't the kind of guy who could easily convey his emotions with words. Finally, he threw up his hands and exclaimed,
Fuck me, there's something else. I can't fucking believe you, kid. You actually fucking died for Miss Dolly over there. What am I supposed to say to that, huh? I mean, shit, what am I? Hey, what the fuck happened to you here?
I shifted uncomfortably under his searching eyes. I shrugged and said, lost it on the other side. It's dangerous over there. Vic made a disgusted noise in his throat.
You know what? Whatever. I don't even care what happened. Just leave, okay? Go home for the rest of the week. I don't want to see your stupid face again until next Monday.
He turned to the others and said,
the rest of you guys, go back to wherever you're supposed to be. Fucking stay there. This ain't over, by the way. I don't know how I'm gonna handle this bullshit just yet. This ain't over. Miss Dahlia, get your lion ass back into the water. Kaz, take the skinwalker to his habitat. Go back to the front entrance when you're done, and I'm gonna call in some people, clean up this mess in the lobby. And you're gonna help them pick up the pieces.
Vic looked back at me and growled.
Yeah, what you standing there for, idiot? Go get changed, get the fuck out.
As I was walking to the door, Miss Dahlia suddenly came running after me. She gave me a brief, tight little hug and whispered into my mutilated ear, "You're a hero, Billy. Go home and get some rest. You deserve it."
Vic shouted, that's enough of all that mushy stuff. All right, I told you, I don't approve. Get out of my sight, Billy.
I walked across the lobby with the sensation of Miss Dahlia's sweet breath still tingling in my brain. I had already fallen deeply and desperately in love with her. I'd never been in love before. Felt amazing. Felt like fizzy bubbles in the pit of my stomach. The glow in my chest couldn't erase the trauma from the unspeakable horrors I'd faced that night, but I'm not gonna lie. Came pretty damn close. Love is light. Drives the shadows back to the corners of your soul. And love is life. Love is everything. I was still too fucked up to drive, so I left my car in the parking lot and started walking. Vic remotely buzzed the gate open from his office. He flicked on the intercom and his voice crackled.
I'm gonna tow your piece of shit car to the dealership. You can come get it after work on Monday. Now hit the road.
The walk home was long and strange. I traversed a twisting landscape of shimmering street lights and dangling stars. By the time I got there, I was starting to come down from the tea. It was an immense relief to be almost sober again. I was incredibly tired, and I felt worn out right down to my skeleton. I was ready to sleep for 1,000 years. To my surprise, I found Len waiting for me outside my apartment building. I hadn't seen or spoken to him in weeks. I tentatively said, "Hey man, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while, not since then." I let the rest of it hang in the air between us. He pitched his cigarette into the street and rumbled,
"Long time no see. You really fucked me over that day, Billy. Me, I'm not the kind of guy who lets that sort of shit slide. Neither's Victor."
I grimaced and said, "Yeah, I get that. I'm sorry about what happened, man, like, for real, but I had to see Kaz, you know? I had to make sure he was gonna be okay. Fucking guy was playing Russian roulette, for crying out loud." Len gave me a sour smile. He let out a deep breath and said,
"Yeah, I get it. You're a decent kid and you ain't no little bitch. Never would have thought and be looking at you. But know what they say about books and their covers."
He put a heavy hand on my shoulder and cleared his throat.
"Anyway, I'm not here to make small talk. I just had a conversation with your guardian. You know, the little gnome with the badge. I explained the whole situation to him in further detail. Long story short, we worked something out.
I gave him a wary look and asked, "What do you mean? What did you—" Len suddenly yanked me closer, and he drove his knee square into my balls. The impact almost lifted me off the sidewalk. The pain was a jolt of electricity to every fiber of my being. I dropped like a stone. Len said,
"That was for the shit you pulled tonight at the zoo. Dumb fucking move, kid. Real dumb."
Len reached down and delivered a resounding slap across the top of my head. Stars exploded behind my eyes.
"And that's for screwing me over. You don't fuck with Len and expect to get away with it. You're lucky I can't kill you, dipshit, because I would. Strangle you with my bare hands. Don't you ever fuck with me again."
Len walked away without uttering another word, leaving me to writhe around in agony on the sidewalk. When I could finally stand again, I lurched into the building and hauled myself up the stairs to my apartment. I pried a bag of frozen peas out of the iceberg in my freezer. I rested it against my crotch in bed. All the good feelings were gone. I plunked a pillow over my face to help block out the rising sun, and I cried myself to sleep. So, what became of the bookman, you ask? Well, I'm pretty sure I witnessed his fate in my dreams. The ancestors were waiting for him, just as they had promised. They surrounded him in a circle as he cowered, begging for mercy. They pulled out their daggers, one by one. The ghostly warriors took turns carving out a piece of flesh, an eye, his nose, a couple of fingers, his cock. After everyone had their turn, the shrieking, butchered mess of a man became whole once more, because no one can die in the spirit world. When he was fully healed, they did it again. And again. I also saw Catherine in my dreams. She was running through a sunlit meadow with childish delight, and her head was still on top of her neck, where it belonged. She was accompanied by a whirling entourage of songbirds and butterflies. She waved to me, and then she was gone, skipping through the long grass into the horizon. She wasn't in pain anymore. She was at peace. I had fallen asleep, crying in wretched misery, but I woke up with tears of joy streaming down my face. Was it all worth it? Yeah. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I may have been a hero that night, but a hero's story doesn't always have a dignified ending. Reality is sloppy and painful. Sometimes heroes fuck up and get kneed in the balls. All you can do is drag yourself off the sidewalk, put a bag of frozen veggies on your swollen nuts, and cry yourself to sleep. Because a hero isn't someone who always wins, dear reader. A hero is someone who tries to do what's right, no matter the cost. And if you're lucky, the universe will allow you to wake up to a better tomorrow. The thing about working search and rescue above the Arctic Circle is that you get comfortable with the silence. With the absence of sound, I mean, there's always wind, there's always the groan of the ice settling. There's always your own breath fogging into the heat lamp beam. I'm in the silence of empty space, miles of it. Kind of makes you understand why the Inupiat, 47 words, different types of darkness. My 4th year at the SAR station. Tonight's a paperwork shift, which means I'm alone in the operations room with 3 thermoses of coffee and a stack of incident reports that need signatures. Heater clicks on every 12 minutes. Radio hisses their white noise lullaby. Outside it's a nice, balmy negative 34 degrees Fahrenheit, and the tundra stretches flat and featureless to the horizon like a frozen ocean. Most people who go missing out here fall into 3 categories. Tourists, who underestimate the cold. Locals, who overestimate their sobriety. And elders, who simply walk into the white and they don't come back. And that last category we don't talk about much. It's cultural. No, it's complicated. That's it's not my story to tell. What I can tell you is this. The radios always click at 3:07. It's not a transmission, it's not interference, it's a single sharp click across all channels simultaneously. Atmospheric pressure. That's what I told myself for the first 2 years. Electromagnetic phenomena. The aurora, it does strange things to signals up here. And then, last night, I checked the station log going back 11 years. Every night. 3:07 exactly. Every single night for over 4,000 consecutive days. Man, that's not atmospheric. That's accounting. And last night, after the click, I heard something else. It sound like paper shuffling, like someone flipping through a ledger, running their fingers down a column of names. Last night, I heard them stop on mine. Call came in at 2:47. I was still staring at the logbook, pen frozen in my hand when the emergency line lit up. A voice I'd recognized, Thomas Ackpick, a whaling captain from Browerville, speaking fast and a mix of English and Inupiaq. His daughter, 8 years old, Nika, she had taken the dog sled out and checked the nets despite being told to wait until morning. The dog came back, alone, an hour ago, still in harnesses, trailing cut traces. I was geared up on my snowmobile within 6 minutes. Before I cleared the gate, Auntie intercepted me. That's what everyone calls her, Auntie. She's not my aunt. Not anyone's aunt, specifically, but she's everyone's auntie in the way that matters. 70-something working SAR before there was a formal SAR. Knows the ice like she knows her own kitchen. She does dispatch now mostly, watches over the younger officers, the intensity of someone who's already buried too many of us. She stood in front of my snowmobile with one hand raised. "You know the rules, Benjamin." I did. Everyone who works out here learns them in the first week. Usually delivered as graveyard shift folklore by veterans with frostbite scars and 1,000-yard stares. Rule 1, don't go out between 3 and 3:14 a.m. unless it is literally life or death. Rule 2, if you see figures in the distance that don't move like animals or people, just don't acknowledge them. Don't look at them directly. Don't call out. They're walkers. They're always there. You just can't usually see them. I nodded. It's 2:49. I'll have her back before 3. Auntie's expression didn't change. She reached into her parka and pulled out a small pouch. Seal leather, stitched with sinew, the kind elders keep their most important things in. "You know the first 2 rules," she said. "Here's the one they don't tell you until you need it." She pressed the pouch into my gloved hand. Inside was something hard and angular, like a piece of carved bone. "If you see yourself ahead of you on the trail," she said. Voice dropped to something barely audible over my idling engine. "Do not catch up. Do not call to it. Do not try to overtake it. That one's already paid." The cold suddenly felt colder. "Paid to who?" She stepped back from the snowmobile. "Thunder keeps looks, Benjamin. The walkers keep the ledger. Find the girl, bring her home. But remember, debts don't disappear. Only transfer." I didn't fully understand. I didn't have time to ask. I opened the throttle and drove into the dark. I found Nika at 3:09. By then, I'd already violated Rule 1. The search grid had taken longer than expected. Visibility was maybe 15 feet in the ground blizzard. And I'd had to dismount 3 times to check tracks. When I finally spotted the shape in my headlamp, small and dark against the snow, I felt a surge of relief so intense it was almost painful. She was curled inside a frost heave, perfect square of uplifted ice, about 4 feet on each side, edges geometrically shaped in a way that natural ice never forms. She wasn't shivering, she wasn't crying, she was just sitting there with her knees drawn up, head down, like she was waiting for a bus. "Nika!" I called out, killing the engine and running towards her. "Nika, honey, it's Ben from SAR. Your dad sent me. Are you hurt?" She didn't respond. I knelt beside her, pulling off my gloves to check her face for frostbite. Her skin was cold, but not frozen. Pupils reactive, breathing steady. She looked up at me with an expression I'd never quite been able to describe. Not fear, not relief. Something closer to resignation. "They said you'd come," she whispered. "Who said?" And that's when I made the mistake. I turned my headlamp to check behind her to see if there was someone else, maybe an older sister or a lost hiker who'd been sheltering with her. The beam swept across the figure standing directly behind her. Tall, maybe 8 feet. Impossibly thin, black against the sky, but somehow darker, like it was absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. No face, no features, just a silhouette that held itself in perfect stillness. Except for its right arm. Its right arm was slightly outstretched, angled down, exactly mirroring my own posture as I held the flashlight. I froze. The walker remained motionless for 3 seconds. 4. 5. Then it tilted its head. Not like an animal cocks its ear to listen, like someone examining an interesting specimen. The gesture was perfectly calibrated, measured, almost curious. It was the exact head tilt I do when I'm assessing an injured hiker's mobility. It was my gesture. I heard my own voice in my head screaming the rules. Don't acknowledge them. Don't look directly at them. It was too late. I was staring right into the void where its face should be. The walker held my gaze for another impossible moment. Then it simply wasn't there. No fade, no movement. Between one heartbeat and the next, the space between Nico was empty. I grabbed the girl, I pulled her onto my back, and I ran for the snowmobile. I don't remember the ride back. I remember Nika's small arms around my neck. I remember my speedometer pinned at 47 miles per hour across terrain. I normally take it 15. I remember the station lights appearing in the distance like a miracle. I remember checking my watch as we crossed the gate. It was 3:13. Nika was fine. Mild exposure, no frostbite, no injuries. Dehydrated, but alert. Clinic kept her for observation. She was released to her parents that morning with a clean bill of health. I was a hero. Thomas Ackpick shook my hand so hard I thought he'd dislocate my shoulder. Station chief wrote me up for a commendation. Someone brought donuts. Auntie pulled me into the supply room and closed the door. You looked at it. It wasn't a question. I nodded. She closed her eyes for a long moment. When she opened them, they were wet. You saved the girl, she said quietly. That's good. That's what you should have done, but you need to understand what happens now. She sat down heavily on a crate of emergency flares. The walkers, they're not ghosts. They're not demons. They're auditors. Tundra takes people, Benjamin, that's what it does. Has for hundreds of years, but there are rules, balance. When someone goes missing, their name goes on the ledger. The walkers come to collect. Collect what? The debt. The space they took up, the warmth they borrowed from the world. My grandmother tried to explain it once. Words don't translate right. She rubbed her face. Point is, Nika's name was on that ledger. You found her alive, you brought her back. So the debt is closed. That's good. No. Her voice was flat. The debt doesn't disappear. You looked directly at a walker. You acknowledged it. By doing that, you accepted the transfer. Someone still has to pay. The ledger needs a name. My stomach dropped. And now it's yours. She stood up, pulled me to my feet, looked me hard in the eyes. You have 7 shifts. And the clock hits 3:07. 7 nights from now, the walkers will come for you unless you balance the ledger another way. What way? The missing person call will come in. You find them alive, and then you transfer the debt. Case closes clean, your slate's wiped, you walk away a free man. A cold void opened in my stomach. That can't be true. It is. Your name leaves the book, another one takes it. The horror of it locked my jaw when I could finally speak. The words were a whisper. You're telling me I have to condemn an innocent? Her expression didn't change. I'm telling you the rules. What you do of them's between you and the ice. She left me in the supply room with my thoughts, and I just sent hum on the refrigerator unit. 7 shifts. 6 days. By the end of the week, I either save a life or I sacrifice one. And the worst part? I was already thinking about the math. Next night I drew solo patrol. Routine sweep of the lake road, checking the ice fishing shelters, making sure no one's passed out drunk in their truck. Quiet shift. Empty tundra. The aurora was out, painting the sky in sheets of green, violet. At 3:07, the radio clicked, and the ice beneath my snowmobile vanished. Not broke through, just vanished. Perfect square, 8 feet on each side, open directly underneath me. I killed the engine, threw myself sideways, rolling onto the solid ice as the machine teetered on the edge. The hole wasn't filled with water, it was filled with nothing. Elevator shaft of absolute black dropping into a depth I couldn't measure. The aurora light hit the edge and just stopped. Then something climbed out. The walker rose from the shaft like smoke taking shape, but this time it wasn't a featureless silhouette. It was wearing my SAR coat, the same model, same color, same wear pattern on the left elbow where I lean on the truck door. My name patch was stitched on the breast, Harper B. The letters were backward, they were mirror flipped. It stood on the ice and shifted its weight on one hip, a tired stance I fell into at the end of long shifts. It opened its mouth. The first sound was static, like a radio stuck between channels, a dry, crackling exhalation that might have been an attempt at breath. It stopped. Tilted its head, my head. That same analytical gesture, and tried again. The second sound was clearer, a rasp that almost had syllables, almost had tone. It was trying to learn my voice. I pulled my flare gun with shaking hands and fired directly into its chest. The flare entered the dark coat and kept going. No impact, no light, no sound, like throwing a stone into a bottomless well. The bright red phosphorus just disappeared into that infinite black. The walker looked down at the entry point, then back at me. It tilted its head again. This time I recognized the gesture from the inside. That's what I look like when I'm sizing someone up, when I'm deciding if a hiker can make it another mile or if a victim's story adds up, or if someone's dangerous. It was learning how I think. And then I stepped backwards into the shaft, the square of missing ice sealed over in an instant, smooth, perfect, like it had never been broken. And I sat there for 5 minutes before I could move. I owed them a debt. Night 3. The headache started on night 2, by the way. Now it's something else. Thick, solid pressure behind my eyes, pulsing in time with my heartbeat, feels like less like a headache, more like my skull's trying to unmake itself from the inside. I was at my desk staring at an incident report until the letters bled together. When Nika's father shouldered his way into the station. His daughter, Nika, was a silent shadow behind him. Her small face far too serious. "Harper!" Heaving the cooler onto the break room table with a wet thud. 40 pounds of silver salmon for saving my girl. I stood, the motion sending a fresh, hot spike through my temples. This is too much. I was just doing my job. My objection died as Nika's voice, small but impossibly clear, cut through the station's low hum. "Auntie showed me where to wait," she said. "She said someone would come before the bad thing did." Then the studio went silent. One moment there was the familiar clutter of noise, Chief Morrison's low chuckle, the clack of Dale's keyboard, static hiss of the radio. The next, there was nothing. It was as if a glass bell had dropped over the entire room. Morrison was frozen, his coffee cup an inch from his lips. Dale's hand hovered over his mouth, his fingers poised but unmoving. The radio static did not just go quiet. The absence of it was a physical weight in the air. My gaze dropped to Nika. Her dark eyes were fixed on me, and they had a knowledge that had no business in the face of an 8-year-old girl. They were ancient and terrified. A full 3 seconds passed. The pressure in my head tightened. Then the world rushed back in. Too loud, too fast. "Nika, honey, you know Auntie. She's everyone's friend. She's probably just praying for you is all." He took a sip of his coffee. "Right," Dale chimed in, his voice a notch too high. He clicked his mouse with an uneasy force. "Kid Auntie's got a sixth sense about these things, like a guardian angel." He laid a heavy hand on his daughter's head. "Do not go giving the officer your wild stories, Nook." But Nika did not look away from me. She didn't even blink. "Have you seen her since that night?" she asked. The silence returned, but this time it felt deliberate, a solid wall. "Hey!" I said, my voice sounding too loud. No one turned. I forced a chuckle. "Morrison? Dale?" I waved my hand in front of the chief's face. His eyes didn't flicker. He took another sip of coffee, staring right through me. My chuckle died in my throat. The truth, cold and absolute, settled in my gut,
Nico was the only one who could see me. The throbbing in my skull intensified, a sudden vicious twist. I see her all the time, I managed, my voice rough. She helps with dispatch once in a while, Nika. No. Her voice was flat, certain, a verdict. Have you really looked at her? I mean, truly looked. Once you do, you'll know what I mean. He was already pulling her towards the door, his apologies trailing behind him. Kids and their imagination, you know how it is. Thanks again for everything, Harper. The door clicked shut. Instantly, the station snapped back to life. The clatter of keyboards, the murmur of conversation, the rustle of paperwork. It was all there, but it was wrong. It was like watching a film where the audio was out of sync. A hollow performance. I was the only one who had missed their cue. I stood, rooted to the spot, staring at the dark plastic cooler, beaded with cold sweat. And a cold, solid thought formed in my mind, cutting through the pain. What does Auntie look like? I see her every day. I take my coffee when she tells me to. I nod at her updates over the radio. But I cannot, for the life of me, summon a single specific detail of her face. Not the curve of her smile, not the shape of her hands, not the way she moves through a room. It's all just a pleasant blur. I spend my lunch break in the basement archives. Down here, the world is reduced to the grit of dust on my fingertips and the dry whisper of turning pages. When my phone lights up with my wife's call, I watch the screen go dark. Everything else can wait. Everything else is just noise. The station's records go back to 1962, when the former SR program was established. Before that, it just scattered reports to the municipal buildings, library annex. I start with recent files, pull Auntie's employment records from 2020. There she is, photo ID clipped to a W-2. Same Auntie. Gray hair, pulled back, reading glasses on a beaded chain, warm smile. Date of birth, March 15th, 1960. Another form, employee health insurance enrollment. Same photo, maybe a few less wrinkles. Date of birth, March 15th, 1960. Pension paperwork. Date of birth, March 15th, 1960. Original hiring document. Photos slightly faded, but it's her. Same face, same smile. Date of birth, March 15th, 1960. I flip back and forth between the photos. The lighting is different, the background changes, but her face stays exactly the same age in every single image across 30 years. The headache is an ice pick now, driving into my frontal lobe with every heartbeat. I drive to the library and request historical records, search and rescue reports, anything from the region. The librarian, an elder named Margaret, peers at me over her glasses. That's quite a project. What are you hoping to find? I just need to understand the history, I say, my voice tight. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Again, I know it's her. I know I'm stressing her out, but the thought's a distant thing, drowned out by the static in my head. I have days, maybe less. This takes precedence. Everything takes precedence. She brings me a photo album, community newsletters, newspaper clippings. 1956. Group photo of volunteers after a successful rescue. In the back row, partially obscured, Auntie. Same gray hair. Same glasses. 1968. Dedication ceremony for the new station. The crowd. Auntie. 1987, wartime civil defense meeting. Photos grainy, black and white, but I can make out her silhouette in the second row. Margaret leans in to look, her pleasant librarian smile still in place. It doesn't waver as her eyes track Auntie's face across the decades. She doesn't startle or question, she simply nods, as if confirming a known fact.
That's Auntie in all of them, isn't it? She murmurs. Funny how some folks just have that timeless quality. My mouth is dry. How old is she? Oh, you know elders. Margaret pats my shoulder, her touch making me flinch. It's rude to ask. Why do you want to know? She adds. Because it doesn't make sense. The words scream inside my skull because I want to hold these photos side by side, force you to see that the same woman is in a photo from 1952 and a report from last year, because everyone is blind when they look at her. Instead, I say, just curious. Margaret's smile doesn't reach her eyes. Curiosity's good, Ben, but some things out there, they don't want to be understood. They just want to be. She walks away before I can ask what that means. I make it home at 6 p.m. with a headache drilling so deep I'm seeing halos around every light source. Sarah's waiting in the kitchen, arms crossed, jaw set in the way that means we're about to have the same fight we've been having for 3 months. You missed dinner again. I was working. You're always working. She's crying now. Angry tears. When you're here, you're not here, Ben. You're somewhere else with her. With who? Denise, the secretary. Don't play stupid. Everyone at the station talks. Sarah, I'm not. Then where were you today? Dale saw you in the archives for 2 hours. Said you looked like you were researching something intense. What were you researching, Ben? I don't have a good answer. Can't explain that I was looking up photos of a 70-something dispatch operator who apparently hasn't aged since World War II. Can't explain that an 8-year-old girl warned me about a woman who's hypnotized the goddamn town. I can't explain any of it without sounding insane. So I say nothing. Sarah's face crumples. Get out. Sarah, get out! Go stay with whoever you've been running to. I don't care anymore. She shoved my jacket at me, pushing me towards the door. I grab my keys off the hook and stumble into the cold without a plan. I sit in the truck in the driveway, engine running, heat blasting. The station has a bunk room, but Dale's probably there. I have no friends in this town, not really, just co-workers and acquaintances. I could drive to Fairbanks, get a hotel, clear my head. Instead, I put the truck in reverse, and that's when I see it. A warm golden light spills from the kitchen window. The silhouette of my wife moves past the sink, and then the sound hits me. It's not the quiet I left, but the vibrant noise of a family meal, the clatter of plates, my son's high-pitched story, my daughter's giggling interruption, and underneath it all, a man's easy, resonant laugh. My laugh. I kill the engine and I step out into the freezing air, drawn to the window like a ghost. I peer inside. There they are. Sarah, the kids, and me. They're gathered around the table. The man at the head of the table leans back in his chair, a wide, relaxed smile on his face. It's an expression I haven't worn in years. He says something, and Sarah laughs her real, unforced laugh and reaches out to squeeze his arm. I'm running before I know I've moved. Up the porch steps, through the door which is unlocked, the sounds and smells of dinner, pot roast, my favorite, wash over me. I stand frozen on the hallway entrance, watching this perfect imitation of my life. Get out, I whisper. The words have no force. The man, the other me, turns his head, his eyes meet mine across the room, and he smiles, a slow, knowing smile. The room shifts. Suddenly, I'm the one sitting at the head of the table. The taste of the pot roast is in my mouth. My daughter tugs on my sleeve, and Sarah smiles at me from across the table. I try to stand to scream, but my body is a puppet. I feel my face form a warm, parental smile. I hear my own voice, but it's not mine, say, "This is perfect." My eyes dart to the dark glass of the patio door. In its reflection, I see it. Standing in the corner of the kitchen, watching. The walker. It wears my SAR coat, its face a smudged photograph. It tilts its head, and my reflection in the glass mimics the gesture. Sarah's smile becomes fixed, her gaze intensifying. "We're so glad you're finally here, Ben," she says, her voice syrupy and wrong. "Stay with us." I throw myself backward, the chair clattering to the floor. I scramble on hands and knees towards the front door as their voices rise in a harmonious, desperate chorus. "Ben, don't go! Ben, we love you! Ben, your dinner is getting cold!" I stumble into the truck, slam the locks, and force myself to look back. They're all at the kitchen window now. Sarah and the kids, they stand in a row staring out at me with identical, placid, vacant smiles. The drive to Auntie's cabin is a blur. My body operating on autopilot, my mind can no longer sustain, but by the time I park, the clock reaches 9 p.m. The headache's no longer just pain, it begins to feel like static. A soft glow came from inside her cabin. I staggered to the door, my legs unsteady. It swung inward before my fist could connect, and there, standing in the threshold, I finally saw her. The flush in her cheeks is wrong. It's too red, like old meat. Her body is too thin beneath her house dress, bones pressing against skin that's lost its elasticity. When she smiles, her lips pull back too far, showing too many teeth. "Benjamin," her voice is the same warm rasp. "Are you all right?" I try to run. I try to get back to the truck, but she's there, hand on my shoulder, impossibly fast. "Shh, child, come inside. You're seeing things, aren't you? The walkers do that. They get in your head, they make you doubt what's real." She guides me towards the door with surprising strength. "But I can help. Come have tea, we'll talk." I don't want to go inside. But the headache is so bad I can barely stand. And her cabin is warm, and she's the only person who's acknowledged that any of this is happening. I followed her inside, the door closing behind me with a soft, final click. The cabin felt smaller than I remembered and darker, as if the walls had crept inward to swallow the light. I noticed the shadows in the corner didn't behave properly, stretching and pooling in defiance of the single oil lamp that burned on the counter. Without a word, Auntie guided me to her kitchen table, her hand on my arm as she directed me into a chair. She moved to the stove to put a kettle on, her motions possessing a fluid, unnerving grace that belonged to someone decades younger. "You're on night 3, she says. Not a question. The middle point, that's when it gets worse. Your mind's trying to bridge 2 states of being, warm and cold, living in..." She trails off, pours tea into mismatched mugs. I wrap my hands around the mug. The ceramic is cold, despite the steaming liquid inside. Why is this happening to me? My voice sounds distant. "Because you looked," she sits across from me. "And because you saved the girl, Nika." "Yes." Something flickers across Auntie's face, almost regret. Almost. "She wasn't supposed to come back, Benjamin. Some accounts were meant to close." "What does that mean?" She sips her tea. "Would you like to hear a story? An old one, about the ocean, sacrifice, price of living too long?"
I nod because I don't know what else to do. Because the cabin feels like it's pressing down on me, because I can feel something in the corners waiting. Auntie's voice drops to a storyteller's cadence. There was once a woman who refused to marry. Her father tried everything, arranged matches with strong hunters, wealthy traders, even shamans, but she refused them all. She had no interest in men. The tea tastes like seawater. One winter, she fell in love with her dog. Beautiful animal, strong, loyal. They say she loved it more than any human. When her father discovered this, he was filled with shame. He took her out on his kayak far from shore, and he threw her into the ice water to drown. I want to put down the mug, but my hands won't move. She tried to climb back into the kayak, grabbed the gunwale, begged her father to pull her up. But he took his ulu, and cut off her fingers, one by one. Each finger that fell into the water became something new, became seals, whales, all the creatures of the deep, and the woman herself sank down to become Sedna, the mother of the sea, keeper of drowned things. Auntie's voice had changed, become layered like multiple people speaking in unison. But here's the part they don't tell children. Sedna didn't just become a goddess, she became hungry. Every finger she lost was a piece of warmth taken from the living world, and to keep existing, to keep her place in the deep, she needed to replace that warmth again and again forever. My vision's tunneling. The cabin walls seem to breathe. We all make choices, Benjamin. Some of us choose to drown. Some of us choose to cut the fingers. Some of us... She leaned forward, and her face is changing, cheeks hollowing, further skin pulling tight against skull. Some of us choose to feed. In the window behind her, I see them. Walkers, 3 of them, standing perfectly still, watching. I try to stand, but my legs are numb. I try to speak, but my tongue is thick. Auntie reaches across the table, touches my hand with her cold hands. I'm sorry, Benjamin, but you understand, don't you? A child's life buys more than adults. More years, more warmth, but you saved her. You broke the equation, so I need yours. She's holding a curved knife with a bone handle. I try to move, and my body is leaden, and a cold understanding dawns. I know what she's put in my drink. It won't hurt. The cold comes fast at this stage. You'll just stop, and I'll have 17 more winters, maybe less. Not as young as I used to be. She laughs. It sounds like wind through empty buildings, though I suppose 7 centuries is a good run. The walkers in the window are inside now, standing behind my chair. I can feel them. I can feel them radiating cold. Auntie raises the knife, and in that suspended moment, a fractured memory crashes over me. It comes in a flash. A woman is screaming, running desperately through deep snow with a mob at her heels. Their torches cutting through the darkness as voices shout, "Witch! A demon! Unclean!" She stumbles and falls, and someone catches her, holding her down while another brings that ulu to her face. The blade cuts from cheek to jaw, and she's screaming a name over and over. In a desperate pleading mantra, Akna, Akna, Akna. I shout the name without thinking, a raw cry that tears from my throat. Akna! The effect is instant. Auntie recoils as if I've struck her, and the knife clatters to the floor. Light pours through the window. Not moonlight, not aurora, something older. It illuminates Auntie in harsh relief, and I see what she truly is, the centuries of borrowed time written in the spaces between her cells, the hollow where her humanity used to be, the scar on her cheek that never healed. The walkers behind me scatter. They simply cease to exist like smoke in wind.
Auntie, Achna, crouches away from the light, making sounds that aren't quite words. It's giving me a chance. I run. I burst out the door and into the suffocating snow, my truck keys already clutched in my hand as if they had materialized there. The engine roared to life on the first try, a miracle or some other form of interference. I don't know, and I don't care. It wasn't until I was a half-mile down the road, the tires crunching on the packed snow, that I dared to glance into the rearview mirror. Her cabin sat dark and silent and solitary against the vast white expanse. But in the single window I could see her, a stark silhouette standing perfectly still, watching me flee. Waiting. Night 4. The station feels wrong in a way I can't articulate. The fluorescent lights hum at a frequency that makes my teeth ache. Coffee tastes like copper. When I walked in for my shift, Morrison looked up from his desk, smiled, went back to his paperwork without saying a word. Not unusual, except Morrison always asks about the weather, always. For 3 years, every single shift. How's it looking out there, Harper? Today, nothing. Dale's at his desk, typing with mechanical precision. His posture's too straight, his movements too measured. I tried to talk to him when I came in, ask him if he wanted to grab lunch later. He looked at me with eyes that didn't quite focus and said, "I don't know you." Then he went back to typing. Headache's constant now. Thick, pulsing pressure behind my eyes that makes the edges of my vision blur. When I blink, I sometimes see after images of things that aren't there. A tall figure standing in the corner, a hand reaching for my shoulder, shape of someone's face, pressed against the window, watching. I've been staring at the same incident report for 20 minutes. The words keep sliding off the page. At 14:37, my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number, but the area code was local. I almost didn't answer. My hand was shaking when I picked it up. "Harper!" The voice was tight with fear. Thomas Ockbeck. "I need to talk to you, not at the station. Can you meet me?" "Thomas, what's wrong?" "Not on the phone." His breathing was ragged. "The old fish camp, north of town. The one by Otter Creek, you know it." I did. Abandoned for years, just a few rotting shacks on the ice. "All right, yeah, I'll be there in 20 minutes. "Come alone," he said. And then quieter. "I'm being followed." The line went dead. I grabbed my coat and keys. Auntie was at the dispatch desk when I passed, her fingers moving across the keyboard with that same unnatural fluidity. She looked up as I walked by, her smile too wide, showing too many teeth. "Going somewhere, dear?" "Routine patrol." "In the middle of your shift?" Her head tilted just slightly, same angle the walker had used. "You should rest, Benjamin. You look so tired." "I'm fine." "Are you?" She stood up, moving around the desk towards me. I backed towards the door. "I've been having such a hard time lately. The headaches, the confusion. Sarah told me you've been seeing things." My blood went cold. "You talked to Sarah?" "Of course. We're all so worried about you." Her hand reached out, fingers cold even through my sleeve. "Perhaps you should take some time off before something happens." I pulled away and pushed through the door into the brutal cold. Behind me, I heard her laugh. The drive to Otter Creek took 45 minutes. The landscape was flat and featureless, an endless expanse of white broken only by the occasional stunted tree. The sky pressed down like a lid. I kept checking my rearview mirror, but the road behind me was empty. The fish camp appeared like a wound in the snow. 3 shacks, their walls gray and skeletal, leaning into the wind. Thomas's truck was parked at an angle, driver's door still open. I killed my engine and stepped out into the screaming cold. "Thomas!" The wind swallowed my voice. I approached the nearest shack, my hand on my service weapon. A door hung from one hinge, creaking with each gust. Inside, the floor was thick with drifted snow. Overturned chair, rusted kerosene heater. "Thomas!" I called again. "Here!" I spun. He was standing behind me, maybe 15 feet away. His face was haggard, eyes sunken, red-rimmed. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "You all right?" He shook his head. "It's been following me for 3 days. Tall, thin, like a shadow standing up. I see it in my rearview mirror at the edge of my property. Sometimes I hear it walking on my roof at night. Thomas, I need you to tell me the truth." His voice cracked. "Is this because of my daughter?" Relief flooded through me, so intense I almost staggered. Yes, Nika, you remember her." His face went blank. "Who?" "Nika, your daughter, 8 years old. I found her 4 nights ago. I saved her life. I don't have a daughter." The words were flat, automatic. "I have a son, Tobias. He's 6. No, you came to the station. You brought me fish. You said, 'I've never been to the station.'" He took a step back. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Thomas, please." I pulled up my phone, scrolling through photos. I had to have something, some proof, but when I got to the night of the rescue, there was nothing. Just a gap in the timeline, photos from 2:45, then nothing until 4:23. "You called me," I said desperately. 20 minutes ago. You said you were being followed." "I called you because it's getting worse." His voice dropped to a whisper. "The shadow, it's getting closer. Last night it stood in my bedroom window. I could see its outline against the glass, and Benjamin..." He looked at me with naked terror. "It was wearing your coat." The cold suddenly felt colder. "What are you talking about?" "Your SAR coat. I could see the patch, your name, Harper B. But the letters were backwards." He was shaking now. "What did you do? What did you bring back with you?" "I saved a little girl," I said, my voice low and steady. "Your daughter." "I don't have a daughter!" The scream tore from him as he fumbled for his car door handle, his eyes wide with pure terror. "I've never had a daughter! Get away from me!" He pushed my hand away. He got into the car and shut the door. The engine started. He drove off down the street. The taillights shrank in the dark, and then were gone. I took a step forward, plea on my lips, but a hand fell on my shoulder, its grip firm and final. I turned. Dale was standing there, smiling, that same warm, vacant smile I'd seen on my family, on Morrison, on everyone. "Hi, Ben." His voice was too loud, too cheerful. "What are you doing all the way out here?" "Dale?" My heart was hammering. How did you... When did you... "I was checking the nets. Caught some nice car today." He gestured towards the 3rd shack. "Want to see?" His shadow was wrong. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the snow. Mine stretched out beside me. A normal human silhouette, but Dale's was too tall, too thin, stretching back towards the shack in a shape that didn't match his body. "Dale," I said slowly,
I think you should step back.
Why?
That same bright smile.
I'm just here to help.
You don't fish, Dale. You're vegetarian. Told me 1,000 times. The smile didn't falter.
Of course I fish. I've been fishing here for years.
No, I said. You haven't. For a moment, nothing moved. The wind died, even the creaking of the shack fell silent. Dale stood perfectly still, that same smile frozen on his face like a photograph. Then his head tilted. Slowly, mechanically, the exact angle the walker had used.
You should go home, Benjamin,
he said. The voice was still Dale's, but layered underneath was something else, something that sounded like wind through empty buildings.
Your family misses you.
That's not my family.
Isn't it?
The head tilted further, past any natural range of motion.
Sarah's making dinner. The kids are doing homework. Everything is exactly as it should be. You're the one who's wrong. You're the one who doesn't fit.
Behind him, the shadow elongated, stretched. The sunlight seemed to bend around it, creating a void in the shape of a person.
I reached for my service weapon, but my hand was shaking too badly to draw it.
Dale, if you're still in there...
I'm fine,
he said, his voice still bright.
Better than fine. I don't have that headache anymore. I don't have those nightmares. I'm not afraid.
The smile widened.
You could be like this too, Benjamin. No more pain, no more fear, just peace.
That's not peace, I whispered. That's nothing. The thing wearing Dale's face took a step closer. In the direct light, I could finally see what Thomas had seen. The skin wasn't quite right. Too smooth, too uniform, like someone had painted over a surface that was never meant to hold paint. And underneath, where the shadow met the snow, there was no texture, there was no depth. Just a flat, absolute black.
I grabbed the flashlight from my belt and shone it directly at Dale's face. For a fraction of a second, the light passed through him. I could see the shack behind, the gray wood visible through his chest like he was made of smoke, and then he solidified again, but the smile was gone. His face had gone slack, features settling into something smooth and featureless. The mouth was too wide, the eyes too far apart.
You looked, it said in a voice that was no longer Dale's. Rule 2. You're not supposed to look. It's 2 in the afternoon, I said, backing towards my truck.
Rules only apply after 3 a.m. The thing that wasn't Dale laughed. It sounded like ice crackling on a frozen lake.
The rules changed, Benjamin. When you took the debt, you changed them, and now we can come anytime, anywhere, as long as that ledger needs balancing.
Behind it, more figures were emerging from the shacks. Tall, impossibly thin, their shapes, cutting sharp silhouettes against the white expanse, but these weren't shadows. These were people. The man from the third shack, a woman in a parka, an elder with a walking stick. All of them smiling with the same vacant expression, all of them moving with that same fluid, unnatural grace.
Dale, I tried one more time.
Dale, I know you're in there. You showed me the photo. You remember Nika. You remember the rules.
For a moment, something flickered behind those 2 wide eyes. A spasm of recognition, of fear. I looked, Dale whispered. His voice suddenly his own again. Oh God, I looked right at it. It was wearing my mother's necklace, the one I buried with her. I saw it, and I looked, and now...
His eyes snapped back to that placid black. The flicker was gone.
Dale zones out sometimes, the thing said in that layered, wrong voice. He'll be fine. He'll be better. He'll be balanced.
Dale turned away from me. His movements suddenly jerky and mechanical. He walked back towards the shacks with rigid, upright posture, not looking back. I ran for my truck. The walkers didn't follow. They just stood there, a line of figures against the white, watching as I fumbled with my keys, as I gunned the engine, as I fishtailed away from the camp. In my rearview mirror, I saw Dale get into his truck. He sat perfectly still, hands at 10 and 2, staring straight ahead. Then he drove away in the opposite direction. I made it back to town at 16:30. The sun was already setting, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple. I didn't go to the station, I went to the library instead. Margaret was at the front desk, stamping books with metronomic precision. When she saw me, her face lit up with that same too-wide smile. "Benjamin, how lovely to see you!" I need to see the old SAR records again, from 1956. "Of course, dear." She stood up with impossible fluidity. "Right this way." She led me to the basement. The stairs creaked under our feet. The lights flickered. "You know," she said conversationally, "I've been thinking about our last conversation, about Auntie." "What about her?" "You asked how old she was." Margaret stopped at the bottom of the stairs, turning to face me. In the dim light, I could see that her shadow was too long, stretching back up the stairs in a shape that didn't match her body. "That was very rude, Benjamin. You shouldn't ask elders their age." "Margaret? When did you start working here?" "Oh, I've been here for years." "How many years?" Her smile didn't waver. "Does it matter?" I pushed past her into the archives. The boxes were where I'd left them 4 days ago, but when I opened them, the photos were different. The group photo from 1956, the one with Auntie in the back row. She was gone, just a gap where she should have been, the people on either side standing slightly too far apart. Dedication ceremony, 1968. No Auntie. Wartime civil defense meeting, no Auntie. I went through every box, every file, every photograph. She'd been erased, removed from the record like she'd never existed. Except for one photo. At the bottom of the last box, tucked into an unmarked envelope, was a single black and white photo. It was old, the paper yellowed and brittled. The date on the back read February 3rd. She looked exactly the same. Same gray hair, same smile. The caption on the back was in Russian, but someone had translated it in faded pencil. "The witch Akna receives her mark. May God have mercy on her soul." I heard footsteps on the stairs. I shoved the photo in my pocket and turned. Margaret was standing in the doorway, backlit by the stairway lights. Her silhouette was too tall. It was too thin. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked. I didn't answer. I pushed past her and ran up the stairs. Behind me, I heard her laugh. Her laugh just like Akna. "A few more shifts left, Benjamin," she called after me. "The ledger is almost balanced." I burst out into the cold evening air and ran for my truck. The streets were empty, the windows of the houses glowing with warm light. Families gathered for dinner, everything normal and perfect. And wrong. My radio crackled to life. "Unit 17, this is dispatch," Auntie's voice. Calm, professional. "We have a welfare check at 342 Maple Street. Requesting your response." 342 Maple Street. My house. "Negative," I said to the radio. "I'm off duty." "Benjamin," her voice dropped, becoming intimate, threatening. "Your family is waiting for you. Sarah made a pot roast, your favorite. Don't you want to go home?" I looked up at my rearview mirror. She was in my back seat, not a reflection, not a shadow. Auntie herself, flesh and blood, and impossibly there, her hands folded in her lap, that patient smile on her face. "You can't run from this," she said softly. The debt doesn't disappear just because you're afraid. It follows you, it waits. And when the ledger finally balances, you'll be grateful for the peace. I threw open my door and fell out into the snow. When I looked back, the truck was empty. And I could still hear her voice, carried on the wind. Few shifts left, Benjamin. Then you'll understand. Then you'll stop fighting. Then you can be accounted for. The descent started on night 5, but I didn't recognize it as descent. I thought I was investigating. I thought I was solving the problem. That I was actually doing was dissolving. Dale came in from his shift at 1800, and when he saw me at my desk, he smiled with teeth that were slightly too white. "Rough day, buddy?" he said. And the words were right, the tone was right, but the cadence was mine, the exact rhythm I use when I'm checking on someone who's had a bad call. "I'm fine," I said. "You always say that." He smiled, his laugh, the one I do when I'm deflecting. "Even when you're not. Even when you're sitting there thinking about how everything's falling apart and you can't tell anyone because they'll think you're crazy." I stared at him. "I never said that out loud." "Didn't you?" He tilted his head. The angle was perfect. The angle I use when I'm assessing someone's mental state. "Maybe you did, and you just don't remember. You've been having those blank spots, haven't you?" My headache pulsed behind my eyes. Sharp spike of pressure. "What blank spots?" Dale pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, turned it towards me. Security footage. Black and white, timestamp 3:07, 2 nights ago. I was standing in the hallway outside the operations room. My eyes were closed, my lips were moving, forming words I couldn't hear through the silent footage. My hands were at my sides, fingers twitching in sequence. Counting. "You stood there for 4 minutes," Dale said softly. "Then you walked back to your desk and kept working like nothing happened. Morrison asked if you were okay. He said you'd just been checking the thermostat." "I don't remember that." "I know." He put the phone away. His smile was gentle, concerned, perfectly calibrated to my own expressions of empathy. "It's okay, Ben. We all have blank spots now. It's easier once you stop fighting it." Morrison appeared in the doorway, coffee cup in his hand, that same too-wide smile. "Everything okay in here?" "Ben's having a hard time," Dale said. "We're all worried about him." Morrison's voice was warm, fatherly, using the exact inflection I'd heard him use with rookie officers who were struggling. "Maybe you should take some time off before something happens." I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall. "I'm going on patrol." "At night?" Morrison's eyebrows raised. "That's not safe, Ben. You know the rules." "It's 8 o'clock. I have 7 hours before the rules matter." I grabbed my coat and I walked out. Neither of them tried to stop me. They just watched me leave with those patient, knowing smiles. Outside, the cold hit like a fist. -42. Kind of cold that makes your lungs ache, turns your breath to ice crystals before it leaves your mouth. I got in my truck and started driving with no destination in mind, just the need to move, to be away from those smiles. That's when I noticed the night clerk through the station window. Mary, 60-something, always hums hems while she filed paperwork. She was standing perfectly still at her desk, head tilted at that familiar angle, staring directly at me with pupils so dilated her eyes looked black. I drove. The headache had evolved beyond pain into something else. Pressure, density, like my skull was filling with frost, ice crystals forming in the spaces between thoughts. Sometimes when I blinked, I saw after images. A tall figure standing in my peripheral vision, a hand reaching for my shoulder, the shape of someone's face pressed against the passenger window, breath fogging the glass from the inside. I pulled over on an empty stretch of road and checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Sarah. 2 voicemails I couldn't bring myself to listen to. A text from Thomas. Need to talk. I stared at that message for a full minute. Then I opened my phone and scrolled back to the night of the rescue. The gap was still there. Photos from 2:45 showing my gear laid out on the station floor. Then nothing until 4:23 showing me filing paperwork with what looked like mud on my boots. No, not mud, frozen blood. I drove to Thomas's house. Sat in the driveway for 10 minutes, engine running, heat blasting, trying to steady my breathing. His truck was there. Lights on in the kitchen. Through the window I could see him sitting at the table, head in his hands. I knocked. He opened the door and looked at me with eyes that had forgotten how to sleep. "Show me a picture of your daughter," I said. He just stared. "Nika, your daughter, the one I saved. Show me a picture." Thomas reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone with shaking hands, scrolled through his photos. He turned the screen toward me. A boy, maybe 6 years old. Dark hair, bright smile, holding up a fish almost as big as he was. "Tobias," Thomas said quietly. "My son. My only son." "No!" The word came out broken. "No, you have a daughter. Nika, 8 years old. She took the dog sled out to check the nets. I found her in a frost heave at 3:09, and I brought her back." "I know you did." His voice cracked. "I know you brought someone back, but Ben, I've never had a daughter. I've checked my birth certificates, my tax records, my wife's medical files. We only had Tobias. He's 6. But I remember thanking you for saving Nika. I remember bringing you salmon. I remember her face." He grabbed my arm, fingers digging in hard. "I remember things that never happened, and the more I try to hold on to those memories, the more they slip away and they get replaced by things they feel wrong. Wrong, but everyone else says they're right." "What do you mean?" "Bias's birthday. My wife and I celebrated it 2 weeks ago. He turned 6. But when I look at the photos, he's in clothes that are too small. And in the background, there's a shadow. Tall, thin, wearing something that looks like your SAR coat. And I can see your name patch, but the letters are backwards." The frost behind my eyes expanded. "What did I bring back?" I whispered. "I don't know." Thomas's eyes were wet. "But it's wearing your face now. 3 nights ago, Tobias woke up screaming, saying there was a man in his room who looked like Officer Harper, but his smile was wrong. I checked, I found nothing. When I turned on the lights, there were boot prints in the frost on his window. From the inside, Ben. Like someone had been standing in his room, breathing on the glass." I backed away from his door. My mind fractured. I'm sorry," I said. "Don't be sorry." His voice followed me to my truck. Just fix it. Whatever you did, whatever deal you made, fix it. Fix it before it takes everyone. I drove back to the station. I parked. I couldn't make myself go inside. The building looked wrong. The windows were glowing, but the light was too steady. It was too perfect. There was no flicker. There was no shadow, just flat, even illumination that made my eyes hurt. Dale was visible through the operations room window. He was typing on his computer, that same mechanical precision, his posture too straight, his movements too measured. Every 30 seconds he stopped, he tilted his head, and he resumed typing like a metronome, like clockwork. I couldn't go in there, not yet. I drove to the library instead. Margaret was at her desk, even though it was nearly midnight. She looked up when I entered. Her smile was immediate. Wide and wrong. "Benjamin, working late." I need to see the archives again, old records, everything you have from before 1960. "Of course." She stood with that fluid grace that belongs to someone decades younger. "Right this way." She led me down the stairs. The air grew colder with each step, my breath fogging in the dim light. The basement smelled like old paper. And something else. Something organic and rotting. "Here we are." Margaret gestured to the shelves. "Take your time. I'll be upstairs if you need anything." She left me alone with the boxes. I started pulling files, incident reports from the 1950s, search and rescue logs, community newsletters, every document I'd looked at before, trying to trace Akna's presence through the decades, but the photos, they were different now. 1956 group photo, Auntie was back. She was standing in the second row this time, clearly visible, same gray hair, same smile. 1968 dedication ceremony, there she was, front and center, shaking hands with the mayor. The wartime civil defense meeting, she was at the podium speaking to the assembled crowd. She hadn't been erased. She'd been rewritten, made more visible, more present, like reality was retroactively adjusting to accommodate her existence. I kept digging, going further back. 1947, a photo of volunteers clearing snow from the old airstrip. Auntie in the background holding a shovel. 1932, a blurry shot of a town meeting, Auntie sitting in the third row. 1921, a formal portrait, the kind taken with old cameras that required long exposures. Everyone else slightly blurred from small movements, but Auntie was perfectly clear, standing at the edge of the frame with her hand on the shoulder of a small girl. That girl maybe 8 years old. I turned the photo over, written in faded ink, rescue volunteers with the Koczynski girl, found alive after 3 days. Miracle. That girl. The girl looked exactly like Nika. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the photograph. I kept going, pulling boxes I hadn't noticed before, files that seemed to appear as I searched, and in every decade, every generation, there was a photo. A young girl lost and found, and in every photo, somewhere in the frame, was Auntie. 1909, a child found in a snowdrift. 1887, a girl who wandered away during a storm. 1856, a daughter thought drowned beneath the ice. All of them the same age. All of them with the same dark eyes, the same serious expression. All of them alive because someone had found them. Someone had gone into the dark and brought them back, and in each case, within a month of the rescue, someone else had vanished. An adult, a volunteer, a hero. The ledger always bounced. I was about to close the last box when I found it. Not a photo, a book. Leather cover, walrus ivory toggle. Kind of binding that predated modern bookmaking. I opened it with trembling fingers and the pages crackled with age. The handwriting was Cyrillic mixed with Inupiaq symbols.
scripts flowing together like water mixed with oil. But I could read the first entry, maybe because I needed to, maybe because it wanted me to. Akna, daughter of the storm, 1721, keeper of the balance. Let no debt go unpaid, let no name leave the ledger, except in exchange for another. Her name was written in rust-brown ink. Blood ink. Every page that followed was filled with names, hundreds of them, thousands. Each one carefully inscribed, each one crossed out with a single decisive line, and next to each crossed name another name, written in fresh ink. I flipped through decades, centuries. The handwriting never changed, the same careful script, the same shaky hand. At the very back, on the most recent page, I found my own name. Harper, Benjamin, SAR officer, debt assumed, 307, 6th night, balance due 7th night. Below my name, a blank line waited. I sat there in the cold basement holding the book, understanding finally what this was, not a record, a contract, a bill of sale. The physical manifestation of the deal Akna had made 3 centuries ago. The book was still open to my page when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Margaret descended slowly, each step deliberate. When she reached the bottom, she looked at the book in my hands. Her smile never wavered. "You found it," she said. Her voice layers now, multiple tones braided together. "That's good. It's better when they understand." "How long have you been one of them?" 37 years. She said it simply, like she was telling me her anniversary. "I was a school teacher. There was a little boy lost in a whiteout. I found him, brought him home. Everyone called me a hero." Her head tilted. 3 days later, I looked at a walker. I really looked, and then I understood. It's not so bad, Benjamin. You stop feeling cold. You stop feeling afraid. You just continue. That's not life. No, she agreed. But it's not death either. It's service. It's purpose. The ledger needs keepers. The balance needs maintaining. Akna can't do it alone anymore. She's so tired, Benjamin. 300 years is so long. She needs help. I stood clutching the book. Where is she? Where she always is. Where she's been waiting for you since you took the debt. Margaret gestured toward the stairs. At the station. At 307. She'll be at the dispatch desk with the fountain pen, and all you have to do is sign the line below your name. Write someone else's name there. Anyone. A tourist who underestimates the cold. A drunk who won't be missed. An elder who's ready to walk into the white. Just a name, Benjamin. And then you're free. And if I don't? Then at 307, the walkers come for you. And you become like us, like Dale, like Morrison, like me. Balanced. She smiled that patient, empty smile. Forever. I pushed past her and ran up the stairs. Behind me, I heard her call out, voice echoing in the basement space. You can't run from a debt, Benjamin. It follows you. It always collects. I burst out into the street with a book under my arm. My truck was where I'd left it, engine still running, heat still blasting. I got in, and I checked the time. 2:23. 44 minutes. I drove back to the station with the book on the passenger seat. Its presence, a cold weight that seemed to press against my ribs. The streets were empty, no cars, no people, just the flat expanse of snow and the buildings standing like monuments to ordinary life. The station lights were on.
Through the windows, I could see them. Dale at his desk, Morrison in the break room, the night clerk at her station, all of them moving with that same fluid, measured grace, all of them waiting. I parked and I sat there, engine idling, watching them. In the rearview mirror, I saw a movement, a figure approaching from behind, tall and thin, silhouette cutting sharp against the aurora-lit sky. It walked with purpose, with recognition, boots leaving no prints in the snow. I looked down at the book, opened it to my page, stared at the blank line below my name. All I had to do was write. Choose someone, anyone. Transfer the debt. My pen was in my pocket. I pulled it out and I uncapped it. The figure was closer now. I could see it in the side mirror. It was wearing my SAR coat, my name patch visible, letters backwards, mirror flipped, its face a smudge, a photograph left in water too long, but I could see the outline of my features trying to form in that blank space. It was learning how to be me. I looked back at the blank line, then I closed the book. I got out of my truck. I walked back to the station with the book under my arm. The cold hit hard, but I barely felt it. The headache had crystallized into something beyond pain, a solid pressure that made my vision sharp and strange. The doors opened automatically. The heat inside felt too dry, too still. Dale looked up from his desk. Morrison appeared in the break room doorway. The night clerk stood from her chair. They all turned towards me in perfect synchronization, heads tilting at that familiar angle. "Benjamin," Morrison's warm voice. "We're so glad you came back. Are you ready?" I walked past them without responding, heading for the operations room. Auntie was waiting at the dispatch desk, just as Margaret had said that she would be. The ledger lay open before her. My page visible, the blank line, waiting. In her hand was a fountain pen, its barrel made from something that looked like carved bone, yellowed with age. She looked up as I entered, and for a moment I saw her as she truly was. Not the kindly elder everyone believed in, not the warm presence who'd worked dispatch for generations. I saw the hollowness. Centuries of borrowed time, the scar on her cheek that had never healed, the frost in her eyes that had replaced whatever humanity she'd once possessed. "Benjamin," her voice was soft, almost gentle. "You brought the book. Good boy. It's almost time. Are you ready to choose?" I set the book on the desk between us. Opened it to my page. "I want to understand something first," I said. "How did it start? How did you become this?" She was quiet for a long moment. Outside, the aurora flickered, casting green light through the windows. "They called me a witch," she said finally. 1721. I was a healer. I knew plants. I knew which roots stopped fever, which moss slowed bleeding. That was enough to make them afraid. When the sickness came that winter and I couldn't stop it, they decided that I was the cause. She touched her cheek, tracing the old scar. They cut me, marked me, dragged me onto the ice, and they left me to freeze. But she didn't freeze. No. Her eyes were distant, seeing 300 years into the past. Oh, I was angry. So angry. I wanted to live. I wanted them to suffer, so
I cut my own fingers, all 10 of them, and I fed them to the dark, and the dark answered. It said, "You want to live? Then keep the books. Tundra takes people, always has. Someone has to maintain the balance. Someone has to make sure the debts are paid. Do this, and you will never die." So you became a monster. I became a keeper. Her voice hardened. For 300 years, I've maintained the balance. Every life saved means a life owed. The ledger must be full. The dark demands it. And yes, I've made the choices. I've written the names. I've watched them go into the white. She leaned forward. But I've also saved thousands, Benjamin. Thousands of children who lived because I made sure someone else paid their debt. That has to count for something. It doesn't. My voice was steady. You became what hurt you. You've done to others exactly what those villagers did to you for 300 years. Their face twisted. You don't understand. You can't understand. The dark doesn't forgive debts. It doesn't forget. If I stop, if the ledger goes unfilled, it takes everything, everyone. The balance collapses. Then let it collapse. She laughed, sharp and bitter. You sacrifice this entire town, everyone you've ever met, for what? Principle. No. I picked up the book. He held it between us. I'd sacrifice the system, the one that you've been feeding for 3 centuries, the one that only exists because you kept agreeing to it. I opened the book to the first page, to her name written in blood ink, never crossed out. The ledger says the debt can be paid by the hand that wrote it, I said. You wrote your name first. You made the deal. You've been paying with other people's lives for 300 years, but the original debt, that was yours, Akna. It's always been yours. She went very still. Outside, the aurora intensified, sheets of green and violet swirling overhead. The station lights flickered, the radio hissed static. What are you saying? Her voice had gone flat. I'm saying we end it. Both of us. Your name goes back into the ledger as the debt. My name stays as the keeper. We close the book together. No more transfers. No more children saved and adult sacrifice. Just the 2 names that started this. Yours and mine. You die. I'm already dying. I can feel it, the frost in my head, the blank spots, the thing wearing my face. At 3:07, I either become a monster like you, or I get taken by the walkers. Those are the only options left. I placed my hand on the book, palm flat against her name. Unless we change the rules, the dark won't allow it. Then let's find out. I reached across the desk and took the fountain pen from her hand. She didn't resist. For the first time in 300 years, I saw uncertainty in her eyes. I capped the pen. I placed the tip against the page right over her name. What are you doing? Finishing your story. The way it should have ended in 1721. With a choice, with agency, with an ending that's yours. And not theirs. I began to write. Not a new name below mine, but a line through hers, crossing out, Akna, daughter of the storm, 1721. She sucked in a sharp breath, the lights flickering violently, the radios shrieked, and she grabbed my hand. Her fingers, cold and brittle, pressed my palm down against the page alongside hers. If you're going to finish my story, then do it right. Tell them I was human once. Tell them I was afraid. Tell them I wanted to be found, not forgiven. Outside, the walkers appeared. Dozens of them, hundreds, filling the space around the station, tall, impossibly thin, dark silhouettes against the aurora light. They pressed against the windows, faces forming in that smudged blankness. All the people who'd looked, all the debts that had never truly cleared. They kept writing, the ink flowing across the page, not a crossing out anymore, a transformation. I wrote her story in the margins around her name, every year, every choice, every moment of fear and rage and loneliness. I see you, I whispered. I remember you. You were Akna, you were human, you were hurt, and you survived the only way that you knew how. A sound like breaking glass filled the station. The book began to glow, pale light seeping between the pages. The names written there, all those centuries of transfers and debts and balances, began to lift off the paper, ink swirling into the air like smoke, like snow, like all the stories that had never been allowed to end. The radio clicked. .307. The walkers moved as one. Not toward me, toward her. They flowed through the walls like smoke, like memory converging on the dispatch desk, shadow hands reaching out, dozens of them, hundreds, all the people she'd named over 3 centuries, all the debts that had been transferred and never truly paid. She didn't scream, she didn't fight. She just looked at me with eyes that had finally remembered how to be afraid, how to be relieved. Thank you for remembering me as human. And then the walkers took her. Not violently, gently, like they were helping an elder to her feet, guiding her towards a door that had been waiting 300 years to open. The light from the book intensified, becoming painful, white, and absolute. I felt the frost on my head crack, shatter, the pressure releasing all at once, leaving behind a clarity so sharp that it hurt. The station went completely black. I don't know how long I sat there in that darkness. Could have been seconds. It could have been hours. Time felt negotiable, plastic, like it was resetting itself to account for something that had been bent wrong for too long. When the lights came back on, the book was blank. Every page, every name. 300 years of entries gone, just empty vellum, yellow with age, waiting to be filled with something new, something that didn't require a sacrifice. The fountain pen lay on the desk, snapped cleanly in half. I picked up the pieces and put them in my pocket. And then I heard snoring. Dale was asleep at his desk, head pillowed on his arms, breathing deep and even. Real sleep, human sleep. I walked over and shook his shoulder gently. He startled awake, looking around in confusion. Ben? What time is it? Why am I here? Hold it on lighter, I said. Come on, let's get some coffee. In the break room, Morrison was slumped in a chair, coffee cup still in his hand, completely out. The night clerk was gone, her coat missing from the rack. Probably went home hours ago and nobody noticed. Everything felt normal, mundane, real in a way it hadn't been for 7 days. I checked the security footage, scrubbed back to 3:07. Timestamp showed my usual patrol routine, no standing in hallways, no whispering, no blank spots, just me. Filling out paperwork, looking tired, but human. The blank spots were gone. The false memories were gone. The thing wearing my face was gone. I drove home as the sun rose, painting the tundra in shades of pink and gold. The roads were empty. The town was waking up slowly, smoke rising from chimneys, people starting their ordinary days. My house looked the same as always. Sarah's car in the driveway, kitchen light on. I sat in the truck for a long moment, afraid of what I'd find inside. Then I walked in.
Sarah was making breakfast. The kids were at the table arguing over the last waffle. They all looked up when I entered, and Sarah's expression was wary. Hurt, but real. Genuinely hers. "You came back," she said quietly. "I'm sorry." The words felt inadequate. "I'm so sorry. I can't explain where I've been, what I've been doing, but it's over." "Is it?" She looked at me carefully. "Are you back? Really back?" I crossed the kitchen and pulled her into a hug. She was warm and solid, and herself. "I'm back," I said. "I promise." My daughter tugged on my sleeve. "Daddy, you smell like smoke." "I'll take a shower," I said, and we'll have breakfast, all of us, together. It took weeks for things to fully normalize. Thomas brought me salmon again, thanking me for finding his daughter Nika when she'd gotten lost checking the nets. She was 9 now, he said, getting too brave for her own good. The details matched my memories. The timeline made sense. I never asked him if he remembered having a son named Tobias. Some questions are better left alone. The station ran its usual operations: search and rescue, welfare checks, the occasional tourist who underestimated the cold, but the success rate improved. Fewer people went missing, fewer debts needed balancing. Auntie's cabin sat empty. According to the borough's record, it had been abandoned since 1978, which now matched what the archive showed. Her name appeared in some historical records, but only where it made sense. A volunteer, a community leader, someone who'd helped when help was needed, and then moved on. The ledger stayed blank. I kept it locked in my desk drawer at the station, checking it occasionally to make sure no new names appeared. It remained empty. Clean. Waiting. The radios still clicked at 3:07. Every single night, that sharp, metallic snap across all 5 channels. I checked the logs. It went back for as far as our records existed. Not 11 years, not 100, just a feature of the equipment, probably. Atmospheric pressure, electromagnetic phenomenon. The aurora does strange things to signals. That's what I told myself. But sometimes on clear nights when I'm on patrol, I see a figure in the distance. Tall, thin, and dark against the snow. It doesn't move towards me, it doesn't threaten, it just stands there at the edge of visibility, at the place where the tundra meets the sky. And once, just once, I thought I saw it raise one hand. It could have been a wave, it could have been a farewell. It could have been the wind playing tricks with shadows and light. I didn't look directly at it, I didn't acknowledge it, didn't call out. I just kept driving. The ledger stays blank. Debt's paid, but the tundra still keeps its secrets, and I've become one of them. Every night at 3:07, when the radios click, I stop what I'm doing and I listen, just to make sure the silence that follows is truly empty. So far it has been. But I keep checking. I'll always keep checking, because that's what keepers do. We watch. We listen. We remember. And we make sure the dark stays empty of names. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and we're currently entering fall, which means Halloween is right around the corner. I just want to say thank you guys for watching tonight's video, listening to tonight's episode of the podcast, and to start expecting more audios as we go closer and closer to the spookiest day of the year. Once October starts, you know what that means. I'll be having out a video every single day until Halloween itself, and I expect to see you there. I mean it. I expect to see you there for every video, for every podcast episode, and I expect to see you like, comment, and subscribe, and all that jazz bell, what do you do on podcasts? Follow on Spotify? Yeah, that, for the month of October, and especially so you don't miss the 13-day countdown. Also, I want to give a huge thank you to everybody on this list of Patreons. Some of these amazing folks are Diana Kraus, AcidSystem, Blake Rattler, Brandon Mendoza, Brenna, Caltuna, ChicagoHitman, CoryxKenshin, CrusaderChocobo, Dakota Best, Daniel Poulsen, Dante Kinkade, Enchanted Buns, Estebean, Hades' Nephew, himbojerry, Our Minute Seconds Time, Ingegerd Solstrom, Jay Kearns, Jadis Pet, McMog, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Psychomel, Plant Piz, Red Shadow Cat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samar Lynn, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Tolly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Demented Voice in Your Head, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, Your Bro Keegan, Zabub, and Shadow Gardens. A huge thank you to you guys, everybody who shows up in the description down below, and as always, folks, sweet dreams.